The overwhelmed mind, recognizing the struggle. Have you ever found yourself in a constant mental tug of war where your thoughts feel like an endless loop, pulling you in every direction? It's that familiar hum of worry that settles in your mind, sometimes quietly in the background, other times roaring so loudly it drowns out everything else. This isn't just about having a bad day, it's about a persistent feeling of being overwhelmed, a sense that your inner world has become a crowded highway during rush hour. You might be struggling to quiet the constant chatter, wishing for a moment of peace that seems perpetually out of reach. This sensation often leaves you feeling drained, exhausted not by physical exertion, but by the sheer volume of mental activity. It's a struggle many face, feeling trapped in their own heads, longing for a way to simply breathe. This is the heart of what it means to have an overwhelmed mind, a state where clarity feels like a distant dream and inner calm is a forgotten luxury. You are not alone in this experience, and recognizing it is the crucial first step. Perhaps you recognize this feeling as chronic overthinking, where every decision, every conversation, and every future possibility is dissected and analyzed to an exhausting degree. Your mind races through what ifs, anticipating every potential outcome, often focusing on the negative ones, creating scenarios that rarely come to pass. This relentless mental activity can manifest as anxiety, a gnawing unease that clings to your daily life, making simple tasks feel daunting and big challenges seem insurmountable. You might find yourself constantly on edge, reacting strongly to minor inconveniences, or feeling a persistent sense of dread without a clear cause. These intense emotional reactions can feel disproportionate to the situation, leaving you confused and frustrated with yourself and your inability to control them. It's as if your internal alarm system is stuck on high alert, buzzing relentlessly even when there's no immediate threat present. This constant state of heightened awareness is not only tiring but also deeply isolating, making genuine connection with others feel difficult. Many people experience this, wondering if there's something inherently wrong with their emotional wiring. For some, this struggle appears as a profound sensitivity to the world around them. You might be someone who feels things deeply, absorbing the moods and energies of others, making it difficult to distinguish your own emotions from those of everyone else. This heightened awareness, while often a gift, can also be incredibly draining, leaving you feeling emotionally flooded and overwhelmed by sensory input. Loud noises, bright lights, or even subtle shifts in social dynamics can trigger intense internal reactions, making everyday life a gauntlet of emotional challenges. Your empathy, though a beautiful trait, can become a burden as you carry the weight of the world's feelings on your shoulders. This deep sensitivity means your emotional barometer is always working overtime, processing information that others might not even notice. It's a unique way of experiencing life, but it often comes with the cost of feeling easily agitated and emotionally exhausted. The core of this struggle often lies in our automatic reactions. We encounter a situation, our brain quickly processes it, and before we know it, an emotional response has taken hold, seemingly without our conscious consent. This isn't a sign of weakness. It's simply how our brains are wired, often responding to perceived threats based on past experiences and learned patterns. The problem arises when these automatic responses become unhelpful, disproportionate, or lead us down paths of anxiety and distress. We might find ourselves saying or doing things we later regret, all because an intense emotion hijacked our ability to think clearly. It's like being a passenger in your own emotional vehicle, watching Codes helplessly as it veers in directions you don't want to go. Understanding these automatic reactions is the first step toward regaining the steering wheel and choosing a different path. This constant state of mental and emotional overwhelm isn't just uncomfortable, it has real, tangible impacts on your life. It can chip away at your sleep, leaving you restless and tired even after a full night in bed. Your relationships might suffer as patience wears thin and emotional walls go up, making intimacy and understanding more challenging. Work performance can decline when focus is fragmented by internal chatter, and decision-making becomes paralyzed by indecision and fear of making the wrong choice. Most importantly, it steals your inner peace, replacing joy and contentment with a persistent sense of unease and dissatisfaction. This isn't the life you envisioned, and deep down, you know there has to be a better way to navigate your inner landscape. The desire for change often begins with the recognition of how deeply this struggle affects every aspect of your existence. Many people try to fix these feelings by suppressing them, pushing them down, or simply trying to ignore them. You might tell yourself to just stop worrying or get over it, believing that sheer willpower should be enough to silence the noise. However, as you've likely discovered, this approach often backfires, making the feelings stronger, more persistent, or causing them to resurface in unexpected ways. Suppressing emotions is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. It takes immense energy, and eventually it will pop back up with even greater force. This method, while understandable, doesn't address the root cause of the overwhelm. It merely delays the inevitable emotional eruption. True freedom doesn't come from denying what you feel, but from understanding it and learning to relate to it differently. This journey requires a different kind of effort, one focused on conscious awareness rather than brute force. The good news, and perhaps the most important realization, is that this struggle is not your fault, nor is it a permanent state. Your overwhelmed mind is not a sign of weakness, but rather a reflection of a deeply engaged and often highly perceptive inner world. It means you care, you think, and you feel profoundly, which are all incredible human qualities. The challenge isn't to stop thinking or feeling, but to learn how to manage these processes so they serve you rather than control you. This book is built on the understanding that while we can't always control what happens to us, we absolutely can learn to control our reactions and how we process those events. It's about shifting from a place of reaction to one of thoughtful response, empowering you to navigate life's complexities with greater ease and inner strength. Recognizing that you are struggling with an overwhelmed mind is the most powerful first step you can take. It's like finally naming an invisible weight you've been carrying, allowing you to acknowledge its presence and begin to strategize how to set it down. This recognition brings with it a glimmer of hope, a whisper that perhaps things don't have to be this way forever. It opens the door to curiosity, inviting you to explore new ways of thinking, feeling, and being in the world. This moment of clarity, where you truly see and accept your current emotional landscape, is not a defeat, but a victory. It signifies a readiness to move beyond the struggle and actively seek the tools that will lead you towards a calmer, more peaceful existence. Your journey towards emotional freedom truly begins here, with this honest acknowledgement. This book is for those who are tired of feeling trapped by their own minds, for the chronic overthinkers who yearn for mental quiet, and for the highly sensitive souls who seek resilience amidst the chaos. If you've been searching for practical, actionable strategies to reclaim control over your inner world, we've found a guide that speaks directly to your experience. We understand the unique challenges you face and are here to offer concrete techniques, not just fleeting inspiration, to help you navigate these complex emotional landscapes. Your desire for change is a powerful catalyst, and this guide will equip you with the knowledge and tools to transform your relationship with your thoughts and emotions. Prepare to embark on a journey that promises not just relief, but genuine, lasting emotional freedom, allowing you to truly live rather than just react. Defining emotional freedom. Many of us spend our days feeling like passengers in our own minds, tossed about by every strong emotion or unsettling thought that comes along. We yearn for a sense of calm, a quiet space where the constant chatter and emotional turbulence don't hold us captive. This longing for inner peace, for a life where our feelings don't dictate our every move, is what truly brings us to the threshold of a powerful concept: emotional freedom. It's a state many dream of, but few truly understand how to achieve, often feeling out of reach amidst the daily chaos. This isn't just a hopeful ideal, it's a tangible way of living that can fundamentally shift your experience of the world. Imagine waking up and knowing that whatever challenges the day presents, your inner world remains your own, unshaken at its core. This guide is dedicated to helping you unlock that very potential, moving you from feeling overwhelmed to genuinely empowered. Before we dive deeper, it's crucial to clarify what emotional freedom isn't. It's not about becoming emotionless, nor is it about suppressing every difficult feeling until it disappears. We are human beings, and emotions, both pleasant and uncomfortable, are a fundamental part of our experience. To suggest we could or should live without anger, sadness, or fear would be to deny a core aspect of our humanity and would be both unrealistic and unhealthy. Instead, true emotional freedom doesn't ask you to ignore your feelings or pretend they don't exist, which only leads to them bubbling up later with greater intensity. It's not about achieving a constant state of blissful happiness, a notion that is often peddled but rarely sustainable in real life. Understanding this distinction is the first step toward building a healthy and realistic foundation for your journey. So, if it isn't about eliminating emotions, what is emotional freedom, really? At its heart, it's the profound ability to experience your emotions without being controlled or overwhelmed by them. It means observing your thoughts and feelings as they arise, acknowledging their presence, but choosing not to let them dictate your actions or define your self worth. Think of it as learning to be the calm observer in the theater of your own mind, rather than the frantic actor caught in every dramatic scene. This allows you to create a vital space between an event and your reaction, a space where you can consciously decide how to respond instead of being swept away by an automatic impulse. It's about reclaiming your inner authority, understanding that while emotions will always visit, they don't have to take up permanent residence or run the whole show. This inner authority is key because while we often cannot control the external events that trigger our emotions, we absolutely can choose our internal response. Life will inevitably throw curveballs, disappointments, frustrations, rejections, and these situations are bound to stir up strong feelings. Emotional freedom empowers you to recognize these feelings, understand their message, and then consciously decide how to navigate them without getting lost in the storm. For instance, instead of spiraling into anxiety over an uncertain future, you learn to acknowledge the feeling, take a deep breath, and then focus on what you can control in the present moment. This isn't about pretending everything is fine when it isn't. It's about acknowledging reality while retaining your inner composure and agency. It's about being proactive with your emotional landscape rather than simply reactive. Developing emotional freedom also builds incredible resilience, transforming you into someone who can bend without breaking under pressure. When you're no longer held hostage by every fleeting worry or frustration, you become far more adaptable and capable of navigating life's inevitable ups and downs. This doesn't mean you'll never feel pain or sadness again. It means that when those feelings arise, you possess the internal tools to process them constructively and move forward. You learn that setbacks are not endpoints, but simply detours, and that emotional discomfort is a temporary state, not a permanent prison. This resilience allows you to recover more quickly from challenges, learn from difficult experiences, and emerge stronger on the other side, ready to face whatever comes next with a renewed sense of confidence. Moreover, emotional freedom allows for a profound transformation of what we typically label as negative emotions. Instead of viewing anger as solely destructive, for example, you might learn to see it as a signal that a boundary has been crossed or an injustice needs addressing. Fear, rather than paralyzing you, can become an indicator of something important you care about, prompting you to prepare or act with caution. When you approach these powerful feelings with curiosity, rather than immediate judgment or suppression, you can extract valuable insights and channel their energy into positive action. This shift in perspective turns potential adversaries into allies, equipping you with a richer understanding of yourself and the world around you. It changes your relationship with your entire emotional spectrum, making it a source of wisdom rather than a source of distress. The practical benefits of cultivating this freedom are truly far reaching and deeply impactful in your everyday life. Imagine a significant reduction in the chronic stress that often accompanies overthinking, or a noticeable decrease in the anxiety that frequently clouds your days. When you gain mastery over your emotional responses, you'll find yourself less prone to getting caught in those recurring cycles of negative thought patterns that sap your energy. Daily irritations that once felt overwhelming begin to shrink in significance, no longer having the power to derail your entire mood or productivity. This newfound inner calm translates directly into a more peaceful existence, allowing you to approach challenges with a clearer head and a greater sense of control. Beyond personal well being, emotional freedom profoundly enhances your relationships with others. When you are no longer reacting impulsively to every trigger, you can engage in conversations and conflicts with greater clarity and empathy. Misunderstandings become opportunities for deeper connection rather than sources of escalating arguments. You'll find yourself able to listen more attentively, communicate your needs more effectively, and respond to others with kindness and understanding, even when facing disagreements. This ability to navigate interpersonal dynamics with composure and genuine presence fosters stronger, more authentic bonds, enriching your social life and deepening your connections with loved ones. It builds a foundation of trust and mutual respect that can withstand life's inevitable pressures. Ultimately, defining emotional freedom brings us to the promise of a deeper, more profound sense of well being. It's about experiencing a sustained inner peace that isn't dependent on external circumstances. This isn't a fleeting moment of happiness, but a foundational state of being where you feel centered, grounded, and truly at home within yourself. You discover a quiet confidence that stems from knowing you can handle whatever life throws your way, because your internal compass remains steady. This liberation from the tyranny of negative thoughts and feelings allows you to live more fully, engaging with the world from a place of strength and genuine contentment. It transforms your daily existence from a struggle into an opportunity for growth and joy. Achieving this state of emotional freedom isn't a one-time event or a finish line you cross. It is a continuous journey of self-discovery and intentional practice. There will be days when old patterns resurface, when emotions feel overwhelming, and when you might feel like you're taking steps backward. This is a natural and expected part of any significant personal growth. The key lies in approaching these moments with self-compassion, recognizing them as opportunities for deeper learning rather than failures. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to continually engage with the strategies we will explore throughout this book. Every step you take, no matter how small, moves you closer to a life where you are the master of your emotional world. This journey towards emotional freedom is, at its core, about empowerment. It's about taking back the reins of your inner world from the external forces and ingrained habits that have long held them. You are not destined to be a victim of your emotions or your circumstances. You possess the inherent capacity to choose a different path. This book is designed to illuminate that path, providing you with the concrete tools and insights needed to transform your relationship with your feelings. It's about realizing that the power to change your experience of life resides within you, waiting to be accessed and harnessed. This isn't just about feeling better, it's about living better with intention and genuine control. By now, you should have a clearer picture of what emotional freedom truly entails and why it is such a vital pursuit. It's a liberation that promises not an absence of feeling, but a profound mastery over your emotional landscape, leading to a life rich in resilience, understanding, and inner peace. This foundational understanding is the springboard from which we will launch into the practical strategies and proven techniques that follow. We will explore how to identify your triggers, reshape your thought patterns, and cultivate a mindful awareness that empowers you to respond consciously rather than reacting automatically. Get ready to embark on a transformative journey where you learn to navigate life's complexities with calm and composure, truly answering the question, what if it didn't bother you? Who this book is for: overthinkers, anxious souls, and the highly sensitive brief. Perhaps you've picked up this book because a part of you recognizes a familiar struggle, a persistent whisper that says, there has to be another way. You might be someone who spends countless hours replaying conversations, dissecting every word, or worrying about future events that haven't even happened yet. This constant mental activity can feel like a relentless current, pulling you further from peace and leaving you exhausted, even after a full night's sleep. If this sounds like your everyday reality, then you are precisely one of the many souls this guide was written for, a testament to the fact that you are not alone in your quest for calm. For the chronic overthinker, life often feels like navigating a dense fog, where every decision, no matter how small, becomes a monumental task. Your mind is a tireless machine, always running, analyzing, and forecasting, rarely pausing for a moment of quiet. This isn't just about problem solving, it's about an incessant loop of thoughts, anxieties, and what ifs that can make even simple tasks feel overwhelming. You might find yourself stuck in an analysis paralysis, unable to move forward because you're trapped in the labyrinth of your own thoughts, yearning for a way to quiet the constant noise. The sheer volume of mental chatter can be deafening, making it difficult to concentrate, enjoy the present moment, or even trust your own intuition. You might second guess yourself constantly, revisiting choices long after they've been made, wondering if you could have done or said something differently. This relentless mental activity doesn't just impact your decision making, it seeps into your relationships, your work, and your overall sense of well being, creating an invisible barrier between you and true contentment. It's a heavy burden, carrying the weight of every possible outcome and past regret. Then there are the anxious souls, those who carry a subtle hum of worry beneath the surface, often escalating into a full blown symphony of dread. For you, anxiety isn't just a fleeting emotion, it's a constant companion, manifesting as a knot in your stomach, a racing heart, or an inability to relax. You might anticipate the worst case scenario in almost every situation, feeling a pervasive sense of unease, even when everything appears to be fine. This constant state of alert can be incredibly draining, leaving you feeling perpetually on edge and unable to fully embrace life's joys. Living with persistent anxiety means that your nervous system is often in overdrive, mistaking everyday challenges for genuine threats. This can lead to a cycle of avoidance, where you shy away from new experiences or social interactions simply to escape the discomfort of anticipated worry. The world can feel like a minefield, where every step requires careful navigation, and the freedom to simply be seems like a distant dream. You long for a sense of peace, a quiet within that feels unattainable amidst the constant internal alarm bells. And finally, this book speaks directly to the highly sensitive individual, someone who experiences the world with profound depth and intensity. If you are highly sensitive, you likely notice subtleties others miss, process information deeply, and feel emotions, both your own and others, with remarkable intensity. This trait, while a gift in many ways, can also be incredibly challenging in a world that often feels too loud, too fast, and too demanding. You absorb everything, from the nuances of a conversation to the energy of a crowded room, leaving you easily overstimulated and emotionally drained. For the highly sensitive, the everyday environment can become a source of overwhelming sensory input, leading to fatigue, irritability, and a desperate need for solitude. You might find yourself needing more downtime than others, withdrawing to recharge after even seemingly minor social interactions or stressful events. The emotional highs are higher, but the lows can feel devastating, making it difficult to maintain balance and resilience. Understanding and managing this inherent sensitivity is crucial for finding your footing in a world that often doesn't cater to your unique wiring. What unites these three distinct experiences, the overthinker, the anxious soul, and the highly sensitive individual, is a shared sense of being overwhelmed by one's inner world. You all grapple with a mind that seems to work against you rather than for you, making true emotional freedom feel like an elusive fantasy. This book recognizes that fundamental connection, acknowledging the unique nuances of each experience while offering universal strategies that can bring relief and lasting change to all. If any of these descriptions resonate deeply within you, rest assured that your feelings are valid and your desire for a different way of living is completely understandable. It's not a flaw to feel things deeply or to process the world intensely. It's simply a part of who you are. The challenge lies not in changing who you are, but in learning how to navigate your inner landscape with greater skill, compassion, and understanding. You are not broken, and there is nothing wrong with you. You simply need the right tools to thrive. This guide is not about suppressing your thoughts or emotions, nor is it about transforming you into someone you're not. Instead, D, It's a compassionate invitation to understand your internal mechanisms better and to equip yourself with practical, actionable strategies. It aims to empower you to observe your thoughts without getting entangled in their web, to acknowledge your anxieties without letting them dictate your actions, and to embrace your sensitivity as a strength rather than a vulnerability. You deserve to experience life with more ease and less internal struggle. We will move beyond fleeting inspiration and dive into concrete techniques, helping you build a robust toolkit for emotional management. This isn't just about temporary fixes or quick motivational boosts. It's about cultivating a profound and lasting shift in how you relate to your inner experiences. The goal is to move from feeling constantly reactive to becoming thoughtfully responsive, giving you the power to choose your emotional state, even amidst life's inevitable challenges and uncertainties. Within these pages, you will discover approaches rooted in proven psychological principles, translated into clear, everyday language that you can immediately apply. We will explore methods to gently interrupt cycles of overthinking, techniques to calm an anxious mind, and strategies to protect your energy as a highly sensitive person. Each tool is designed to be accessible and practical, offering tangible steps you can take to reclaim your peace, one conscious choice at a time, without needing complex theories or jargon. This journey is about reclaiming control over your inner world, fostering a sense of resilience that allows you to weather life's storms with greater composure. Imagine a life where disappointments don't derail you entirely, where criticism doesn't sting for days, and where your own thoughts are a source of guidance, not torment. This book provides the roadmap to that reality, helping you transform negative emotions into forces for positive change and growth, leading to more fulfilling relationships and a deeper sense of self-worth. So, if you are tired of feeling trapped by your own mind, if you yearn for a quieter existence, and if you are ready to proactively build a life of emotional freedom, then you have found your guide. Prepare to embark on a transformative journey, armed with the knowledge and techniques to finally answer the question, what if it didn't bother you? Your path to lasting peace and empowerment begins right here, right now, within these very pages. Beyond inspiration, the need for practical tools. Many of us have felt that familiar surge of hope after reading an inspiring quote or listening to a powerful speech. It's a wonderful feeling, a momentary lift that makes us believe anything is possible. We walk away feeling lighter, perhaps even convinced that this time, things will finally be different. This initial spark of motivation is incredibly valuable. It's often the first step towards wanting change. However, if you've been on this journey for a while, you know that inspiration, by itself, rarely sticks around for the long haul. That bright, hopeful feeling can fade surprisingly quickly, leaving us right back where we started, perhaps even more frustrated than before. It's like trying to build a house with only a blueprint. You have the vision, but no actual materials or tools to construct it. The truth is, our emotional patterns and thought processes are deeply ingrained. They aren't just surface-level reactions that can be wished away with a single dose of positivity. Chronic overthinking, persistent anxiety, and heightened sensitivity are often the result of years of learned responses and deeply wired neural pathways. While inspiring words can shine a light on the path forward, they don't automatically rewire our brains or change our automatic reactions to stress and challenge. We might understand intellectually that we shouldn't let things bother us, but understanding alone doesn't equip us with the how to actually achieve that state. This is where many well-intentioned self-help efforts fall short, leaving us in a cycle of temporary uplift, followed by familiar disappointment. To truly break free from the grip of overwhelming emotions, we need more than just a fleeting spark. We require a consistent, deliberate approach, much like a craftsman needs specific tools for a specific job. Imagine trying to build a sturdy table with only good intentions and a vague idea of what a table should look like. It simply wouldn't work, no matter how much you want it to. Lasting change demands practical application, a step-by-step methodology that we can use repeatedly until it becomes second nature. This isn't about ignoring your feelings or pretending everything is fine. It's about actively engaging with them in a new, more constructive way. It's about equipping yourself with a mental toolkit that you can reach for whenever life throws its inevitable curveballs. You might have already experienced the frustration of picking up a book, feeling completely understood by its message, only to find yourself wondering, okay, but how do I actually do this? Many books excel at describing the problem and offering profound insights, yet they stop short of providing the concrete strategies needed for real transformation. They inspire you to climb the mountain but forget to hand you the climbing gear. This leaves a crucial gap between aspiration and actual achievement, a chasm that can feel incredibly daunting and discouraging. Without practical guidance, even the most profound wisdom can remain just that, wisdom, not a lived reality. We need bridges to cross that gap, not just beautiful descriptions of the other side. This isn't to say that inspiration and understanding aren't vital components of personal growth. They absolutely are, serving as the foundational motivation and intellectual framework. However, they represent only the beginning of the journey, like knowing why you want to travel to a new city. What comes next is the practical planning, booking the tickets, packing your bags, and navigating the journey itself. Without these practical steps, the desire to travel remains a dream, never becoming a reality. Similarly, without actionable tools, our desire for emotional freedom often remains an unfulfilled longing, a beautiful idea that never quite takes root in our daily lives. This book aims to bridge that very gap, moving beyond mere contemplation to tangible action. Our goal isn't just to inspire you with new perspectives, though we sincerely hope to do that too. Instead, we are committed to providing you with a robust collection of practical tools and techniques you can immediately put into practice. Think of this guide as your personal instruction manual for navigating the complexities of your inner world, complete with clear steps and exercises. We believe that true emotional freedom isn't found in simply understanding your struggles, but in actively doing something about them. It's about moving from passively observing your emotions to proactively managing and transforming them, building a new kind of inner strength. This hands on approach is what makes lasting change possible. What exactly do we mean by practical tools? These are not abstract concepts or vague philosophical musings. Instead, they are concrete, repeatable actions, exercises, and mental shifts that you can consciously apply in your everyday life. They are techniques designed to help you identify triggers, challenge negative thought patterns, regulate intense emotions, and build resilience. Whether it's a specific breathing exercise, a journaling prompt, a reframing technique, or a mindful observation practice, each tool serves a distinct purpose. They are the building blocks for a calmer, more controlled inner experience. You'll learn how to use them, when to use them, and how to adapt them to your unique situations. For the chronic overthinker, these tools offer ways to gently interrupt the endless loops of worry and rumination. For the anxious soul, they provide anchors to ground you when fear feels overwhelming, helping you to regain a sense of control. If you identify as highly sensitive, these techniques will empower you to navigate external stimuli and intense emotions without feeling constantly swamped. Each strategy is designed with your specific challenges in mind, offering a pathway to respond differently to situations that once felt insurmountable. You'll discover how to create space between a trigger and your reaction, allowing for a conscious choice rather than an automatic emotional hijack. The beauty of practical tools lies in their ability to help you build new habits. Just like learning to ride a bike or play a musical instrument, emotional mastery requires practice and repetition. These aren't one-time fixes. They are skills you cultivate over time, strengthening your emotional muscles with each application. By consistently engaging with these techniques, you'll gradually replace old, unhelpful patterns with healthier, more adaptive responses. This process isn't about perfection, but about progress, about slowly but surely shifting your default settings towards greater peace and resilience. It's about empowering yourself to shape your inner landscape rather than being a passive passenger. This journey isn't about magically eliminating all your negative emotions. That's an unrealistic and unhelpful goal. Instead, it's about changing your relationship with those emotions, transforming how they impact you. These tools will help you acknowledge your feelings without being consumed by them, allowing you to move through discomfort with greater ease. You'll learn to view challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities to apply your newfound skills. The aim is to cultivate a deep, enduring sense of inner peace and freedom that isn't dependent on external circumstances. It's about building a fortress of calm within yourself, brick by practical brick. Throughout the coming chapters, we will systematically introduce these practical tools, explaining their purpose and offering clear instructions on how to implement them. Each section is designed to be a building block, progressively equipping you with a comprehensive toolkit for emotional mastery. We'll provide examples, exercises, and insights to help you integrate these strategies seamlessly into your daily life. This isn't a passive reading experience. It's an invitation to actively participate in your own transformation. Prepare to roll up your sleeves and engage with the material, because that's where the real magic of lasting change happens. So, if you've been searching for more than just fleeting inspiration, if you're ready to move beyond simply understanding your struggles and into actively transforming them, then you've come to the right place. This book is your committed guide, offering the concrete steps and actionable techniques you've been looking for all along. We're here to equip you with everything you need to build lasting emotional resilience and reclaim control over your inner world, one practical step at a time. Get ready to discover that genuine emotional freedom isn't a distant dream, but a tangible reality within your grasp, achieved through consistent practical application and dedicated effort. The power of self-awareness. Have you ever felt like your emotions were driving the car and you were just a passenger, helplessly watching as they steered you into another cycle of stress or anxiety? It's a common experience, this feeling of being overwhelmed by an internal storm, where thoughts race and feelings surge, leaving us feeling trapped and out of control. Many of us spend a significant portion of our lives reacting to these inner states rather than consciously responding to them. This is precisely where the journey to emotional freedom begins, not by fighting these feelings, but by first understanding them. The foundational step, the very bedrock upon which we build lasting peace and resilience, is cultivating genuine self-awareness. But what does self-awareness truly mean in the context of emotional freedom? It's far more than simply knowing you're feeling upset or stressed. Instead, it's about developing a keen, insightful understanding of your inner landscape, a mindful observation of your thoughts, emotions, and the physical sensations that accompany them, all as they unfold in real time. It involves recognizing the subtle shifts in your mood, noticing the specific thoughts that trigger a cascade of worry, and even becoming attuned to how your body responds when tension begins to build. This deeper level of introspection allows us to see ourselves not just as a collection of reactions, but as a complex, ever-changing system with understandable patterns. Imagine for a moment that you are watching a movie starring yourself. When you are fully immersed, you feel every emotion the character feels, almost as if it's happening directly to you. Now, picture yourself stepping back from the screen, becoming an observer in the audience. You can still see the character's struggles and triumphs, but there's a crucial distance, a space that allows for understanding without being consumed. This stepping back is the essence of self-awareness. It creates a vital gap between the stimulus, whatever happens internally or externally, and your habitual reaction to it. Within this newly formed space lies immense power, the power to choose how you want to proceed. This ability to observe rather than just experience is revolutionary, especially for those prone to overthinking or anxiety. Without self-awareness, we often get caught in repetitive loops. A thought sparks an emotion, which fuels another thought, and so on, creating a relentless cycle. We replay scenarios, anticipate worst-case outcomes, and find ourselves spiraling without a clear exit. Self-awareness acts like an emergency brake in these moments. It allows us to identify the loop, to see the pattern as it's happening, and crucially, to interrupt it. It's the first step in dismantling those entrenched habits of stress and negative thinking that keep us feeling stuck. One of the most profound shifts that self-awareness facilitates is the transition from simply reacting to consciously responding. A reaction is often automatic, impulsive, and driven by ingrained patterns or immediate emotional surges, much like flinching when startled. It's a knee jerk defense mechanism that doesn't necessarily serve our best interests in the long run. A response, on the other hand, is a deliberate, thoughtful choice, informed by our values and goals, and made from a place of calm consideration. It's the difference between lashing out in anger and taking a breath to address a conflict constructively. Self awareness gives us the freedom to make that choice, to move from being at the mercy of our impulses to being the architect of our actions. Developing this internal observer isn't about becoming cold or detached from your feelings. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It's about engaging with them more fully, but with a newfound clarity. It's like having a wise, calm part of yourself that can watch the emotional storms within without getting swept away by them. This inner witness, Mempli observes, taking note of the intensity, the duration, and the specific triggers without judgment or immediate intervention. This practice helps us understand that while we have emotions, we are not defined by them, allowing us to experience them without letting them completely dictate our reality. A critical component of this observation is doing so without judgment. When a wave of anxiety hits, our natural inclination might be to label it as bad, or to immediately try and push it away. However, this judgmental resistance often amplifies the feeling, making it even more persistent and overwhelming. Self-awareness invites us to simply acknowledge the anxiety, perhaps saying to ourselves, "Ah, there's anxiety again," without adding any further narrative or criticism. This non-judgmental stance creates a space for acceptance and curiosity, which paradoxically often lessens the intensity of the emotion itself. It's about befriending your inner experience rather than battling it. The ripple effect of enhanced self-awareness extends far beyond managing immediate emotional reactions. It profoundly influences our relationships, our decision-making, and our overall quality of life. When we understand our own emotional triggers and patterns, we can communicate more effectively, set healthier boundaries, and respond to others with greater empathy. Furthermore, our choices become more aligned with our authentic selves and long-term aspirations, rather than being swayed by fleeting moods or external pressures. This newfound clarity empowers us to live a more intentional and fulfilling life, making choices that truly serve our well-being. This foundational understanding of self-awareness is precisely what sets the stage for everything else we'll explore in this guide. Before we can effectively map our common triggers, understand the why behind our reactions, or differentiate between superficial triggers and deeper underlying issues, we must first learn to see ourselves clearly. Self-awareness is the essential lens through which we will examine these subsequent layers of emotional experience, providing the clarity needed to identify patterns and make meaningful changes. It's like having a detailed map of your inner terrain before embarking on a journey of exploration and transformation. So, how do we begin to cultivate this powerful internal skill? It starts with simple, consistent moments of checking in with yourself throughout the day. You don't need to dedicate hours to meditation. Even pausing for a minute or two to ask, "What am I feeling right now?" or "What thoughts are present in my mind?" can make a significant difference. Notice where you feel tension in your body, acknowledge any prevailing emotions, and observe the flow of your thoughts without trying to change them. These small acts of mindful observation begin to strengthen your self-awareness muscle, making you more attuned to your inner world. With consistent practice, you'll start to notice patterns emerging. Certain situations always seem to provoke a specific emotion, or particular thoughts consistently lead to feelings of unease. This recognition is incredibly empowering because it takes away the mystery and unpredictability of your emotional life. You move from feeling like a victim of your emotions to an active participant in understanding and navigating them. This sense of agency, of truly being in the driver's seat of your own inner experience, is a cornerstone of emotional freedom and resilience. Self-awareness also builds a crucial form of emotional resilience, allowing you to bounce back more effectively from life's inevitable challenges. When you understand your own emotional architecture, you can anticipate potential difficulties and develop proactive coping strategies, rather than being blindsided by intense feelings. It's not about avoiding difficult emotions, but rather equipping yourself with the tools to navigate them with greater skill and less as distress. This internal strength helps you weather storms with more grace, knowing that you have the capacity to observe, understand, and ultimately move through them. It's important to remember that cultivating self awareness is not a one time achievement, but a continuous practice, a lifelong journey of discovery. There will be days when you feel incredibly attuned to your inner world, and other days when you might feel disconnected or overwhelmed. This ebb and flow is perfectly normal and part of the human experience. The key is gentle persistence, returning to the practice of observation with curiosity and compassion, rather than self criticism. Every moment of mindful awareness is a step towards greater understanding and inner peace. Ultimately, the power of self awareness lies in its ability to transform your relationship with yourself, and by extension, with the world around you. It's the pathway to answering the book's central question: what if it didn't bother you? By understanding the intricate workings of your mind and heart, you gain the capacity to disentangle yourself from the grip of unhelpful thoughts and emotions. This liberation leads to a profound sense of well being, more fulfilling connections, and a life lived with greater intention, peace, and genuine emotional freedom. Mapping your common triggers. Embarking on a journey toward emotional freedom begins with a crucial first step: understanding what sets your emotions in motion. Just like a map helps you navigate unfamiliar territory, mapping your common triggers provides the essential blueprint for your inner world. These triggers are specific situations, words, actions, or even internal thoughts that reliably spark an emotional reaction within you, often one you'd rather avoid. They are the initial domino in a chain reaction, and recognizing them is the key to interrupting that sequence before it gains momentum. Without this awareness, we often feel like passengers in our own emotional lives, constantly reacting to unseen forces. Think of a trigger not as a fault, but as a signal, a piece of vital information about your sensitivities and patterns. Whether it's a critical comment from a family member, a specific news headline, the feeling of being rushed, or even a particular smell, these cues have the power to shift your emotional state almost instantly. Many of us go through life feeling these shifts, attributing them to bad luck or just how we are, without ever truly pinpointing the precise catalysts. This section is about shining a light on those catalysts, bringing them out of the shadows of unconscious reaction and into the clear view of conscious understanding. Triggers can broadly be categorized into two main types: external and internal. External triggers are those things in your environment that you can see, hear, feel, or experience with your senses. This might include a frustrating traffic jam, a demanding email from your boss, a friend canceling plans at the last minute, or even a loud noise that startles you. They are tangible events or circumstances happening outside of you, yet they consistently provoke an emotional response that feels very much inside. Identifying these external cues is often the easiest starting point because they are observable and concrete. On the other hand, internal triggers originate within your own mind and body. These can be specific thoughts you have, memories that resurface, physical sensations like fatigue or hunger, or even certain emotions themselves that then trigger other emotions. For instance, a nagging worry about the future, a thought, might trigger anxiety, or a past memory of embarrassment might trigger feelings of shame in the present. These internal cues can be more subtle and harder to pin down initially, but they are just as powerful in their ability to derail your emotional peace. Learning to notice these inner signals requires a different kind of introspection. To effectively map your tree, Jagirs, a simple yet powerful tool is to keep a trigger journal or log. This isn't about writing long, elaborate entries. It's about making quick, consistent notes whenever you feel a strong, unwanted emotional reaction. The goal here is to become a detective of your own emotional landscape, meticulously gathering clues without judgment. Carry a small notebook or use an app on your phone, making it easy to record these observations in the moment, when the details are fresh and clear in your mind. When you log an incident, try to capture a few key pieces of information. First, note the date and time and briefly describe the exact situation or internal event that occurred right before your emotional shift. What were you doing? Who were you with? What thought just crossed your mind? Second, identify the primary emotion you felt, e.g., anger, anxiety, sadness, frustration, and rate its intensity on a scale of 1 to 10. Third, describe any physical sensations in your body, tight chest, racing heart, clenched jaw, as these are often early warning signs. Finally, jot down any specific thoughts that ran through your head during that moment, however fleeting or irrational they might seem. The power of consistent journaling lies in its ability to reveal patterns that might otherwise remain invisible. After a week or two, take some time to review your entries. Do you notice recurring themes? Are there particular people, places, times of day, or types of situations that appear repeatedly alongside your emotional reactions? Perhaps you consistently feel overwhelmed on Monday mornings, or a specific kind of criticism always ignites anger. These patterns are not coincidences, they are the indicators of your common triggers, showing you where your emotional vulnerabilities lie and where your focus needs to be. It's also incredibly insightful to pay attention to the feeling before the reaction. Often, our emotional responses don't just appear out of nowhere. There's a subtle buildup, a slight shift in our internal state before the full blown emotion takes hold. This might be a fleeting thought, a minor physical tension, or a sense of unease. By tuning into these earlier, softer signals, you gain a crucial window of opportunity to intervene before the trigger fully engages its power. This pre reaction awareness is a cornerstone of proactive emotional management, offering you a chance to choose your response rather than simply reacting automatically. Sometimes, what seems like a trigger isn't the root cause at all, but rather a superficial symptom of something deeper. For example, consistently feeling frustrated by a messy house might not be about the mess itself, but about an underlying feeling of lack of control or being unappreciated. As you map your triggers, try to look beyond the obvious surface events. Ask yourself, what does this situation represent for me? Or what belief am I holding on to that makes this bother me so much? This deeper inquiry helps connect the dots between external events and your internal belief systems, moving us closer to true understanding. Remember, the act of mapping your triggers is an exercise in observation, not judgment. There's no right or wrong trigger, and there's no need to criticize yourself for having certain reactions. Every trigger you identify is simply information, a data point that helps you understand yourself better. Approach this process with curiosity and compassion, knowing that each insight gained brings you one step closer to genuine emotional freedom. This foundational understanding sets the stage for the next phase of our journey, where we'll delve into the why behind these reactions, moving beyond simple identification to profound comprehension. Understanding the why behind your reactions. Have you ever found yourself completely overwhelmed by a seemingly minor event, while someone else might shrug it off without a second thought? It's a common experience, and one that often leaves us feeling confused or even frustrated with ourselves. We might know what triggers us: a critical comment, a sudden change in plans, or feeling overlooked. But truly understanding why these particular things hit us so hard is where the real work begins. Moving beyond simply identifying your triggers, this crucial step invites you to become a detective of your own inner world, uncovering the hidden connections between external events and your internal responses. This deeper inquiry is not about blame or judgment. Rather, it's about gaining profound insight into the intricate workings of your own emotional landscape. It's about recognizing that your reactions are not random, but deeply personal and rooted in something far more significant. Our emotional reactions are rarely, if ever, just about the immediate situation. They are echoes of our past, reflections of our beliefs, and signals of our unmet needs. Imagine a trigger as the tip of an iceberg, visible above the water. But the vast majority of its mass, the true cause of its impact, lies hidden beneath the surface. When a specific comment or situation sparks a strong emotional response within you, it's often because it touches upon a deeper, more fundamental aspect of your being. This underlying structure might include deeply held values, fears you've carried for years, or even old wounds that haven't fully healed. Discovering these submerged elements is essential for truly understanding and ultimately transforming your emotional patterns. One of the most powerful whys behind our reactions often lies in our core beliefs about ourselves and the world. These are the fundamental truths we hold, whether consciously or unconsciously, about our worth, our capabilities, and how others perceive us. For instance, if you hold a deep seated belief that you are not good enough, a gentle suggestion from a colleague might not be heard as constructive feedback, but as confirmation of your inadequacy. Similarly, a belief that the world is inherently unsafe can make even minor uncertainties feel like significant threats. These beliefs act as filters, coloring how we interpret every interaction and event, often without us even realizing it. Beyond beliefs, our reactions are also heavily influenced by our fundamental human needs, which are universal yet experienced uniquely by each individual. When a trigger causes distress, it often points to a perceived threat to one of these core needs, such as the need for safety, belonging, validation, control, or autonomy. Feeling ignored in a conversation, for example, might trigger a strong reaction not just because you prefer to be heard, but because it threatens your deep seated need for belonging or validation. When these essential needs feel jeopardized, our emotional alarm systems go off, often with intense and immediate force, leading to reactions that can feel disproportionate to the actual event. Consider how your personal values play a significant role in shaping your emotional responses. If honesty is one of your highest values, encountering dishonesty, even in a seemingly trivial situation, could provoke a much stronger reaction in you than in someone who prioritizes, say, harmony above all else. Our values are like our internal compass, guiding our perception of what is right, wrong, important, or dismissible. When an external event clashes with these deeply held principles, it creates an internal dissonance that manifests as a powerful emotional reaction. Recognizing these value conflicts can provide immense clarity about why certain situations feel so jarring to your system. Furthermore, our past experiences cast long shadows over our present reactions, subtly influencing how we interpret and respond to new situations. Perhaps a childhood experience of being dismissed led you to develop a heightened sensitivity to feeling unheard as an adult. Or maybe a past betrayal makes you inherently wary of new relationships, causing you to CT defensively even when no threat exists. These historical imprints create emotional blueprints, shaping our expectations and predisposing us to react in certain ways when similar patterns emerge. While the next section will delve deeper into the role of past experiences, it's crucial to recognize their immediate impact on your current emotional why. Engaging in this deep exploration of your why is an act of profound self-compassion, not self-criticism. It's not about finding fault with your reactions, but about understanding their origins and giving yourself grace for having them. When you uncover the underlying beliefs, unmet needs, or past wounds that fuel your responses, you begin to see your reactions not as flaws, but as understandable, albeit sometimes unhelpful coping mechanisms. This compassionate understanding creates space for healing and growth, allowing you to approach your inner world with kindness and curiosity. It transforms the often blurry landscape of emotion into a clear map for personal progress. To begin this journey of self-discovery, practice pausing when you feel a strong emotional reaction arise. Instead of immediately reacting or trying to suppress the feeling, take a breath and gently ask yourself, why does this bother me so much right now? Dig a little deeper than the surface level answer. If your first thought is, because they were rude, push further. What does their rudeness mean to me? Does it make me feel disrespected, unvalued? Does it remind me of a time when I felt powerless? These follow-up questions are critical for peeling back the layers and reaching the core of your emotional wiring. This process of inquiry helps to create a crucial space between the trigger and your reaction, allowing you to observe rather than simply react. By understanding the why, you gain the power to choose a different response, one that aligns more closely with your present self and your desired emotional state. You learn that the external event might be unavoidable, but your internal interpretation and subsequent reaction are not set in stone. This newfound awareness provides a powerful leverage point, enabling you to interrupt old, unhelpful patterns and forge new, more constructive pathways. Ultimately, understanding the why behind your reactions is a cornerstone of emotional freedom. It liberates you from feeling like a passive victim of your own emotions, granting you agency and control over your inner world. When you know what truly drives your responses, you can address those root causes directly, rather than just endlessly battling the symptoms. This deep self knowledge empowers you to not only manage your emotions more effectively, but to cultivate a profound sense of inner peace and resilience, transforming challenges into opportunities for growth and self mastery. The role of past experiences. It's easy to think that our emotional reactions are solely about what's happening right now, in this very moment. When someone cuts us off in traffic, we get angry. When a deadline looms, we feel anxious. Yet, beneath the surface of these immediate responses often lies a much deeper, more intricate story, one woven from the threads of our past experiences. Our brains, in their incredible complexity, are constantly learning and adapting, forming connections based on everything we've encountered since childhood. These connections then act like silent directors, guiding our emotional performances in the present, often without us even realizing it. Understanding this profound link is a crucial step towards true emotional freedom, allowing us to see why certain situations hit us harder than others. It's about recognizing that our current feelings are rarely just about the current event, but rather a culmination of our personal history. This journey into our past isn't about dwelling on what was, but about illuminating what is, so we can consciously choose what will be. It's a powerful exploration that empowers us to reshape our emotional landscape. Think of your mind as a vast, intricate library filled with countless volumes of experiences, big and small. Every time something happens to us, especially if it evokes a strong emotion, our brain files it away, complete with how we reacted and what the outcome was. These files then become reference points for future situations. For instance, if you were often criticized as a child, your brain might have created a criticism file that now makes you overly sensitive to constructive feedback, even when it's delivered kindly. You might automatically brace yourself for pain or rejection, activating a defense mechanism that served you in the past, but now hinders your growth. This isn't a conscious choice. It's a deeply ingrained pattern that your brain has learned. Recognizing these stored patterns is the first step toward rewriting the script. It's about understanding that your past isn't just history, it's a living force shaping your present reactions. Unpacking these old files allows us to understand the roots of our current emotional struggles, providing a clear path forward. Often, the most impactful past experiences are those that happened during our formative years, when our understanding of the world and ourselves was still being shaped. A traumatic event, consistent negative feedback, or even just a lack of emotional validation can leave deep imprints. These imprints can manifest as core beliefs about ourselves or the world, such as "I'm not good enough," "I'm always overlooked," or "the world is an unsafe place." When a present-day trigger activates one of these core beliefs, our emotional reaction can be disproportionately strong, feeling far more intense than the situation warrants. This is because the present event isn't just a standalone incident. It's echoing a much older, more significant wound. It's as if a small crack in the wall of our emotional resilience from years ago is suddenly exposed by a new tremor, causing a much larger reaction. Identifying these deep-seated beliefs is key to truly understanding our emotional landscape. It provides a roadmap to the real origins of our most persistent emotional challenges. Consider the phenomenon of emotional flashbacks, where a current situation, even a mild one, can transport us back to the feelings of a past, often painful, experience. It might be a tone of voice, a particular smell, or a specific type of interaction that suddenly makes us feel like we're 5 years old again, experiencing the original hurt. Our body tenses, our heart races, and we might respond with the same fear or anger we felt back then, despite being a capable adult in the present. These aren't just memories. They are full-blown emotional re-experiences that bypass our logical minds. Learning to identify these moments is vital for regaining control. It's about catching ourselves when we're mentally pulled back into the past and gently bringing ourselves back to the present. This awareness creates a crucial space between the trigger and our reaction, allowing us to choose a different response. It's an essential skill for anyone looking to break free from old emotional chains. Furthermore, our past experiences don't just shape our individual reactions, they also influence how we perceive others and the world around us. If you had a past experience where trust was broken, you might find yourself automatically suspicious of new people, even those who have given you no reason to doubt them. This isn't a flaw in your character. It's a protective mechanism your brain developed based on historical data. While this mechanism might have kept you safe in the past, it could now be preventing you from forming meaningful connections or seeing situations clearly. It's like wearing old, scratched glasses that distort your view, making everything appear slightly off or threatening. Understanding these biases, born from our personal histories, allows us to take off those old glasses and see with fresh eyes. This conscious effort helps us challenge ingrained assumptions and foster healthier interactions. Ultimately, it's about choosing to interpret the world based on present reality, not just past pain. The good news is that these learned patterns and responses are not set in stone. Our brains are incredibly adaptable and capable of forming new connections. This concept, known as neuroplasticity, means that with conscious effort, we can literally rewire our brains. We can create new pathways, learn new ways of responding, and gradually diminish the power of old, unhelpful emotional habits. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to explore the roots of our reactions. But the potential for change is immense. This isn't about erasing your past, which is impossible, but about changing its influence on your present and future. It's about actively building new, healthier emotional habits that serve your well being. This understanding offers immense hope for anyone feeling trapped by their emotional past. The journey of emotional freedom is fundamentally about embracing this capacity for growth and transformation. Acknowledging the role of past experiences doesn't mean we should blame our parents, our childhood, or specific events for everything. Instead, it's an act of self-compassion and understanding. It helps us realize that our current struggles aren't necessarily a sign of weakness or a personal failing, but rather a logical, albeit sometimes unhelpful, outcome of our unique life journey. This perspective shifts us from self-criticism to self-inquiry, opening the door for healing and growth. When we understand why we react the way we do, we can approach ourselves with kindness, recognizing that our responses were often the best coping mechanisms we had at the time. This shift in perspective is incredibly liberating, allowing us to release the burden of guilt and shame. It empowers us to move forward with a clearer understanding and a renewed sense of purpose, paving the way for lasting positive change. This acceptance is not resignation, but a powerful foundation for building a better emotional future. So, how do we begin to uncover these hidden influences from our past? One effective way is through mindful observation of our own emotional reactions. When you find yourself feeling a particularly strong emotion that seems disproportionate to the situation, pause and ask yourself, does this feeling remind me of anything else? Have I felt this way before in a similar context? Journaling can also be a powerful tool, allowing you to trace back the origins of certain feelings or beliefs. Sometimes, simply connecting a current reaction to a past event can instantly lessen its intensity, as your logical brain begins to process what was previously an unconscious response. This reflective practice is not about getting stuck in the past, but about using it as a source of information. It's about becoming an emotional detective, piecing together clues to understand your own inner workings. This self-discovery process illuminates the path toward greater emotional mastery and resilience. Another important aspect is recognizing that some of our emotional responses might have been inherited or learned from observing others. If you grew up in a household where anger was the primary response to stress, you might have unconsciously adopted that pattern yourself. Similarly, if your caregiver's constantly worried, you might find yourself prone to anxiety, even in relatively calm situations. These are not necessarily direct experiences, but rather learned behaviors that become ingrained over time. We absorb these patterns through observation, often without conscious awareness, and they become part of our own emotional repertoire. Identifying these generational or environmental influences can be incredibly insightful, helping us understand that some of our default settings aren't truly our S. It provides an opportunity to consciously choose to break cycles and cultivate new, healthier emotional legacies for ourselves. This awareness is a powerful catalyst for personal transformation. Ultimately, understanding the role of past experiences isn't about finding excuses, it's about gaining clarity and compassion for ourselves. It's about acknowledging that our emotional wiring has been shaped by a lifetime of events, and that these patterns, while sometimes unhelpful, were often developed as a means of protection or survival. With this understanding, we can approach our emotional challenges not as flaws to be fixed, but as opportunities for growth and healing. This foundational knowledge empowers us to move beyond simply reacting to life and toward consciously creating the emotional freedom we desire. It provides the context needed to truly differentiate between immediate triggers and the deeper, underlying issues that often fuel our most intense emotional responses. This journey of self discovery is the cornerstone of cultivating a more peaceful and resilient inner world. Differentiating triggers from underlying issues. We've spent some time mapping out your common triggers, those everyday events or words that seem to instantly flip a switch in your emotional world. You now likely have a clearer picture of the external cues that reliably set off your reactions, whether it's a critical comment from a loved one, a sudden change in plans, or even just a challenging email at work. But here's where we need to dig a little deeper, moving beyond the surface level events to uncover what truly lies beneath. It's crucial to understand that a trigger, while potent, is often just the messenger, not the core problem itself. Think of it as a signal flare, illuminating something far more significant in your inner landscape. This distinction is not just academic, it's fundamental to achieving genuine emotional freedom and lasting peace. Without it, we risk perpetually playing whack-a-mole with symptoms instead of healing the root cause. Ignoring this difference can keep us trapped in cycles of reaction, never quite understanding why certain situations continue to hit us so hard. Embracing this deeper perspective is the next crucial step in mastering your emotional responses. Let's reinforce what a trigger truly is, in its simplest form. A trigger is typically an immediate, often sensory cue that activates a pre-existing emotional response within you. It could be a specific tone of voice that reminds you of a past argument, a particular smell that evokes a forgotten memory, or even a stressful deadline that reignites old anxieties about failure. These are the external stimuli, the observable events that initiate a cascade of feelings, thoughts, and even physical sensations within your body. They are the what that happens right before you feel overwhelmed, irritated, or deeply sad. Recognizing these external catalysts is the first vital step, as it helps you become aware of the precise moments your emotional equilibrium begins to shift. It's the spark that lights the fuse, but not the dynamite itself. Now, let's talk about the underlying issues, which are far more complex and often hidden beneath layers of past experiences and learned behaviors. These are the deeper emotional patterns, core beliefs, or unresolved wounds that make you particularly vulnerable to certain triggers in the first place. An underlying issue isn't the rude comment your boss made. It might be a deep-seated fear of inadequacy that the comment ignited. It isn't the traffic jam. It might be an unaddressed feeling of powerlessness or a need for control that the situation challenged. These issues are often rooted in your personal history, shaping how you perceive the world and react to its challenges. They are the deeply embedded blueprints that dictate how your emotional house is structured. Imagine your emotional system as a house, as we discussed previously. A trigger is like someone knocking loudly on your front door. It's an immediate, external stimulus that demands your attention. But why does that knock make your heart pound or send you scrambling to hide instead of just making you calmly answer? The reason often lies within the house itself. Perhaps you've had a series of past break-ins, or you learned as a child that unexpected knocks were always bad news. Those past experiences and the fear they instilled represent the underlying issue. The trigger merely activates that pre existing vulnerability, shining a light on where your emotional defenses are weakest or where old wounds haven't fully healed. It's the external event, revealing an internal landscape that needs tending. Understanding this fundamental difference is paramount because it shifts your focus from merely reacting to actively healing. If you only ever address the triggers, you're constantly trying to patch up leaks without ever fixing the faulty plumbing system in your emotional life. You might learn to avoid certain people or situations or develop quick coping mechanisms, but the core vulnerability remains untouched. This approach can lead to a constricted life where you're always on guard, trying to navigate a world full of potential emotional landmines. True emotional freedom comes not from successfully dodging every trigger, but from strengthening your inner resilience by addressing the underlying issues that give triggers their initial power. This deeper work is where lasting change truly begins. Consider a scenario where you frequently get anxious before public speaking, feeling your heart race and your palms sweat. The trigger, in this case, is the act of standing in front of an audience, the moment you step onto the stage. If you only focus on the trigger, you might try to avoid public speaking altogether, or rely heavily on deep breathing techniques right before a presentation. While these can offer temporary relief and are useful tools, they don't resolve the deeper reason why public speaking is so terrifying for you. The underlying issue might be a fear of judgment, a belief that you're not smart enough, or a past embarrassing experience that cemented a sense of inadequacy. Simply avoiding the stage doesn't dissolve these core beliefs, it merely prevents them from being activated, leaving the root untouched. So, how do you begin to uncover these deeper patterns and move beyond surface level reactions? The journey starts with compassionate self inquiry, a gentle yet persistent questioning of your own responses. When a trigger sets off a strong emotional reaction, pause and ask yourself, why does this bother me so much? Go beyond the immediate feeling of anger, sadness, or frustration. If you feel anger, ask, what is this anger really about? Is it about feeling disrespected, powerless, or unheard? If it's anxiety, question, what am I truly afraid of? Is it failure, rejection, or losing control? These questions are not meant to blame or shame you, but to serve as a flashlight, illuminating the deeper currents beneath the surface of your immediate reactions. This introspective process is your guide to understanding. Another powerful way to identify underlying issues is to look for recurring themes and disproportionate reactions across different situations. Do similar circumstances consistently evoke the same intense emotions, even when the external details vary significantly? For example, if both a critical boss and a dismissive partner trigger intense feelings of worthlessness, the underlying issue is likely a deeply ingrained sense of self-worth that is easily challenged, rather than just the specific actions of those individuals. When your reaction seems far more intense than what the trigger alone warrants, it's a strong indicator that something deeper is at play, resonating with a past experience or a core belief. These patterns are signposts pointing to your true emotional landscape. Often, these underlying issues are directly linked to past experiences, particularly those from childhood or significant traumatic events that shaped your early understanding of the world. Our brains are wired to learn from experience, and sometimes those lessons can create deeply embedded patterns that influence our adult reactions long after the original event has passed. A childhood where your opinions were constantly dismissed might lead to an adult who feels intense frustration and powerlessness when not heard, even in minor conversations. Understanding that these deep-seated patterns were often formed as a protective mechanism in the past can foster empathy for yourself, realizing that your current reactions, while perhaps unhelpful now, once served a crucial purpose. This awareness is a powerful first step towards change. Once you begin to identify these underlying issues, the path to genuine emotional freedom becomes much clearer and more actionable. It's no longer just about managing symptoms, but about healing the core wound that has been influencing your reactions. This might involve reevaluating old beliefs that no longer serve you, processing past experiences that still hold emotional weight, or developing new, healthier ways of responding to situations that once felt overwhelming. This deeper work is often more challenging than simply avoiding triggers, requiring courage and perseverance, but it is infinitely more rewarding. It leads to a profound sense of peace and resilience that no external event can easily shake, allowing you to truly take the steering wheel of your emotional life. To practically differentiate between triggers and underlying issues, dedicate specific time to journaling after a strong emotional reaction. Start by describing the trigger in detail: what happened, who was involved, where it occurred, and what specific sensory details you noticed. Then, meticulously explore your emotional response. What did you feel? What specific thoughts went through your mind? What physical sensations arose in your body? Crucially, then ask yourself these deeper questions. What belief about myself or the world did this trigger challenge? What old memory or fear does this remind me of? This structured reflection helps connect the dots between the immediate event and the deeper emotional landscape within you. While self reflection and journaling are incredibly powerful tools, some underlying issues can be deeply ingrained and difficult to navigate completely alone. If you find yourself consistently hitting a wall, feeling stuck, or if the underlying issues seem too overwhelming to confront by yourself, seeking support from a qualified therapist or counselor can be incredibly beneficial. These professionals are trained to help you gently uncover and process these deeper patterns in a safe and supportive environment, offering objective perspectives. They can provide specialized tools and insights that might be challenging to access on your own, guiding you through the healing process and helping you build lasting emotional resilience with expert care. There is immense strength in asking for help. Remember, the ultimate goal isn't to eliminate all triggers from your life. That's an impossible and unrealistic task in a complex, ever changing world. Instead, it's about building your inner resilience so that when triggers inevitably arise, they no longer have the power to derail you completely or send you spiraling. By addressing the underlying issues, you strengthen your emotional core, making you less susceptible to the immediate emotional hijack that used to consume you. You learn to observe the trigger without being consumed by the reaction, creating a crucial space for conscious choice rather than automatic reactive response. This profound shift from reactive avoidance to empowered resilience is the very essence of true emotional freedom and lasting inner peace. The alchemy of emotion, from negative to positive. We often label emotions as good or bad, don't we? It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that feelings like anger, fear, or sadness are inherently negative and something we should try to avoid or suppress. We might even feel guilty for experiencing them, wishing we could simply switch them off. This common perception leads many of us to believe that emotional freedom means living a life devoid of these uncomfortable sensations. But what if that perspective is actually holding us back from truly understanding and harnessing our inner world? Imagine a different approach, one where every emotion, no matter how challenging, holds a hidden purpose and a potential for growth. This journey isn't about eliminating difficult feelings, but about fundamentally changing your relationship with them. It's about recognizing that even the most unsettling emotions are natural signals, not enemies. This is where the concept of emotional alchemy comes into play. Just as ancient alchemists sought to transform base metals into gold, we can learn to transform seemingly negative emotions into powerful, positive forces. This isn't some mystical, unattainable feat. It's a practical skill rooted in understanding and conscious choice. It means looking beyond the immediate discomfort of an emotion and discovering the valuable message it carries. Instead of fighting against your feelings, you learn to work with them, redirecting their energy in constructive ways. This process isn't about denying what you feel, but about acknowledging it fully and then consciously steering its direction. Think of it as a sophisticated form of emotional recycling, where nothing is wasted and everything can be given a new, more beneficial purpose. It's about recognizing the raw power within each emotion and molding it into something truly impactful for your life. Every emotion at its core is simply energy in motion. It's a natural response from your body and mind, a signal system designed to help you navigate the world. When we label this energy as negative, we often shut down, becoming reactive rather than responsive. However, the type of energy is less important than what we do with it. A powerful current can either destroy or generate light, depending on how it's channeled. Similarly, the intense energy of an emotion like anger or fear isn't inherently destructive. Its potential depends entirely on your conscious engagement. By understanding that emotions are dynamic forces, not static prisons, we unlock the potential to guide them. This shift in perspective is foundational, allowing you to see yourself as the conductor of your emotional orchestra, rather than a mere audience member overwhelmed by the performance. The very first step in this alchemical process is simple yet profound: awareness. You cannot transform what you do not acknowledge. Often, when an uncomfortable emotion arises, our instinct is to push it away, distract ourselves, or numb the feeling. But suppressing emotions doesn't make them disappear. It merely forces them underground, where they can fester and erupt unexpectedly. Instead, true alchemy begins with pausing and noticing. What exactly are you feeling? Where do you feel it in your body? What thoughts are accompanying it? This mindful observation creates a crucial space between the emotion and your reaction to it. It's in this space that you gain the power to choose your response, rather than being swept away by an automatic reaction. This moment of recognition is like turning on a light in a dark room, making everything visible and manageable. Consider anger, for instance. It's an emotion frequently demonized, often leading to guilt or shame when experienced. However, anger is a powerful signal. It often tells us that a boundary has been crossed, an injustice has occurred, or a deeply held value has been violated. When we suppress anger, its energy can turn inward, leading to resentment, stress, or even physical ailments. But when channeled consciously, anger can be alchemized into incredible courage and assertiveness. It can fuel your resolve to stand up for yourself, to advocate for others, or to make necessary changes in your life. This isn't about lashing out. It's about using that potent energy to define what you will and will not tolerate, and then acting with conviction. It becomes a catalyst for positive action rather than a destructive outburst. Then there's fear, an emotion that can feel utterly paralyzing. We naturally want to avoid fear because it signals potential danger or loss. Yet fear also carries vital information. It highlights what we care about most, what we stand to lose, or where we feel vulnerable. Running from fear means running from opportunities for growth and deeper connection. Instead, by embracing fear, by acknowledging its presence, without letting it dictate your every move, you can transform it. The energy of fear, when understood, can be alchemized into resilience and a profound sense of courage. It can be the spark that encourages you to prepare, to learn, or to step outside your comfort zone, knowing that true bravery isn't the absence of fear, but acting in spite of it. This allows you to build strength and adaptability in the face of life's uncertainties. Anxiety, too, often feels like an unwelcome guest, a constant hum of worry that drains our energy and steals our peace. It's characterized by an overactive mind, constantly projecting into the future with what-if scenarios. While anxiety can certainly be debilitating, its underlying energy is often a misguided attempt to keep us safe or prepared. By learning to observe anxiety without judgment, we can begin to untangle its threads. Its restless energy, when skillfully managed, can be alchemized into focused attention and present moment awareness. Instead of letting it spiral into panic, you can use that heightened state to identify areas where you can take action, or simply return your focus to the here and now. This transformation helps you cultivate a deep inner calm, allowing you to respond thoughtfully rather than react frantically to life's demands. Finally, sadness and grief are perhaps the most profoundly uncomfortable emotions, often associated with loss and heartache. Our society sometimes encourages us to get over these feelings quickly, but true healing requires allowing them to run their course. The deep ache of sadness or the profound weight of grief, while intensely painful, are essential parts of our human experience. This energy, when honored and processed, can be alchemized into empathy, deeper connection, and profound personal growth. It teaches us about resilience, the preciousness of life, and the capacity of the human heart to mend and expand. By allowing ourselves to fully feel these emotions, we open the door to genuine healing, fostering compassion for ourselves and others, and cultivating a richer, more meaningful understanding of existence. It's crucial to understand that this alchemical process is not about denying your feelings or forcing yourself to be positive all the time. Such an approach is both unsustainable and unhealthy. Trying to plaster a smile over genuine pain or pretend that everything is fine when it clearly isn't bypasses the very signals your emotions are trying to send you. Instead, emotional alchemy is about radical acceptance of what is, coupled with a conscious intention to redirect the energy of that feeling. It's about acknowledging the validity of your emotional experience, giving it space, and then actively choosing how you want to respond and what you want to create from it. This distinction is vital for genuine emotional freedom, moving beyond superficial coping mechanisms to deep, lasting change. The good news is that this alchemy of emotion is not an innate talent reserved for a select few. It is a skill that can be learned, practiced, and refined by a war nyon. Just like learning to play an instrument or master a new language, it requires consistent effort and a willingness to explore your inner landscape. You won't become an emotional alchemist overnight, but with each conscious choice to observe, understand, and redirect your emotional energy, you strengthen these neural pathways. Each time you pause before reacting, each time you ask, "What is this emotion telling me?" you are honing your ability to transform. This journey is about building new habits of mind and heart, steadily increasing your capacity for emotional intelligence and self mastery. The rewards of mastering this emotional alchemy are profound and far reaching. Imagine a life where intense emotions no longer dictate your actions or overwhelm your peace. Instead, they become valuable guides, providing insights and fueling constructive change. You'll find yourself reacting less impulsively and responding more thoughtfully, even in challenging situations. This leads to greater inner calm, enhanced resilience, and a deeper sense of control over your own experience. Your relationships will improve as you become more adept at managing your own emotional responses and understanding those of others. Ultimately, this practice paves the way for genuine emotional freedom, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable ups and downs with grace, wisdom, and an unwavering sense of well being. As we journey through this book, we will delve deeper into the specific alchemy of various emotions. We'll explore practical strategies and concrete techniques for understanding anger, fear, anxiety, sadness, and grief, and precisely how to channel their potent energy into constructive forces. Each subsequent chapter will provide you with actionable tools to transform these experiences into courage, resilience, calm, and profound personal growth. By the end, you will possess a comprehensive toolkit for engaging with your emotions in a way that truly serves your highest self, moving you from feeling overwhelmed to empowered. Prepare to unlock the transformative power within your emotional landscape. Anger, channeling into courage and assertiveness. Anger, for many of us, feels like a volatile storm brewing inside, threatening to erupt and leave a trail of regret. It's that hot, uncomfortable flush that spreads through your chest, the clenching of your jaw, the rapid beating of your heart when something feels fundamentally wrong or unfair. We often perceive it as a negative, destructive force, something to be suppressed, or conversely, something that takes over completely, dictating our words and actions. Yet, what if we could see this powerful emotion not as an enemy, but as a raw, untamed energy that, when understood and guided, holds immense potential? This chapter isn't about eliminating anger, which is an impossible and unhealthy goal, but about transforming its often overwhelming intensity into something profoundly useful and empowering. At its core, anger is almost always a signal, a loud alarm bell ringing to alert us that a boundary has been crossed, an injustice has occurred, or a deeply held value has been violated. Think of it as your inner guardian, fiercely protective of what matters to you, even if its initial response is often clumsy or overwhelming. It's not inherently bad. The problem arises when we don't listen to its message or when we allow its intensity to hijack our rational thought and lead to actions we later regret. Understanding this fundamental purpose is the first crucial step in beginning to work with your anger, rather than constantly battling against it or letting it dictate your every move. Many of us have been taught to either lash out when angry or to bottle it up, neither of which serves us well in the long run. Lashing out often damages relationships and leaves us feeling ashamed, while bottling it up can lead to chronic stress, resentment, and even physical health issues. The true path to emotional freedom lies not in these extremes, but in learning to harness anger's potent energy, redirecting its force into constructive channels. Imagine if the heat and pressure of anger could be reframed as a powerful engine, ready to propel you forward with purpose, rather than an explosion waiting to happen. This shift in perspective is what allows us to begin transforming a seemingly negative emotion into a source of strength. The energy that fuels anger is incredibly robust, often more so than many other emotions. It's a surge of adrenaline, a heightened sense of awareness, a strong urge for something to change. Instead of letting this energy manifest as destructive rage or simmering resentment, we can consciously choose to channel it into courage. Courage isn't the absence of fear or anger, but the willingness to act despite those feelings, to move forward with conviction. When you feel that familiar surge of anger, ask yourself, what is this trying to tell me? What needs to be protected or changed here? This simple inquiry can be the bridge between reactive fury and purposeful action, illuminating a path to a more empowered response. This reframing allows us to see anger as a catalyst for assertiveness. Assertiveness is about standing up for yourself, expressing your needs, and defending your boundaries clearly and respectfully, without resorting to aggression or becoming a doormat. It's about finding your voice and using it effectively. When anger signals that something is wrong, assertiveness provides the framework to address it directly and constructively. It transforms the raw emotion into a clear message, empowering you to communicate your feelings and expectations in a way that is heard and respected, rather than dismissed or feared. The journey to channeling anger begins with self-awareness, specifically by identifying your triggers. What situations, words, or actions consistently ignite that spark of anger within you? Is it feeling disrespected, ignored, or taken advantage of? Does it stem from a sense of injustice or perhaps from feeling powerless? Pay close attention to the physical sensations that accompany the onset of anger: the tightness, the heat, the racing thoughts. Recognizing these early warning signs gives you a precious window of opportunity to intervene before the emotion escalates and takes over completely, allowing you to choose a different, more intentional response. Once you recognize the early signs, the next crucial step is to create a pause. This doesn't mean ignoring the anger or pushing it down. It means intentionally stepping back for a moment before reacting. This pause can be as simple as taking a deep breath, counting to 10, or even physically removing yourself from the immediate situation for a few minutes. This brief intermission creates space between the trigger and your response, allowing your rational mind to re-engage and providing you with the clarity needed to decide how you truly want to act. It's in this space that you regain control, preventing the emotional hijack that often leads to regrettable outbursts. With this newfound pause, you can begin to consciously direct the intense energy of anger towards assertiveness. Instead of shouting or withdrawing, consider what specific boundary has been violated or what specific need is not being met. How can you communicate this clearly and calmly? Assertiveness isn't about dominating others, but about respecting yourself enough to articulate your feelings and expectations. It's a powerful and dignified way to address conflict, ensuring your voice is heard without resorting to aggressive tactics that alienate others and leave you feeling drained. A key aspect of assertiveness, fueled by channeled anger, is the ability to set and maintain healthy boundaries. If anger arises because someone has overstepped a personal limit, it's a clear indication that a boundary needs to be reinforced or established. This might involve saying no to requests that overwhelm you, communicating expectations about how you wish to be treated, or protecting your time and energy. When you clearly define and uphold your boundaries, you teach others how to treat you, and you honor your own needs, preventing future situations that might trigger unmanaged anger. This proactive approach transforms anger from a reactive explosion into a protective shield. Effective communication is paramount when channeling anger into assertiveness. Instead of accusatory statements like, "You always make me angry," try using I statements that focus on your feelings and needs. I feel angry when specific action happens because impact on you, and I need desired outcome. This approach disarms defensiveness in others and clearly conveys your message without assigning blame. It opens a dialogue rather than shutting it down, allowing for problem solving and mutual understanding, ultimately strengthening your relationships and ensuring your perspective is genuinely heard. Beyond just communication, channeled anger can also propel you into constructive action. Perhaps your anger stems from a systemic injustice you observe in the world or a recurring problem in your workplace. Instead of letting that anger fester into cynicism, use its energy to research solutions, advocate for change, or develop strategies to address the issue. This transformation moves you from a passive recipient of circumstances to an active agent of change, allowing your anger to fuel your commitment to making a positive difference, whether in your personal life or in the broader community. It empowers you to tackle challenges head on. This shift from reactive anger to proactive courage and assertiveness is a continuous practice, not a one-time fix. It requires patience, self-compassion, and a willingness to observe your emotional patterns without judgment. Each time you feel anger begin to rise, you have an opportunity to practice these new skills, to pause, to identify the underlying message, and to choose an assertive, courageous response. Over time, these conscious choices build new neural pathways, making it easier to navigate challenging emotions with grace and efficacy, leading to a profound sense of inner control and peace. By mastering the art of channeling anger, you not only improve your own emotional well-being, but also enhance your relationships. When you can express your anger assertively and constructively, others are more likely to listen and respond positively, fostering deeper understanding and respect. It removes the fear of confrontation, replacing it with the confidence to address issues head on, creating an environment where problems are solved rather than allowed to fester. This newfound clarity in communication reduces misunderstandings and builds stronger, more authentic connections with those around you. Ultimately, transforming anger into courage and assertiveness is a liberation. It frees you from the cycle of feeling overwhelmed or controlled by your emotions, empowering you to use them as valuable tools for growth and self-advocacy. You discover that the very energy you once feared can become a wellspring of strength, this enabling you to stand firm in your values, protect your well-being, and navigate life's challenges with unwavering confidence. This journey unlocks a powerful sense of agency, allowing you to shape your experiences rather than simply react to them, leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Remember, this process is about evolution, not perfection. There will be moments when anger still feels overwhelming, when old patterns resurface, or when you don't respond exactly as you'd hoped. These are not failures, but valuable learning opportunities. Treat yourself with kindness, reflect on what happened, and recommit to practicing these strategies. Each intentional effort, no matter how small, strengthens your capacity to channel this powerful emotion, gradually transforming its potential for destruction into a force for constructive change and personal empowerment, making you more robust and resilient with every step. The journey of mastering anger is truly one of reclaiming your power. It's about understanding that the intense heat of this emotion isn't meant to burn you or those around you, but to forge you into a stronger, more courageous, and more assertive individual. By learning to listen to its signals, pause before reacting, and consciously direct its energy, you transform a potentially destructive force into a potent ally. This shift allows you to not only navigate conflict with greater ease, but also to live a life where your boundaries are respected, your needs are met, and your voice is heard, leading to profound emotional freedom. Fear, embracing vulnerability and resilience. Fear often feels like a heavy chain, binding us to what's comfortable and safe, preventing us from stepping into the unknown. We've all felt its icy grip, whether it's the jitters before a big presentation, the apprehension of starting something new, or the deeper dread of loss and uncertainty. This powerful emotion, while designed to protect us, can also become a significant barrier to living a full, authentic life. But what if we could shift our perspective, seeing fear not as an enemy to be avoided, but as a signal, a guide, or even a catalyst for growth? This section isn't about eradicating fear entirely. That's an impossible and perhaps even undesirable goal, but about learning to dance with it, to understand its rhythm, and ultimately, to leverage its energy for our benefit. Many of us spend a lifetime trying to outrun fear, to numb it, or to pretend it doesn't exist. We build walls around our hearts, avoid challenging situations, and silence our deepest desires, all in an effort to steer clear of that uncomfortable feeling. However, by doing so, we often inadvertently shrink our own world, limiting our experiences and opportunities for joy. Imagine a life where the presence of fear doesn't automatically mean retreat, but rather an invitation to explore the edges of your comfort zone, to discover strengths you didn't know you possessed. This fundamental shift in how we perceive fear is the first step toward embracing true emotional freedom. Vulnerability, a word often misinterpreted as weakness, is actually one of the most courageous acts we can undertake, especially when fear is present. To be vulnerable means to show up authentically, without guarantees, and to allow ourselves to be seen, even when it feels terrifying. It's the act of confessing a dream, admitting a mistake, or simply being open about how we truly feel. When we choose vulnerability in the face of fear, we are not dismissing our apprehension. Instead, we are acknowledging it and deciding to move forward anyway. This brave choice fosters deeper connections with others, and perhaps more importantly, with ourselves. Think about it. Every time you take a risk, no matter how small, you are practicing vulnerability. Sending that risky text, applying for a challenging job, or initiating a difficult conversation all require you to open yourself to an uncertain outcome. The fear is a natural part of that process, a reminder that something significant is at stake. By consciously leaning into these moments, rather than recoiling from them, we begin to chip away at the belief that vulnerability equals pain. Instead, we start to experience it as a pathway to genuine connection and self-acceptance, transforming fear into a stepping stone. Resilience, our ability to bounce back from adversity, is intrinsically linked to how we navigate fear. It's not about being fearless, but about developing the inner fortitude to face setbacks, disappointments, and rejections without being completely derailed. Every time we encounter a fearful situation and choose to engage with it, even if we stumble, we are building our resilience muscle. This muscle grows stronger not by avoiding challenges, but by confronting them, learning from the experience, and understanding that temporary discomfort is a small price to pay for long-term growth and peace of mind. Consider the metaphor of a tree standing firm in a storm. It doesn't avoid the wind and rain. Instead, it flexes and sways, drawing strength from its roots. Similarly, our resilience isn't about having an impenetrable shield against fear. It's about developing strong internal roots, our values, our self-worth, our coping strategies that allow us to bend without breaking. Each gust of fear, each moment of doubt, becomes an opportunity to test and reinforce these roots, preparing us for future challenges. This active engagement with fear is what truly fortifies our spirit. One practical way to begin embracing vulnerability and building resilience is through mindful awareness of your fear. Instead of instantly reacting or pushing the feeling away, try pausing and simply noticing what's happening in your body and mind. Where do you feel the fear? Is it a tightening in your chest, a knot in your stomach, or a racing heart? What thoughts are running through your head? This act of observation, without judgment, creates a small but significant space between you and your fear, allowing you to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. It's a powerful moment of reclaiming control. Another powerful strategy involves reframing your fearful thoughts. Often, our fears are fueled by worst-case scenarios and catastrophic predictions. Challenge these thoughts by asking yourself, is this truly likely to happen? Or what's another perspective on this situation? Sometimes, simply acknowledging the irrationality of a fear can lessen its grip. Furthermore, actively practice self-compassion during these moments. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling afraid, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend. This gentle approach helps to soothe the nervous system and fosters a sense of inner safety. Taking small, consistent steps toward what you fear is also crucial for building resilience. If public speaking terrifies you, don't aim to deliver a keynote address tomorrow. Instead, start by practicing in front of a mirror, then a trusted friend, then a small group. Each successful small step reinforces your belief in your ability to cope, gradually expanding your comfort zone. This incremental approach allows you to experience mastery over your fear in manageable doses, proving to yourself that you are capable of facing and overcoming challenges even when your heart is pounding. Remember, the goal isn't to become someone who never feels fear, but to become someone who can feel fear and still choose courage. It's about understanding that fear is a natural part of the human experience, a sign that you are pushing your boundaries and growing. By actively embracing vulnerability, practicing mindful awareness, reframing your thoughts, and taking small, consistent steps, you can transform your relationship with fear. You will discover that within its discomfort lies the incredible potential for deep resilience, profound personal growth, and ultimately, a more expansive and emotionally free life. Through this journey, you'll learn that the moments we feel most exposed are often the ones where we discover our deepest strengths. Vulnerability isn't about being weak, it's about being profoundly human and brave enough to show it. When we allow ourselves to be truly seen, fear loses much of its power, replaced by a quiet confidence that comes from knowing we can endure. This shift in perspective allows us to move from a place of constant defense to one of open hearted engagement with the world. Building resilience isn't a one time event, it's a continuous practice, like tending a garden. Some days, the weeds of doubt and apprehension might seem overwhelming, but with consistent effort and the right tools, you can cultivate a landscape of inner strength. Each time you face a fear, no matter the outcome, you are adding another layer of fortitude to your emotional foundation. These experiences, both big and small, contribute to a profound sense of self-trust, knowing that you possess the inner resources to navigate whatever life throws your way. Ultimately, transforming fear isn't about eliminating the feeling itself, but about changing your response to it. It's about recognizing that the surge of adrenaline can be channeled into focused energy, and the discomfort can be a signpost toward growth. By consciously choosing to lean into vulnerability and consistently practicing resilience, you empower yourself to move beyond the limitations fear once imposed. This journey leads to a life where your emotional reactions no longer dictate your choices, but instead become allies in your pursuit of genuine freedom and well-being. Imagine the possibilities that open up when fear no longer holds you captive. You might pursue that dream job, start that creative project, or finally have that important conversation. The world expands when your inner landscape becomes a place of strength and acceptance, rather than apprehension. This emotional freedom allows you to engage with life's rich tapestry, embracing its challenges and joys with an open heart and a resilient spirit. Truly living out the promise of a life where what once bothered you simply doesn't anymore. Anxiety, cultivating calm and present moment awareness. Anxiety often feels like a relentless internal alarm, constantly blaring warnings about potential dangers that may or may not exist. It's that familiar knot in your stomach, the racing thoughts that keep you up at night, or the pervasive sense of unease that colors your entire day, making even simple tasks feel overwhelming. This persistent state of worry can feel incredibly isolating, as if you're battling an invisible enemy within your own mind, desperately searching for a way to silence the noise. Many of us find ourselves caught in these cycles, wishing we could simply turn off the switch and experience a moment of genuine peace. This section isn't about eradicating anxiety entirely, which is a natural human emotion, but rather about learning to tend to it, to cultivate a deep sense of calm and a grounded presence that lessens its grip. Imagine what it would feel like if those anxious feelings didn't bother you quite so much, if you had a clear path to navigate them with grace and inner strength. We are going to explore practical ways to shift your relationship with anxiety, moving from feeling controlled by it to consciously choosing how you respond. Unlike fear, which typically responds to an immediate, tangible threat in the present moment, anxiety often pulls our minds into the future, creating elaborate narratives of what-if scenarios. Your thoughts might race ahead, constructing worst-case outcomes for everything from an upcoming meeting to a casual social gathering, long before either event actually takes place. This mental time travel prevents you from fully experiencing the here and now, trapping you in a perpetual state of anticipation and dread. It's as if your brain is constantly running a simulation of potential problems, exhausting your mental and emotional resources without offering any real solutions or safety. This future focused rumination keeps you from noticing the current reality, which is often perfectly safe and calm. Learning to recognize this pattern is the first step toward breaking free from its hold, allowing you to reclaim your attention and bring it back to where it truly belongs. The mental gymnastics of anxiety are often accompanied by a host of uncomfortable physical sensations that can feel just as overwhelming. You might notice your heart pounding, your breath becoming shallow and rapid, or a persistent tension settling in your shoulders, jaw, or stomach. Some people experience a churning gut, restless legs, or even a sudden wave of dizz. In essence, all symptoms of a nervous system stuck in overdrive. These bodily reactions are your system's way of preparing for a perceived threat, even when no actual danger is present, making you feel perpetually on edge. The mind and body are intricately connected, so when your thoughts are racing with worry, your physical self often follows suit, amplifying the overall distress. Understanding these physical cues can help you identify when anxiety is taking hold, giving you a chance to intervene before it escalates. Often, our attempts to solve anxiety involve an intense effort to control every variable of an uncertain future, which only deepens the cycle of worry. We might meticulously plan, overanalyze conversations, or try to predict every possible outcome, mistakenly believing that this mental vigilance will prevent bad things from happening. However, this relentless pursuit of control often leads to more exhaustion and frustration, because the future, by its very nature, remains inherently unpredictable. True control isn't found in foreseeing every possibility, but rather in mastering your own internal response to uncertainty and unexpected events. Trying to think your way out of anxiety is like trying to put out a fire with gasoline. It rarely works and often makes the flame burn hotter, keeping you trapped in a loop of mental effort that yields little peace. The most powerful antidote to this future-dwelling, control-seeking pattern is cultivating present-moment awareness, a practice that anchors your attention firmly in the here and now. When your mind is fully engaged with what is happening in this very moment, there is simply less room for anxious thoughts about what might happen. The present moment is often where true calm resides, even if the future still feels uncertain or challenging. By intentionally bringing your focus back to your immediate surroundings and experiences, you interrupt the anxious loop and create a space for peace to enter. This isn't about ignoring potential problems, but rather about choosing not to let them consume your current reality. It's a deliberate act of redirecting your mental energy from hypothetical worries to tangible experiences, allowing you to find stability amidst the chaos. One of the most immediate and accessible tools for cultivating calm is your breath, a powerful anchor that is always with you. When anxiety takes hold, our breathing often becomes shallow, rapid, and held high in the chest, inadvertently signaling to our nervous system that we are in danger. By consciously shifting to slower, deeper breaths that engage your diaphragm, you send a clear message to your body that you are safe and can relax. Try placing one hand on your belly and feeling it rise with each inhale and fall with each exhale, focusing on making your out-breath slightly longer than your in-breath. This simple practice can rapidly downregulate your nervous system, bringing your heart rate down and easing muscle tension. Even just a few minutes of intentional breathing can create a significant shift, pulling you out of your anxious mind and into a more grounded state of being. Beyond conscious breathing, other grounding techniques can help you quickly reconnect with the present moment when anxiety feels overwhelming. The 5-4-3-2-1 exercise is a fantastic example. Identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple sensory scan forces your mind to engage with your immediate environment, pulling it away from abstract worries. You can also simply focus on the feeling of your feet firmly planted on the ground, noticing the texture beneath them or the pressure points that connect you to the earth. These exercises aren't about denying your anxiety. Rather, they are about creating a temporary but powerful shift in your attention, demonstrating that you have the capacity to choose where your focus lies, even in challenging moments. Another transformative practice involves learning to observe your anxious thoughts without judgment, treating them like passing clouds in the sky rather than solid realities. Instead of immediately engaging with every worry or trying to argue with it, simply notice the thought as it arises, acknowledge its presence, and then allow it to drift by. This practice of mindful detachment helps you recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that observes them. When you stop identifying so strongly with every anxious narrative, you create a healthy distance, preventing the thoughts from spiraling into intense emotional distress. This doesn't mean you're suppressing them, but rather changing your relationship with them, understanding that thoughts are often just mental chatter, not necessarily truths or predictions of the future. Extending this present moment awareness into your daily life can build a stronger foundation for emotional resilience against anxiety. Try engaging in everyday activities with full attention rather than letting your mind wander. When you're eating, truly taste each bite, noticing the flavors, textures, and aromas. When you're walking, feel your feet on the pavement, observe the sights around you, and listen to the sounds of your environment. If you're talking to someone, practice active listening, focusing entirely on their words and expressions without planning your reply. These seemingly small acts of mindful engagement accumulate over time, strengthening your ability to stay grounded and present. The more you practice being fully immersed in the now, the less space there will be for anxious rumination to take hold. Ultimately, cultivating calm in the face of anxiety requires a radical acceptance of uncertainty, which is often the very thing our anxious minds resist most vehemently. We spend so much energy trying to predict and control every aspect of our lives, only to find that life rarely adheres to our meticulously crafted plans. True emotional freedom begins when we acknowledge that some things are simply beyond our control, and that's okay. Embracing this inherent unpredictability doesn't mean becoming passive. It means shifting your energy from futile attempts at control to building resilience and adaptability within yourself. When you stop fighting against the unknown, you release a tremendous amount of internal tension, allowing a more genuine sense of peace to emerge. This acceptance is not resignation, but a powerful act of self-liberation. As you navigate these techniques, remember to approach yourself with gentle self-compassion, especially when anxiety inevitably arises. It's easy to fall into the trap of self-criticism, chastising yourself for feeling anxious or for not getting over it fast enough. However, this harsh inner dialogue only adds another layer of stress, activating your nervous system further and making it harder to find calm. Instead, try offering yourself the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment, perhaps even placing a hand over your heart as a gesture of warmth and comfort. This compassionate self-talk helps to soothe your internal state, creating a safer space for you to process and release difficult emotions rather than intensifying them with self-blame. Building your personal calm toolkit is an ongoing journey, one that involves experimentation and consistent practice. Not every technique will resonate with everyone, and that's perfectly fine. The goal is to discover what truly helps you feel more grounded and at ease. Remember that cultivating calm and present moment awareness isn't a one-time fix, but a continuous commitment to nurturing your inner world, much like tending a garden. The more you integrate these practices into your daily life, the more naturally you'll be able to access a state of peace, even when life throws its inevitable curveballs. You possess an innate capacity for calm, and with these tools, you can consistently choose to strengthen that capacity, reclaiming your emotional freedom and living with greater presence and serenity. Sadness and grief, allowing for healing and growth. Sadness and grief are perhaps two of the most universally felt, yet often misunderstood, human experiences. From the quiet ache of a small disappointment to the profound emptiness left by a significant loss, these emotions touch every one of us at some point in our lives. Many people try to push these feelings away, viewing them as weaknesses or something to get over as quickly as possible. However, just like joy or excitement, sadness and grief are natural and necessary parts of our emotional landscape. They aren't meant to be avoided or suppressed, but rather to be acknowledged, understood, and ultimately allowed to guide us toward healing and growth. Embracing these deeper emotions is a powerful step on the path to true emotional freedom, allowing us to live more fully and authentically. In a world that often champions positivity and resilience above all else, there's a subtle yet pervasive pressure to quickly bounce back from heartache. We might hear well meaning advice like, don't cry, be strong, or it's time to move on, which can make us feel ashamed or inadequate for experiencing prolonged sadness. This societal narrative often implies that dwelling on sorrow is unproductive, or that expressing deep grief is a sign of weakness. Yet, this pressure to perform happiness can be incredibly damaging, creating an internal conflict where our natural emotional responses are deemed unacceptable. It pushes us to hide our true feelings, further isolating us during times when connection and understanding are most vital for our well-being and recovery. When we suppress sadness or grief, thinking we're being strong or protecting ourselves, we're actually doing the opposite. These emotions don't simply vanish. Instead, they often go underground, manifesting in other, more unhelpful ways. Unacknowledged sorrow can contribute to chronic anxiety, irritability, physical ailments like headaches or stomach issues, or even a general sense of numbness and disconnection from life. It's like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. The harder you push it down, the more energy it takes, and eventually it will spring back up, often with unexpected force. This avoidance strategy prevents us from truly processing what we've lost or what is hurting us, ultimately prolonging our suffering and hindering our ability to move forward with genuine peace. The crucial first step in navigating sadness and grief is to simply allow these emotions to exist without judgment. This doesn't mean wallowing in them indefinitely, but rather giving them the space and permission to be felt when they arise. Think of it as opening a door to an uncomfortable guest. You don't have to invite them to stay forever, but you also can't pretend they aren't there. By acknowledging, I feel sad, or I am grieving, we validate our internal experience and begin to disarm the power these feelings hold over us. This act of acceptance is a profound act of self-compassion, signaling to ourselves that our pain is valid and worthy of attention, paving the way for eventual release and healing. It's also important to understand that grief, in particular, is not a single event, but a complex, deeply personal process. While often associated with the death of a loved one, grief can arise from any significant loss: a broken relationship, the end of a career, a lost dream, a change in health, or even a shift in identity. This process rarely follows a neat, linear path. Instead, it often feels like waves, sometimes crashing with intense force, other times gently lapping at the shore. There will be good days and bad days, moments of unexpected joy interspersed with sudden pangs of sorrow. Recognizing grief as a dynamic and often unpredictable journey can help us be more patient and compassionate with ourselves, understanding that there's no right way or timeline for healing. When sadness or grief washes over us, it can manifest in countless ways, both emotionally and physically. You might experience a heavy sensation in your chest, a constant knot in your stomach, or a pervasive fatigue that makes even simple tasks feel monumental. Tears might flow freely, or you might find yourself feeling numb, as if your emotions have simply shut down. Some people notice changes in their appetite or sleep patterns, while others might feel a persistent ache or tension in their body. These physical sensations are not just in your head, they are your body's natural response to emotional pain, a testament to the deep connection between our minds and our physical selves. Acknowledging these manifestations can help us understand that our entire being is processing the experience. Allowing sadness to fully surface often leads to a natural release, which is a vital part of the healing process. Crying, for instance, is not a sign of weakness. It's a powerful physiological mechanism our bodies use to process and release emotional toxins. When we weep, our tears contain stress hormones and other byproducts of emotional distress, effectively cleansing both our bodies and our minds. Beyond tears, Simply acknowledging and expressing our sadness, whether through talking, writing, or creative outlets, can help dissipate its intensity. This act of emotional discharge, of letting the feelings move through us rather than getting stuck within us, is a profound form of self care that prevents these emotions from festering and causing further internal distress. During times of profound sadness or grief, practicing radical self compassion becomes absolutely essential. This means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and patience you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. Instead of criticizing yourself for feeling down or wishing you could just snap out of it, offer yourself gentle reassurance and acknowledge the difficulty of your experience. Give yourself permission to feel awful, to rest when you need to, and to scale back on responsibilities if possible. Self compassion isn't about self pity or avoiding responsibility. It's about recognizing your humanity, understanding that pain is an inevitable part of life, and responding to your own suffering with warmth and care rather than harsh judgment. One practical strategy for allowing sadness to heal is to intentionally create a safe space and time for your emotions. This isn't about wallowing, but about conscious processing. You might set aside 15 to 30 minutes each day to sit quietly, journal about your feelings, listen to melancholic music, or simply allow yourself to cry if tears come. During this designated time, give yourself full permission to feel whatever arises without trying to fix or change it. Afterwards, gently shift your focus back to other activities. This structured approach helps prevent emotions from overwhelming your entire day, while also ensuring they get the attention they need to be processed and integrated, rather than being pushed aside indefinitely. Connecting with others who understand and can offer genuine support is another cornerstone of navigating sadness and grief. While it can be tempting to isolate ourselves when we're hurting, sharing our feelings with trusted friends, family members, or a support group can be incredibly therapeutic. Verbalizing our emotions helps us to organize our thoughts, gain new perspectives, and feel less alone in our pain. It allows others to offer comfort, empathy, and practical help, reminding us that we are part of a larger community that cares. Remember, seeking support isn't a burden. It's a courageous act that strengthens our bonds with others and provides a vital lifeline during difficult times, fostering a sense of shared humanity. While incredibly painful, the journey through sadness and grief also holds immense potential for personal transformation and growth. When we allow ourselves to fully experience and process these difficult emotions, we often emerge with a deeper sense of empathy for others, a stronger internal resilience, and a clearer understanding of what truly matters in life. The experience of loss can strip away superficial concerns, forcing us to confront our values and priorities. This profound introspection can lead to a more authentic way of living, a greater appreciation for fleeting moments of joy, and a renewed sense of purpose. It's about finding meaning within the pain, allowing our hearts to expand even as they ache, ultimately leading to a more profound and enriched existence. Sadness, when embraced rather than resisted, can actually serve as a powerful catalyst for deeper connection, both with ourselves and with others. It reminds us of the preciousness of what we have or had and highlights the depth of our capacity to love. When we allow ourselves to feel our sorrow, we tap into a fundamental aspect of the human experience that connects us to every other person who has ever felt loss or disappointment. This shared vulnerability can foster incredible kindness and understanding, breaking down barriers and building bridges between people. It teaches us about compassion, not just for others, but for the tender parts of ourselves that hurt, leading to a more integrated and emotionally intelligent self. True healing from sadness and grief doesn't mean forgetting what was lost or pretending the pain never existed. Instead, it involves integrating the experience into the fabric of who you are, allowing it to become a part of your life story without consuming your present or future. It's about reaching a place of acceptance where you can remember with tenderness rather than being overwhelmed by raw agony. This acceptance isn't a passive surrender, but an active choice to acknowledge reality and find a way to carry the memory of what was while still moving forward. It allows you to honor the past without being trapped by it, creating space for new experiences and emotions to enter your life. Over time, you'll likely notice subtle but significant shifts in how sadness and grief manifest. The sharp, piercing pangs might soften into a duller ache, or the constant cloud might lift, allowing moments of sunshine to break through. You might find yourself smiling or laughing without feeling guilty, realizing that joy can coexist with remembrance. These changes don't signify that you've forgotten or gotten over your loss, but rather that your heart is slowly, gently learning to adapt and heal. The waves of emotion may still come, but they might be less frequent, less intense, and you'll find yourself better equipped to ride them out, understanding that they too will pass, leaving peace in their wake. Ultimately, the journey through sadness and grief, when approached with openness and self-compassion, becomes a profound lesson in emotional freedom. It teaches us that even the most difficult feelings have a purpose, and that by allowing them to move through us, we unlock a deeper capacity for resilience, empathy, and joy. Instead of fearing these emotions, we learn to trust their process, understanding that they are not enemies to be conquered, but messengers guiding us towards greater understanding and self-acceptance. What if, by truly allowing sadness and grief, they no longer bothered you in the overwhelming, consuming way they once did, but instead became pathways to a richer, more emotionally intelligent life? The art of emotional regulation. Many of us go through life feeling like passengers in our own emotional roller coaster, tossed and turned by every bump and dip along the way. We experience a sudden surge of anger, a wave of anxiety, or a deep sense of sadness, and it often feels like these powerful feelings are in the driver's seat, dictating our reactions and even our entire day. This constant surrender to our immediate emotional impulses can leave us feeling exhausted, out of control, and perpetually overwhelmed. But what if there was a way to step off that roller coaster, or at least learn to steer it with a steady hand? This is where the profound and incredibly liberating concept of emotional regulation comes into play, offering a path to reclaim your inner peace and guide your emotional journey with intention. It's not about stifling what you feel, but rather understanding and skillfully managing those feelings so they don't overpower your well-being. This art allows you to observe your emotional landscape without being consumed by its storms, fostering a sense of calm even amidst chaos. To truly grasp emotional regulation, it's crucial to understand what it isn't. It's not about stuffing down your feelings, pretending they don't exist, or forcing yourself to be happy when you're genuinely upset. Such suppression often backfires, causing emotions to fester and erupt later with even greater intensity, much like a shaken soda can. Instead, emotional regulation is the conscious process of influencing which emotions you have, when you have them, and how you experience and express them. It's about developing a sophisticated internal toolkit that allows you to acknowledge your feelings without letting them run wild and dictate your every move. This nuanced approach empowers you to respond thoughtfully to situations rather than reacting impulsively, creating space for clearer judgment and more constructive outcomes. It's a proactive stance towards your inner life, giving you agency over your emotional state. Think about those moments when something truly bothers you: a rude comment, a frustrating setback, or an unexpected change of plans. For many, the immediate reaction is often a cascade of negative thoughts and feelings, spiraling into rumination or heightened anxiety. The core premise of this book, What If It Didn't Bother You, isn't about becoming indifferent or emotionless, but about cultivating the skill to choose your response to these triggers. It's about building an inner fortress, not to keep emotions out, but to process them effectively and prevent them from overwhelming your peace. This conscious choice empowers you to stand firm against the tides of external events, allowing you to maintain your equilibrium regardless of what life throws your way. You learn to observe the disturbance without becoming the disturbance, making a profound shift from victim to master of your emotional experience. Many of us have felt that familiar sensation of being completely hijacked by our emotions, where a minor annoyance can escalate into a full-blown crisis in our minds. For chronic overthinkers, individuals prone to anxiety, or those who identify as highly sensitive, this experience can be a daily reality, making it feel impossible to break free from cycles of stress and negative thinking. We might replay conversations endlessly, catastrophize future events, or dwell on past mistakes, all while our emotional state deteriorates. These patterns are not signs of weakness. Rather, they highlight a need for specific, actionable strategies to navigate our inner worlds more effectively. Recognizing these deeply ingrained habits is the first courageous step toward understanding that change is not only possible but within your reach, offering a pathway to reclaim control. It's vital to remember that emotions, even the uncomfortable ones, serve important purposes. Fear warns us of danger, anger signals boundaries crossed, and sadness, LPS, U.S. process loss. The goal of emotional regulation is never to eliminate these natural human experiences, but rather to gain mastery over their intensity and duration. Instead of letting anger consume you for hours, you learn to acknowledge it, understand its message, and then skillfully release its grip before it causes harm. This isn't about being positive all the time, which is an unrealistic and unhelpful expectation, but about developing a healthy relationship with your entire emotional spectrum. When you can consciously manage your emotions, you unlock the ability to harness their constructive power while minimizing their destructive potential, transforming them into allies instead of adversaries. The journey to mastering emotional regulation is truly an art form, much like learning to play a musical instrument or paint a masterpiece. It requires consistent practice, patience, and a willingness to experiment with different techniques until you find what resonates best with you. There's no single magic bullet, but rather a collection of skills that, when honed, allow you to navigate the intricate landscape of your inner world with grace and precision. Just as a painter learns to blend colors or a musician masters scales, you'll learn to identify your emotional triggers, understand your habitual responses, and consciously choose more adaptive ways of being. This artistic pursuit isn't about perfection. It's about continuous growth and refinement, celebrating each small step forward in your emotional development. The benefits of cultivating this art extend far beyond simply feeling better in the moment. They ripple through every aspect of your life. Imagine approaching challenging situations with a newfound sense of calm, making clearer decisions without the fog of intense emotions, and communicating more effectively in your relationships because you're not reacting from a place of overwhelm. Emotional regulation builds genuine resilience, equipping you to bounce back from setbacks more quickly and confront adversity with greater strength. It fosters deeper self-awareness, allowing you to understand your own needs and boundaries with clarity. Ultimately, this mastery leads to more fulfilling connections, a profound sense of inner peace, and the confidence to live a life guided by your values rather than your volatile feelings. Embarking on this journey of emotional regulation might seem daunting at first, especially if you've spent years feeling at the mercy of your emotions. However, rest assured that the tools and techniques we are about to explore are practical, actionable, and designed to be integrated into your daily life with consistent effort. This isn't theoretical philosophy. It's a hands-on guide to transforming your internal experience from one of chaos to one of calm. We'll break down complex ideas into simple, manageable steps, providing you with a clear roadmap to navigate your emotional landscape. Think of this as your personal training manual for building emotional strength and agility, empowering you to become the architect of your inner world. One of the most powerful initial steps in this process involves creating a crucial pause between an event and your automatic reaction. Often, our emotional responses are so immediate and ingrained that we don't even realize we have a choice in how we react. This pause isn't about avoiding the emotion. It's about consciously inserting a brief moment of space, a tiny window of opportunity, right when an emotion begins to surface. Within this fleeting moment, you gain the power to observe the feeling without immediately being swept away by it, allowing you to then decide on a more intentional and constructive response. This simple yet profound practice is the cornerstone of all emotional freedom, empowering you to break free from autopilot reactions and step into mindful engagement. Following the cultivation of this vital pause, we'll delve into the transformative power of mindfulness techniques, which serve as essential tools for achieving emotional stability. Mindfulness isn't about emptying your mind or sitting cross legged for hours. It's about bringing a gentle, non judgmental awareness to the present moment, including your thoughts and feelings. By practicing mindfulness, you learn to observe your emotions as they arise, noticing their physical sensations, their intensity, and their transient nature, without getting entangled in their narrative. This detached observation allows you to create a healthy distance from overwhelming feelings, preventing them from spiraling out of control. It's like watching clouds pass in the sky. You see them, you acknowledge their presence, but you don't become the cloud itself. As you become more adept at pausing and observing your emotions through mindfulness, the next powerful strategy we will explore is cognitive reframing. This technique involves consciously challenging and changing the way you perceive a situation or a thought, essentially shifting your perspective to one that is more helpful or balanced. For example, instead of seeing a challenge as an insurmountable obstacle that triggers panic, you might reframe it as an opportunity for growth and learning. Cognitive reframing doesn't deny the reality of a situation, but it empowers you to choose a lens through which you view it, thereby altering your emotional response. It's a deliberate mental exercise that allows you to break free from habitual negative thought patterns and cultivate a more resilient outlook. Ultimately, the art of emotional regulation is about empowering you to become the conscious architect of your inner landscape, rather than a passive inhabitant. It's a journey towards genuine emotional freedom, where you are no longer at the mercy of every fleeting feeling or external event. By diligently practicing these strategies, developing a pause, embracing mindfulness, and mastering cognitive reframing, you will build an unshakable foundation for lasting peace and resilience. This isn't about avoiding life's challenges, but about equipping yourself with the profound ability to navigate them with composure, wisdom, and an unwavering sense of self. Prepare to transform your relationship with your emotions and unlock a more empowered, peaceful, and fulfilling life. Developing a pause between stimulus and response. Have you ever found yourself saying or doing something in the heat of the moment, only to immediately regret it? It's a common experience, almost universally understood, where our emotions seem to take the driver's seat, steering us toward reactions we later wish we could retract. This rapid, often impulsive response to situations is a deeply ingrained human pattern, one that frequently leaves us feeling overwhelmed, frustrated, and even trapped by our own emotional reactivity. We might lash out in anger, retreat in fear, or become paralyzed by anxiety, all before our conscious mind has a chance to catch up and offer a different path. This automatic cycle can feel like a relentless current, pulling us further from the calm and control we desperately seek in our daily lives. Yet, within this whirlwind of immediate reactions, there exists a profound opportunity for change, a tiny, powerful space that holds the key to emotional freedom. This space is the pause between a stimulus and your response. It's not about suppressing your feelings or pretending things don't affect you, but rather about creating a conscious gap, a moment of intentional deliberation before you act or speak. In this often overlooked interval lies your power to choose, to decide how you will show up in the face of life's challenges, rather than simply being carried along by the tide of your initial impulse. This pause is where true emotional mastery begins to take root, allowing you to reclaim ownership of your inner world. Our brains are incredibly efficient, wired for survival, and often prioritize speed over deliberation, especially when faced with perceived threats or strong emotional triggers. This means that our default mode is often to react without much thought, relying on well-worn neural pathways that have been reinforced over years of habit. Think of it like a reflex. Touch something hot, and your hand pulls away instantly. While this quick response is vital for physical safety, it can be detrimental when applied to complex emotional or social situations. We've become so accustomed to these automatic responses that we rarely even notice the possibility of inserting a moment of conscious thought, letting ancient programming dictate our modern-day reactions. The cost of not cultivating this pause can be substantial, manifesting in various forms of distress and regret. Without it, we often find ourselves caught in cycles of overthinking, anxiety, and heightened sensitivity, where every minor inconvenience feels like a major crisis. Relationships suffer from impulsive words or actions, opportunities are missed due to fear, and a pervasive sense of being out of control can settle in. For chronic overthinkers and those prone to anxiety, this lack of a deliberate pause can amplify negative thought spirals, making it incredibly difficult to break free from the very patterns that cause so much suffering. It's a direct pathway to feeling perpetually bothered by things that, with a little space, might not have to hold such sway. However, when you consciously insert that pause, something truly transformative happens. You move from being a passenger in your emotional journey to becoming the driver, capable of steering your reactions in a direction that serves your highest good. This moment of intentional breathing room allows you to access your higher level thinking, to consider your values, and to choose a response that aligns with the person you want to be, rather than the person your automatic reactions dictate. It transforms potential regret into thoughtful action, allowing you to respond with wisdom and intention, fostering a profound sense of self respect and inner peace. This is the essence of emotional freedom, the ability to choose your internal experience. Understandably, developing this pause won't feel natural or easy at first. It's a skill, much like learning to ride a bike or play a musical instrument, and it requires consistent practice. Initially, it might feel awkward, slow, or even forced, as you actively work against years of ingrained habits and rapid fire reactions. You might find yourself still reacting impulsively sometimes, only recognizing the missed opportunity for a pause moments later. This is perfectly normal and part of the learning process, so approach yourself with kindness and patience. The goal isn't immediate perfection, but rather the gradual cultivation of a new, empowering habit that will profoundly reshape your emotional landscape over time. To begin, the simplest and most powerful first step is to cultivate awareness. Start by merely noticing when a stimulus arises and when your automatic response begins to surface. This isn't about stopping the reaction, but simply observing it as if from a distance. For instance, if you hear a sharp criticism, notice the immediate tightening in your chest or the flush of anger rising. The act of noticing itself creates a tiny crack in the wall of automaticity, a small space where the pause can begin to form. This mindful observation is the bedrock upon which all further emotional regulation techniques are built, pulling you out of autopilot and into the present moment. Our bodies often serve as incredible early warning systems, offering vital clues about our emotional state long before our minds fully process what's happening. Pay close attention to these physical sensations that accompany strong emotions: a clenching jaw, a knot in your stomach, rapid breathing, or tension in your shoulders. These physiological shifts are not just symptoms, they are signals, indicators that an automatic reaction is brewing beneath the surface. By tuning into these bodily cues, you can intercept the emotional cascade earlier, using these physical sensations as anchors to ground yourself and initiate the pause before the impulse takes full control. Once you've noticed the stimulus and the accompanying physical and emotional sensations, the next crucial step is to simply acknowledge the emotion without judgment. Instead of immediately trying to push it away, analyze it, or label it as good or bad, simply recognize its presence. You might quietly say to yourself, "I am feeling frustration right now," or "This is anxiety." This act of non-judgmental acknowledgement creates further space, allowing the emotion to be present without dictating your immediate response. It's like observing a cloud in the sky. You see it, you recognize it, but you don't feel compelled to jump on it or make it disappear. One of the most immediate and effective tools for creating this vital pause is the conscious breath. When you feel that surge of emotion or the impending automatic reaction, deliberately take a deep, slow breath. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling your belly expand, hold it for a count, and then slowly exhale through your mouth. This simple act physically interrupts the stress response, slows your heart rate, and signals to your nervous system that you are safe. It provides a tangible, accessible moment to reset, giving your conscious mind a precious fraction of a second to re-engage and choose a more thoughtful, aligned response. As you become more adept at inserting this initial pause, you can begin to expand it by cultivating genuine curiosity about your inner experience. Instead of just reacting, ask yourself, what is this feeling trying to tell me? Or, what do I truly need in this moment? This shift from a reactive stance to an investigative one empowers you, moving you away from being a victim of your emotions and towards becoming an active participant in your emotional life. This deeper inquiry allows you to uncover underlying needs or fears, transforming the pause into a rich opportunity for self discovery and conscious decision making, rather than just a momentary delay. The consistent practice of developing this pause will gradually transform your default reactions, leading to profound and lasting benefits in your life. You'll find yourself less easily bothered by external events, more resilient in the face of setbacks, and capable of navigating challenging situations with a newfound sense of calm and composure. This mastery over your emotional responses will not only reduce your stress and anxiety, but also foster more fulfilling relationships and a deeper sense of well being. It's a journey towards genuine emotional freedom, where you are no longer at the mercy of your impulses, but rather the architect of your inner peace. Remember, the path to emotional freedom through the pause is a continuous journey, not a one time destination. There will be moments when old habits resurface, and you might find yourself reacting automatically despite your best intentions. These instances are not failures, but simply opportunities to practice self compassion, learn from the experience, and recommit to your practice. Each conscious pause, no matter how small, is a victory, building your emotional muscle and paving the way for a more thoughtful, empowered, and peaceful life. Be patient with yourself, celebrate your progress, and trust that with consistent effort, you are steadily reclaiming control of your inner world. Mindfulness techniques for emotional stability. After learning to create that crucial pause between what happens and how you react, the next powerful step involves cultivating emotional stability through mindfulness. Think of mindfulness as a special kind of attention. It's about being fully present in the moment, noticing your thoughts, feelings, and body sensations without judgment. This isn't about clearing your mind completely, which can feel impossible sometimes. Instead, it's about observing what's already there with a calm curiosity. When you practice mindfulness, you're essentially training your mind to stop getting swept away by every wave of emotion or every nagging thought. It helps you see your inner world more clearly, giving you the space you need to choose your response rather than just reacting on autopilot. This practice empowers you to become an observer of your own experience rather than a prisoner of it, fostering a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. One of the simplest yet most effective mindfulness techniques starts with your breath. Find a quiet spot where you can sit comfortably, close your eyes if you wish, and just bring your attention to the feeling of your breath moving in and out of your body. Notice the gentle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen, the sensation of air entering and leaving your nostrils. There's no need to try and breathe in a special way. Simply observe your natural rhythm. Your mind will undoubtedly wander, pulling you into thoughts about your day or worries about the future. When you notice this happening, gently guide your attention back to your breath, without criticizing yourself. This repeated act of returning to the breath is like a workout for your attention muscle, strengthening your ability to stay grounded and present. Another foundational practice is the body scan meditation, which helps you become more aware of physical sensations and how they connect to your emotions. Begin by lying down or sitting comfortably and bring your awareness to the top of your head. Slowly, systematically, move your attention down through each part of your body: your face, neck, shoulders, arms, torso, legs, and feet. As you focus on each area, notice any sensations present, whether it's warmth, tingling, tension, or relaxation. You don't need to change anything, just observe. Often, our emotions manifest as physical sensations, like a tight knot in our stomach when we're anxious, or tension in our shoulders when we're stressed. By scanning your body, you can identify these physical cues, giving you valuable insight into your emotional state before it becomes overwhelming. Mindfulness isn't just about formal meditation, it's also about bringing mindful awareness into your everyday activities. Take mindful walking, for example. Instead of rushing from one place to another, pay attention to the sensation of your feet touching the ground, the rhythm of your steps, and the movement of your body. Notice the sights, sounds, and smells around you without getting lost in judgment or analysis. Similarly, you can practice mindful eating by truly savoring each bite, noticing the textures, flavors, and smells of your food. Even simple chores like washing dishes can become opportunities for mindfulness if you focus entirely on the warm water, the feel of the soap, and the action of cleaning. These small moments of presence throughout your day accumulate, building a stronger foundation for emotional stability. When you practice mindfulness, you'll inevitably encounter distracting thoughts and strong emotions. It's important to remember that this is a normal part of the process, not a sign of failure. Instead of fighting these distractions, try to observe them with a sense of detachment. Imagine your thoughts as clouds passing across the sky or leaves floating down a stream. You can see them, acknowledge their presence, but you don't have to grab onto them or follow them wherever they go. This practice teaches you that you are not your thoughts or your emotions. You are the awareness that observes them. This distinction is incredibly liberating, as it allows you to experience intense feelings without becoming consumed by them, helping you maintain your emotional balance. Cultivating emotional stability through mindfulness also involves developing a compassionate attitude towards yourself. There will be days when your mind feels particularly busy or when emotions feel too intense to simply observe. On these days, instead of getting frustrated, offer yourself kindness. Acknowledge that this is challenging and that it's okay to feel whatever you're feeling. Self compassion is a powerful ally in mindfulness, allowing you to approach your inner experiences with gentleness rather than harsh self criticism. Remember, mindfulness is a practice, not a performance. There's no perfect way to do it, only a continuous process of learning and growing. The consistent practice of these techniques offers profound benefits beyond just temporary calm. Over time, mindfulness actually changes your brain, strengthening areas associated with attention, emotional regulation, and self awareness. You'll likely find yourself less reactive to triggers that once sent you spiraling and more capable of responding thoughtfully rather than impulsively. This increased emotional resilience means that when life inevitably throws challenges your way, you'll have a stronger internal anchor to help you navigate the storm without being completely capsized. It's like building a sturdy emotional foundation, allowing you to weather difficult situations with greater grace and inner strength, truly embodying emotional freedom. Starting small is key when integrating mindfulness into your life. You don't need to commit to an hour of meditation right away. Even 5 to 10 minutes of focused breathing or a quick body scan can make a significant difference. Try setting a daily reminder on your phone to take a few mindful breaths during a busy moment or to consciously observe your senses during a meal. The goal is consistency, not perfection. Regular, short practices are far more effective than sporadic, lengthy ones. Gradually, as you become more comfortable and notice the positive shifts in your emotional state, you might naturally want to extend your practice, making it a sustainable and enriching part of your daily routine. As you become more adept at observing your inner landscape through mindfulness, you'll discover an incredible power: the ability to choose how you interpret your experiences. This practice creates the mental space needed to step back from an automatic negative reaction and consider alternative perspectives. Instead of being immediately overwhelmed by a challenging situation, you can use your heightened awareness to pause, breathe, and then consciously decide how you want to frame what's happening. This isn't about denying your feelings, but rather about preventing them from dictating your entire reality. Mindfulness lays the groundwork for a deeper, more intentional engagement with your thoughts and emotions, preparing you for the next step of actively reshaping your perspective. Ultimately, mindfulness is about cultivating a deeper connection with yourself and the present moment, which naturally leads to greater emotional stability. By consistently practicing these techniques, you're not just managing your emotions, you're transforming your relationship with them. You learn that feelings, even difficult ones, are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. This understanding allows you to greet them with less fear and more acceptance, empowering you to move through life with a sense of calm and control. The journey of mindfulness is a continuous one, offering endless opportunities to deepen your awareness and strengthen your inner peace, truly guiding you toward a life where things simply don't bother you as much. Cognitive reframing, changing your perspective. After developing the crucial skill of pausing between a stimulus and your reaction and grounding yourself through mindfulness, the next powerful step on your journey to emotional freedom is cognitive reframing. This isn't about ignoring your feelings or pretending everything is fine when it's not. Instead, it's a highly effective technique for concisely shifting the way you interpret situations, thoughts, and even your own emotions. Think of it as changing the lens through which you view the world, allowing you to see challenges not as insurmountable obstacles, but as opportunities for growth or simply as neutral events. Our minds are incredibly active, constantly making sense of what's happening around us and within us. However, sometimes our interpretations can become skewed, especially if we're prone to overthinking or anxiety. We might automatically jump to the worst case scenario, personalize events that have nothing to do with us, or catastrophize minor setbacks into major disasters. These automatic, often negative thought patterns can trap us in cycles of stress and worry, making even small daily occurrences feel overwhelming. Cognitive reframing offers a way to break free from these self-imposed prisons of thought. It teaches us that while we can't always control what happens to us, we absolutely can control how we choose to think about it. The goal is to identify these unhelpful or distorted thoughts and then consciously challenge and replace them with more balanced, realistic, and ultimately more helpful perspectives. This process empowers you to take back control of your inner narrative rather than letting it dictate your mood and actions. The first step in reframing is simply becoming aware of your thoughts. Just like with mindfulness, you learn to observe your internal dialogue without immediate judgment. Notice when a thought pops up that makes you feel anxious, angry, or sad. For example, if you make a small mistake at work, do you immediately think, "I'm so incompetent, I'm going to get fired"? Or if a friend doesn't text back right away, does your mind jump to, "They're mad at me, they don't like me anymore"? Once you've caught a negative thought, the next crucial step is to question its validity. Ask yourself, is this thought 100% true? Is there any evidence to support it? Or is it just an assumption? Are there other ways to look at this situation? Often, when we hold our thoughts up to the light of scrutiny, we realize they're not as solid or factual as they first appeared. They are simply interpretations, not necessarily objective truths. After questioning, actively seek out alternative perspectives. If your initial thought was, "I'm going to fail this presentation," how else could you view it? Perhaps this presentation is a chance to learn and grow, or "I've prepared well and I will do my best." Instead of "they're ignoring me," try "my friend is probably busy," or "I'll reach out again later." This isn't about forced positivity. It's about finding a more neutral or constructive explanation that aligns better with reality and serves your well-being. Let's consider a common scenario. You receive constructive criticism at work. Your initial, unhelpful thought might be, "I'm terrible at my job. I can't do anything right." This thought triggers feelings of shame and demotivation. Through reframing, you'd first notice that thought. Then you'd question it. Is one piece of feedback truly proof that you're terrible at your job? Probably not. Finally, you'd reframe it. This feedback is an opportunity to improve my skills, or my boss sees potential in me and wants me to develop. Another example might be encountering an unexpected traffic jam on your commute. The automatic reaction for many is frustration and anger. "This is going to ruin my whole day." Reframing would involve acknowledging the frustration, but then consciously shifting the perspective. You might think, "This is an unplanned moment to listen to that podcast I've been meaning to." Or, "It's out of my control, so I'll use this time to just breathe and relax." This small shift can make a huge difference in your emotional state. By consistently practicing cognitive reframing, you begin to rewire your brain's habitual responses. You'll find yourself less reactive to minor stressors, and more capable of navigating significant challenges with a clearer head. This isn't about becoming emotionless, it's about gaining mastery over your emotional responses, allowing you to feel emotions without being consumed by them. It builds resilience and fosters a more optimistic and proactive approach to life. The beauty of this technique lies in its power to transform your relationship with your own mind. You move from being a passenger in your thoughts to becoming the thoughtful driver. This journey requires patience and consistent effort, as deeply ingrained thought patterns don't disappear overnight. But with each conscious reframe, you chip away at the old habits, building new, healthier ones, and paving the way to genuine emotional freedom and a profound sense of inner peace. Embracing cognitive reframing means actively choosing how you want to experience your life, rather than being at the mercy of your automatic mental chatter. It's a powerful tool that, when combined with mindfulness and the practice of pausing, gives you the agency to shape your emotional landscape. This ability to consciously change your perspective is not just a coping mechanism, it's a fundamental shift in how you engage with the world, leading to a more empowered and fulfilling existence. Understanding stress, your body's signals. Stress, in its simplest form, is your body's way of telling you something needs attention. It's a natural built-in alarm system designed to protect us from danger, a primal response honed over millennia. While our ancestors faced saber-toothed tigers, we navigate traffic jams, looming deadlines, and endless to-do lists, yet our bodies often react with the same ancient mechanisms. This isn't a sign of weakness, but rather a powerful biological system at work, constantly scanning the environment for perceived threats, big or small. Understanding these fundamental signals is the very first step toward reclaiming your peace and truly mastering your emotional world. Without this awareness, you're constantly reacting to a system you don't even fully comprehend, leaving you feeling overwhelmed and out of control. Many of us walk around with a low hum of stress, so accustomed to its presence that we mistake it for our normal state. We might shrug off persistent fatigue, a tight jaw, or a churning stomach as just how I am, never connecting these subtle cues to the underlying pressure we're experiencing. This unconscious accumulation of tension can eventually lead to a breaking point, making us feel suddenly blindsided by anxiety or burnout. Our bodies are incredibly communicative, constantly sending us messages, but often we've simply forgotten how to listen, or perhaps we've never been taught to interpret their language. Learning to tune into these internal signals is like learning a new language, one that offers profound insights into your well-being. One of the clearest ways stress manifests is through physical signals, which are often the loudest cries for help from your body. You might notice a persistent tension in your shoulders, a dull ache behind your eyes, or an inexplicable clenching in your jaw. Headaches become more frequent, your stomach might feel uneasy, or you could experience digestive issues that seem to appear out of nowhere. These aren't random occurrences. They are direct physical responses to the internal pressure your system is under. Your muscles tightening, your organs reacting to the rush of stress hormones. Paying attention to where and how your body holds tension is a crucial diagnostic tool for your inner state. Beyond the obvious aches, stress can trigger more subtle, yet equally impactful, physical changes. Your heart might race even when you're sitting still, or you might find yourself taking shallow, rapid breaths without realizing it. Many people experience persistent fatigue, a heavy exhaustion that no amount of sleep seems to cure because their bodies are constantly on high alert. You might also notice changes in your sleep patterns, either struggling to fall asleep, waking up frequently, or feeling unrested even after a full night. These physiological shifts are your body's way of mobilizing resources for a perceived threat, keeping you in a state of readiness that, over time, becomes incredibly draining. Emotionally, stress can paint a vivid, often unsettling picture of your inner landscape. You might find yourself feeling unusually irritable, snapping at loved ones over minor issues, or experiencing sudden, intense mood swings. A pervasive sense of anxiety or dread can settle in, making it hard to relax or enjoy moments of peace. You might feel overwhelmed by tasks that once seemed manageable, or become tearful more easily than usual, as your emotional reserves are depleted. These heightened emotional responses are not a sign of weakness, but rather an indication that your nervous system is overloaded, struggling to regulate the intense feelings that accompany prolonged stress. Mentally, stress can create a chaotic storm within your mind, making clear thinking feel like an impossible feat. You might struggle with concentration, finding it difficult to focus on tasks or remember simple details, as if your brain is constantly buzzing. Overthinking becomes a default mode, replaying scenarios or worrying about future events endlessly, without ever reaching a resolution. Negative thought spirals can take hold, amplifying anxieties and making challenges seem insurmountable, trapping you in a cycle of self doubt. This mental fog and constant rumination are direct results of your brain being flooded with stress hormones, impairing its ability to process information calmly and rationally. Our behavior also shifts noticeably under the weight of stress, often without us even realizing it. You might find yourself withdrawing from social activities you once enjoyed, preferring solitude over connection, as if the effort of interaction is too much to bear. Changes in appetite are common, whether it's overeating for comfort or losing interest in food altogether. Some people turn to unhealthy coping mechanisms, such as excessive screen time, alcohol, or other substances, seeking temporary escape from uncomfortable feelings. Recognizing these shifts in your daily habits and interactions can provide powerful clues about the level of stress you're currently managing, prompting you to seek healthier alternatives. At the core of these stress signals lies the ancient fight or flight response, a survival mechanism hardwired into our biology. When your brain perceives a threat, whether it's a real physical danger or a looming deadline, your sympathetic nervous system kicks into high gear. This system instantly floods your body with hormones like adrenaline and cortisol, preparing you to either confront the danger or flee from it. Your heart rate quickens, breathing becomes shallower, muscles tense, and senses sharpen, all designed to give you an edge in a life or death situation. It's an incredibly powerful and effective system when truly needed, but it can become detrimental when constantly activated by everyday stressors. In our modern world, these primal responses are often triggered by situations that pose no actual physical threat. Your boss's email, a traffic jam, or even a critical comment on social media can activate the same physiological cascade as if you were facing a predator. Your body doesn't differentiate. It reacts to perceived danger with the same intensity, leaving you feeling perpetually on edge, even when you're technically safe. This constant state of heightened alert, without the physical release of fighting or fleeing, is what leads to chronic stress and its detrimental effects on our physical and mental health. We're left with all the energy for a battle we never get to have. It's crucial to remember that everyone's stress signature is unique, a personal pattern of physical, emotional, and mental cues. What might manifest as a headache for one person could be stomach issues for another, or extreme irritability for a third. There's no universal checklist, which is why self-awareness is so vital in this journey. Comparing your stress reactions to others can be misleading and unhelpful. Your focus should be entirely on understanding your own internal dialogue and the specific ways your body communicates its needs. Your unique pattern of signals is your personal roadmap to understanding your inner world. Becoming intimately familiar with your own stress signals is the foundational step toward gaining emotional freedom and preventing overwhelm. Think of it as learning to read your own internal weather report. When you can identify the subtle shifts, the first hint of shoulder tension, the slight increase in irritability, the initial difficulty concentrating, you gain a powerful advantage. This early recognition allows you to intervene before stress escalates into full-blown anxiety or burnout, giving you a chance to choose a different path. It transforms you from a passive recipient of stress into an active manager of your well-being. To begin building your personal stress map, start paying closer attention to your body and mind throughout your day. Notice how you feel when a deadline approaches or after a difficult conversation. Do your hands get clammy? Does your jaw tighten? Does your mind start racing? Keep a mental note or even a small journal of these initial warnings. Over time, you'll start to recognize patterns, connecting specific triggers to your unique physical, emotional, and mental responses. This deliberate observation is not about judgment, but about gathering crucial information to better understand and support yourself. This awareness matters deeply because it empowers you to break free from the cycle of automatic reactions. Instead of being blindsided by a wave of anxiety, you can recognize the early ripples and take proactive steps to calm yourself. Instead of letting a stressful situation dictate your entire day, you can acknowledge your body's signals and choose a different response. It shifts your experience from being at the mercy of your emotions to consciously navigating them, giving you a sense of control that might have felt out of reach before. This isn't about eliminating stress, but about skillfully managing its impact. By truly understanding your body's signals, you move beyond simply reacting to what bothers you and step into a space of informed response. You learn to interpret these signals not as threats in themselves, but as valuable messengers, providing data about your internal state. This shift in perspective is transformative, allowing you to approach challenging situations with greater self-compassion and clarity. You begin to see your body as an ally, a sophisticated instrument providing real-time feedback rather than a mysterious entity that suddenly decides to feel overwhelmed. This newfound understanding paves the way for meaningful, lasting change. Embracing this journey of self-discovery means cultivating a compassionate and attentive relationship with your own body and mind. See your stress signals not as failures, but as wise guides, pointing you towards areas that need care and attention. Listen to the whispers before they become shouts, and honor the messages your internal system is constantly sending. This profound connection to your inner world is the bedrock of emotional freedom, allowing you to navigate life's inevitable challenges with greater resilience, peace, and a profound sense of self-awareness. It's about learning to truly hear and then respond to what your body needs to thrive. Calm under pressure. Strategies for stress management. We've explored how stress manifests in our bodies and minds, recognizing those familiar signals that tell us we're under pressure. Understanding these signs is a crucial first step, much like learning to read the warning lights on a car dashboard. However, simply knowing a light is on doesn't fix the underlying issue. We need to know what to do about it. Now, we shift our focus from merely identifying stress to actively managing it, transforming those moments of overwhelm into opportunities for growth and calm. This isn't about eradicating stress from our lives entirely, which is an unrealistic goal in our fast-paced world. Instead, it's about equipping ourselves with practical, actionable strategies that allow us to navigate stressful situations with greater ease and composure. We'll learn to become the calm in the storm rather than being tossed about by its winds. This section will empower you to respond thoughtfully, not just react impulsively, to life's inevitable challenges. True stress management isn't about avoiding every difficult situation or wishing problems away. It's about fundamentally changing our relationship with these experiences. Think of it less as a battle to be won and more as a dance to be learned, where you can choose your steps and rhythm. When we perceive a situation as a threat, our body's ancient fight-or-flight response kicks in, flooding us with hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. However, with the right tools, we can learn to interpret these sensations differently, seeing them not as harbingers of doom, but as energy signals that can be redirected. This shift in perspective is incredibly powerful, moving you from a state of victimhood to one of empowered control. You gain the ability to choose how you show up, even when circumstances are far from ideal. This internal shift is the cornerstone of developing genuine calm under pressure, allowing you to access your inner resources even in the most challenging moments. It's about cultivating an inner resilience that doesn't crumble when external pressures mount. One of the most immediate and effective strategies for calming a stressed mind is to anchor yourself in the present moment through mindfulness. Our minds often race, replaying past worries or rehearsing future anxieties, which only amplifies feelings of stress. Mindfulness gently pulls your attention back to what is happening right now, allowing you to observe your thoughts and feelings without getting swept away by them. A simple yet profound exercise is focusing on your breath. Notice the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. Feel your chest rise and fall, the coolness at your nostrils, the warmth as you exhale. This deliberate attention acts as a mental pause button, interrupting the automatic stress response and giving you a moment to regain your footing. It's not about emptying your mind, but about observing its contents with a detached curiosity. Regular practice, even for just a few minutes a day, can significantly reduce your overall stress levels and improve your ability to stay centered. Our thoughts play a monumental role in how we experience stress. Often, it's not the event itself that stresses us, but our interpretation of it. This is where cognitive reframing comes into play, offering a powerful way to challenge and shift negative thought patterns. When a stressful thought arises, instead of accepting it as absolute truth, ask yourself, is this truly accurate? Or is there another way to look at this situation? For example, rather than thinking, I'm going to fail this presentation, you might reframe it to, this is a challenging opportunity to practice my public speaking skills. This isn't about denying reality or forcing positivity, but about seeking a more balanced and constructive perspective. By consciously choosing to reinterpret situations, you can significantly reduce their emotional impact and prevent them from spiraling into overwhelming anxiety. This active mental work helps you regain a sense of agency over your internal narrative, empowering you to shape your emotional landscape. It's a skill that grows stronger with consistent effort, leading to more resilient thinking. When stress hits hard and fast, sometimes you need the tangible tools to bring yourself back to center. Deep, diaphragmatic breathing is one such tool, instantly signaling to your nervous system that you are safe and can relax. Inhale slowly and deeply through your nose, feeling your belly expand, then exhale even more slowly through your mouth, letting go of tension with each breath. This focused breathing slows your heart rate, lowers blood pressure, and helps to calm your entire system, providing a rapid antidote to acute stress. Another excellent technique is grounding, which involves engaging your senses to reconnect with the present moment. Try the 5-4-3-2-1 method. Identify 5 things you can see, 4 things you can feel, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. These simple sensory-focused exercises pull your attention away from internal anxieties and firmly plant you back in the here and now, offering a quick escape from overwhelming thoughts. They are your secret weapons for those moments when stress threatens to take over. Beyond immediate coping mechanisms, proactive strategies are essential for building a life that inherently generates less stress. Effective time management is not about cramming more into our day, but about prioritizing what truly matters and allocating your energy wisely. Learn to distinguish between urgent and important tasks, focusing your efforts on the latter to prevent future crises. Equally crucial is the art of setting healthy boundaries, which means learning to say no to commitments that drain your energy or don't align with your priorities. Many of us feel obligated to constantly please others, but consistently overextending yourself is a surefire path to burnout and resentment. Establishing clear limits around your time, energy, and emotional availability protects your inner peace and prevents external demands from overwhelming you. These proactive steps create a buffer against daily stressors, allowing you to maintain a greater sense of control and calm in your life. They are investments in your well-being, paying dividends in reduced stress and increased emotional freedom. Our physical health forms the bedrock of our emotional resilience, and neglecting it makes us far more susceptible to stress. Regular physical activity, for instance, is a powerful stress reducer, releasing endorphins that have mood-boosting effects and helping to metabolize stress hormones. You don't need to become an Olympic athlete. Even a brisk walk for 30 minutes a few times a week can make a significant difference. Quality sleep is another non-negotiable component, as a well-rested mind is far better equipped to handle challenges and regulate emotions. Prioritize consistent sleep schedules and create a calming bedtime routine to support restorative rest. Furthermore, nourishing your body with balanced nutrition provides the stable energy and nutrients your brain needs to function optimally, preventing the highs and lows that can exacerbate stress. Think of your body as a high-performance vehicle. it needs the right fuel and maintenance to run smoothly under pressure. Investing in these foundational habits empowers your entire system to better withstand and recover from stressful experiences. Part of managing stress effectively involves understanding and healthily expressing your emotions, rather than suppressing them. Often, stress builds when we try to push uncomfortable feelings away, believing they will simply disappear. However, these emotions tend to fester, eventually erupting in unhelpful ways or manifesting as physical symptoms. Take time to identify what you are truly feeling beneath the surface level stress. Is it frustration, fear, sadness, or something else? Once you can name it, you can begin to process it. Healthy emotional expression might involve talking to a trusted friend, journaling your thoughts, engaging in creative outlets, or even allowing yourself a good cry. The goal isn't to dwell on negativity, but to acknowledge and release the emotional energy that contributes to your stress load. Learning to honor your feelings, rather than ignoring them, is a vital step toward achieving emotional freedom and building genuine inner calm. No one is an island, and one of the most powerful stress management strategies is to lean on a strong support system. Connecting with friends, family, or even a community group can provide an invaluable sense of belonging and reduce feelings of isolation, which often amplifies stress. Sharing your struggles with someone who listens without judgment can lighten your emotional burden and offer new perspectives. Sometimes, however, the weight of stress becomes too heavy to manage alone, and that's when seeking professional help is a sign of immense strength, not weakness. A therapist or counselor can provide personalized strategies, teach advanced coping mechanisms, and help you navigate deeper emotional challenges. Remember, asking for help means you are actively taking control of your well-being, demonstrating a commitment to your emotional health. Building and utilizing a robust support network, whether informal or professional, is an essential component of cultivating lasting calm under pressure. Adopting these strategies isn't a one-time fix. It's an ongoing journey that requires consistent practice and a good deal of patience with yourself. Think of it like learning a new instrument or a new language. You won't be fluent overnight, but every little bit of effort adds up. There will be days when you feel like you've mastered the art of calm, and other days when stress feels just as overwhelming as ever. These fluctuations are a natural part of the process, not a sign of failure. The key is to keep showing up, keep trying the techniques, and keep learning what works best for you in different situations. Each time you consciously choose a new response over an old reaction, you are strengthening new neural pathways and building greater emotional resilience. Celebrate your small victories and treat setbacks as valuable learning opportunities, rather than reasons to give up. As you embark on this journey of stress management, it's crucial to cultivate a strong sense of self-compassion. Perfection is an illusion, especially when it comes to mastering your emotional responses. There will be moments when you falter, when old habits resurface, or when you simply feel overwhelmed. Instead of criticizing yourself for not being calm enough, offer yourself the same kindness and understanding you would give a dear friend. Recognize that you are a human being navigating a complex world, and emotional growth takes time and effort. Treat your efforts with gentle encouragement, acknowledging that every step, no matter how small, is a move towards greater emotional freedom. This compassionate approach fosters a supportive inner environment, making it easier to learn from mistakes and continue progressing without the added burden of self-judgment. Embracing your imperfections allows you to approach stress with a more forgiving and ultimately more effective mindset. Ultimately, developing calm under pressure is about reclaiming your power and agency over your inner world. It's about understanding that while external events may be beyond your control, your internal response is always yours to shape. By consistently applying these strategies, from mindfulness and cognitive reframing to proactive self-care and seeking support, you are actively building a more resilient and peaceful existence. You are transforming from someone who is tossed by the waves of stress into a skilled navigator, capable of steering through any storm. This journey is a testament to your innate strength and your capacity for profound personal growth. Embrace these tools, practice them diligently, and watch as your ability to find calm, even in the midst of chaos, grows exponentially. Your emotional freedom awaits, built on the solid foundation of these powerful stress management techniques. Responding, not reacting to external events. Have you ever found yourself snapping back at a comment only to regret it moments later? Or perhaps a sudden change in plans sends your stress levels skyrocketing before you can even process what happened? This common experience highlights a crucial distinction that holds the key to reclaiming your emotional peace: the difference between reacting and responding. All too often, we operate on autopilot, letting external events dictate our internal state and subsequent actions without much conscious thought. Learning to navigate life's challenges with intention rather than impulse is a powerful skill, one that moves us from feeling constantly overwhelmed to genuinely in control. It's about recognizing that while we can't always choose what happens to us, we absolutely can choose how we show up for it. Reactions are those immediate, impulsive bursts of emotion and behavior, almost like a reflex, that often leave us feeling at the mercy of external circumstances rather than in charge. They're typically driven by our deepest fears, past experiences, and ingrained patterns, bypassing any logical processing. Think of a toddler throwing a tantrum when they don't get their way. While we might not resort to such overt displays, many adult reactions share that same automatic, unthinking quality. These knee-jerk responses can feel impossible to stop once they begin, often leading to a cycle of regret, misunderstandings, and a persistent sense of frustration. When we react, we essentially hand over our personal power to whatever triggered us, allowing it to dictate our mood and actions. Living in a state of constant reactivity takes a significant toll on our mental and emotional well-being, creating a perpetual cycle of stress and anxiety. It strains our relationships, as our impulsive words or actions can unintentionally hurt those we care about, leading to misunderstandings and resentment. Furthermore, reacting often prevents us from seeing situations clearly, clouding our judgment and hindering our ability to find constructive solutions to problems. This isn't just about feeling bad in the moment, it's about accumulating a sense of powerlessness over time, believing that our inner world is simply a chaotic reflection of external events. Breaking free from this pattern is essential for cultivating genuine emotional freedom and building a life that feels truly aligned with our values. Responding, on the other hand, is a thoughtful, deliberate choice that emerges from a place of calm awareness, even in the face of provocation. It involves creating a conscious pause, allowing us to process what's happening both internally and externally before deciding on our next step. This isn't about suppressing feelings or pretending they don't exist. It's about acknowledging them without letting them immediately take the wheel. When you respond, you are actively choosing your behavior rather than being swept away by an automatic impulse. This shift empowers you to act in alignment with your values, even when faced with difficult situations, fostering a deep sense of integrity and inner peace. The crucial step toward choosing a response over a reaction lies in creating a deliberate pause, a tiny, powerful space between an event happening and your chosen action. This isn't about ignoring your initial feelings or pretending they don't exist. It's about acknowledging them without letting them immediately take the wheel. Think of it as hitting a mental reset button, giving your conscious mind a moment to catch up with your primal instincts, allowing you to observe what's happening both internally and externally with a clearer perspective. This simple yet profound act of pausing can interrupt the automatic chain of events that typically leads to an impulsive reaction, opening up a pathway for more thoughtful, intentional choices. It's in this pause that true emotional freedom begins to blossom, transforming you from a passenger in your own emotional journey to the one holding the steering wheel. Cultivating mindfulness is an invaluable tool for extending this pause, helping you become more attuned to your internal and external world. By practicing mindfulness, you learn to observe your thoughts and emotions as they arise, without immediately getting caught up in their current. Imagine your mind as a busy street. Mindfulness allows you to stand on the sidewalk, watching the traffic of thoughts and feelings pass by, rather than jumping into the middle of the road. This detached observation creates the necessary distance to prevent an automatic reaction from taking hold. It trains you to notice the physical sensations of stress or anger building in your body, giving you an early warning sign that a reaction might be brewing, thus providing an opportunity to intervene consciously. Once you've created that pause, the next powerful step is to simply label your emotions without judgment. Instead of saying, I am angry, try saying, I am noticing a feeling of anger within me. This subtle but significant linguistic shift creates a small space between you and the emotion, reminding you that you are not your feelings, you are the one experiencing them. Acknowledging emotions like frustration, fear, or sadness by name allows them to be seen and understood, rather than ignored or suppressed, which can often intensify their grip. This practice helps to diffuse their power, making them less overwhelming and easier to manage, allowing you to move forward with greater clarity. After labeling, take a moment to challenge the automatic thoughts that often accompany strong emotions. Our minds are incredibly quick to jump to conclusions, interpret intentions, and foresee negative outcomes, often without sufficient evidence. Ask yourself, is this interpretation absolutely true? Or is there another way to look at this situation? Or am I making assumptions about what someone else meant? This process of questioning your initial narrative, often referred to as cognitive reframing, helps to loosen the grip of unhelpful thought patterns. It allows you to consider alternative explanations, shifting your perspective from one of victimhood or blame to one of curiosity and potential understanding, thereby opening the door to more constructive responses. Expanding your perspective further involves consciously considering alternative viewpoints, stepping outside your immediate emotional bubble. Try to imagine the situation from another person's shoes. What might they be experiencing, feeling, or intending? Could there be factors you're unaware of that are influencing their behavior? Sometimes simply widening your lens to the bigger picture can reveal that an event isn't as catastrophic or personal as it initially felt. This practice helps to reduce intense personalizing of events and fosters empathy, which can significantly calm your emotional state and lead to more compassionate and effective responses, transforming potential conflict into an opportunity for connection. With a clearer understanding of your emotions, thoughts, and the broader context, you are now in a position to deliberately choose a constructive action. This isn't about finding the perfect response, but rather selecting one that aligns with your values and moves you closer to your goals, even if it feels difficult. Perhaps it means communicating your feelings calmly, setting a boundary, or simply deciding to let something go that isn't serving you. The key is that this action is chosen, not compelled. It's a decision born from conscious awareness, not impulsive reaction. This intentionality ensures that your behavior reflects who you aspire to be, rather than being dictated by fleeting circumstances or intense emotions. Remember, shifting from reacting to responding is a skill, and like any skill, it requires consistent practice and patience. You won't master it overnight, and there will be times when you slip back into old reactive patterns. That's perfectly normal and part of the learning process. Each time you notice yourself reacting, even after the fact, it's an opportunity to learn and refine your approach for next time. Don't beat yourself up for imperfections. Instead, offer yourself compassion and acknowledge the effort you're making to cultivate a more intentional way of being. Every conscious pause, every labeled emotion, and every thoughtful choice strengthens your capacity for emotional freedom. The ripple effect of consistently choosing to respond rather than react extends far beyond your immediate emotional state. You'll likely notice improved relationships as you become better at communicating calmly and understanding others' perspectives. Your stress levels will naturally decrease, replaced by a greater sense of inner peace and control, even amidst life's inevitable challenges. This deliberate approach to life fosters resilience, building your capacity to navigate adversity with grace and wisdom, rather than being derailed by every bump in the road. Over time, you'll find yourself less bothered by things that once consumed you, experiencing a profound and lasting shift in your overall well-being. Embracing this journey also means accepting that perfection is not the goal. Progress is. There will be days when you manage to pause and respond beautifully, and other days when you find yourself reacting impulsively, just like before. The important thing is not to let these moments of failure define you or discourage your efforts. Instead, view them as valuable data points, offering insights into your triggers and areas where you might need more practice or self compassion. Each time you consciously choose to re engage with the process, you reinforce your commitment to emotional freedom, building a stronger, more resilient inner world, one thoughtful response at a time. Ultimately, learning to respond, not react, is one of the most powerful pathways to the emotional freedom this book aims to help you achieve. It transforms you from a passive recipient of life's challenges into an active participant, capable of shaping your internal experience regardless of external circumstances. This deliberate choice allows you to reclaim your personal power, fostering a deep sense of agency and calm that permeates every aspect of your life. By mastering this fundamental shift, you lay a solid foundation for building resilience, cultivating fulfilling relationships, and living with an authentic sense of peace and purpose. Building resilience in the face of adversity. Life, as we all know, rarely follows a smooth, predictable path. It's filled with unexpected detours, sudden bumps, and sometimes outright roadblocks. It's natural to feel thrown off balance when adversity strikes, whether it's a personal setback, a professional challenge, or a global crisis. But what if those moments didn't have to completely derail you? This is where the concept of resilience steps in, not as a shield against difficulty, but as your inner compass and sturdy sails, guiding you through the storm. Building resilience isn't about avoiding pain or pretending problems don't exist. It's about developing the inner strength to navigate tough times, learn from them, and ultimately bounce back, often stronger than before. It's a skill, much like any other, that can be cultivated and strengthened over time with intention and practice, transforming your relationship with life's inevitable challenges. Why does building this kind of inner toughness matter so much for emotional freedom? Without resilience, every little setback can feel like a crushing blow, leaving you trapped in cycles of anxiety, stress, and self-doubt. Imagine a tree with shallow roots. The slightest gust of wind could topple it. Similarly, without resilience, your emotional well-being becomes incredibly fragile, easily swayed by external events. When you cultivate resilience, you're essentially deepening your roots, making you more stable and less prone to being overwhelmed by circumstances beyond your control. It allows you to transform negative emotions into learning opportunities, fostering a sense of control and empowerment rather than helplessness. This ability to weather storms without losing your inner peace is a cornerstone of true emotional freedom, allowing you to live a life dictated by your values, not your anxieties. Many people mistakenly believe that resilient individuals never face problems or that they simply don't feel pain. This couldn't be further from the truth. Resilience isn't about being impervious to difficulty. It's about acknowledging the pain, feeling the emotions, and then finding a way to move through them rather than getting stuck. Think of it like a flexible branch that bends with the wind instead of breaking. A resilient person understands that life will always present challenges, and instead of wishing for an easy path, they focus on strengthening their capacity to walk through difficult terrain. This shift in understanding helps to release the pressure of striving for a problem-free existence, allow in you to embrace the full spectrum of human experience with greater acceptance. One of the most powerful aspects of building resilience lies in our ability to shift perspective when adversity hits. Instead of seeing challenges as purely negative experiences or unfair punishments, we can begin to view them as opportunities for growth and profound learning. This isn't about sugarcoating difficult situations, but rather asking yourself, what can this teach me? Or how can I grow from this? When you reframe setbacks as valuable lessons, you start to unlock hidden strengths and discover capabilities you never knew you possessed. This fundamental change in viewpoint transforms you from a passive victim of circumstance into an active participant in your own development, empowering you to extract wisdom from every trial. Crucially, building resilience isn't about being relentlessly tough on yourself or suppressing your emotions. In fact, self-compassion is a vital ingredient in this process. When you're facing a difficult time, the last thing you need is your own inner critic piling on more pressure and judgment. Instead, treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and patience you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. Acknowledge your feelings without judgment, validate your pain, and remind yourself that it's okay to not be okay sometimes. This gentle approach creates a safe inner space for healing and recovery, allowing you to process emotions constructively and build a more robust sense of self worth that can withstand life's blows. Resilience isn't forged in one grand heroic act, it's built brick by brick through a series of small, consistent efforts. Every time you face a minor frustration and choose to respond calmly rather than react impulsively, you're strengthening your resilience muscle. Each instance you pick yourself up after a small disappointment and keep going, you're adding another layer of fortitude. Don't underestimate the power of these seemingly insignificant small wins. They accumulate over time, building a robust foundation of self efficacy and confidence. By celebrating these small acts of perseverance, you reinforce positive behavioral patterns and prove to yourself again and again that you have the capacity to overcome challenges. No one is an island, and trying to navigate adversity completely alone can be incredibly draining and isolating. A strong support system is an invaluable asset in building and maintaining resilience. This doesn't necessarily mean having a huge network, but rather a few trusted individuals, friends, family, a mentor, or even a therapist who you can lean on during tough times. Sharing your struggles with someone who listens without judgment can provide immense relief, new perspectives, and practical advice. Knowing you're not alone in your struggles can significantly reduce feelings of overwhelm and isolation, reminding you that there are people who care and want to help you through. Reach out, connect, and allow others to offer their strength when yours feels diminished. After experiencing a setback, it's natural to reflect on what went wrong, but there's a fine line between healthy reflection and destructive rumination. Building resilience involves learning from your experiences without getting trapped in a loop of blame, regret, or what ifs. Once the initial emotions have settled, take a moment to objectively analyze the situation. What could I have done differently? What did I learn about myself or others? What steps can I take moving forward to prevent a similar outcome or to handle it better next time? This forward looking approach transforms past difficulties into valuable data points for future success, allowing you to extract wisdom rather than just pain from your experiences. A fundamental aspect of resilience is embracing a growth mindset, the belief that your abilities and intelligence are not fixed but can be developed through dedication and hard work. When applied to emotional resilience, this means understanding that your capacity to handle stress, manage emotions, and bounce back from adversity is not a static trait. Just like you can improve your physical fitness or learn a new skill, you can absolutely enhance your emotional strength. This mindset empowers you to see challenges not as evidence of your limitations, but as opportunities to develop new coping mechanisms and expand your emotional toolkit. It fosters a sense of agency, reminding you that you have the power to influence your own emotional landscape. Mindful awareness serves as a powerful, actionable tool in building resilience. By practicing mindfulness, you learn to observe your thoughts and emotions without immediately getting entangled in them or judging them. When adversity strikes, your mind might race with worries or negative predictions. Mindfulness teaches you to notice these thoughts, acknowledge their presence, and then gently bring your attention back to the present moment. This creates a crucial space between the event and your reaction, allowing you to choose a thoughtful response instead of an automatic, often unhelpful one. It's about being present with your experience, even when it's uncomfortable, and developing the clarity to respond effectively. Another practical strategy for cultivating resilience involves setting realistic expectations for yourself and for life in general. Chronic overthinkers, in particular, often fall into the trap of expecting perfection or a constant state of happiness, which is an unrealistic and unsustainable goal. Life is inherently messy, unpredictable, and filled with a mix of joy and sorrow. Expecting every day to be problem-free sets you up for constant disappointment and makes every minor inconvenience feel like a major crisis. By accepting that challenges are a normal, inevitable part of the human experience, you reduce the emotional shock when they occur and create space for a more balanced and resilient outlook. While resilience is an emotional and mental construct, its foundation is deeply rooted in your physical well being. Neglecting your body makes it significantly harder for your mind to cope with stress and bounce back from adversity. Prioritizing adequate sleep, nourishing your body with healthy food, and engaging in regular physical activity are not luxuries. They are essential pillars of emotional strength. When your body is well rested and energized, your brain is better equipped to regulate emotions, solve problems, and maintain a positive outlook. These fundamental self care practices directly contribute to your capacity to withstand pressure and recover more quickly from life's inevitable blows. Having a clear sense of purpose and a strong connection to your core values can serve as an unshakable anchor during times of adversity. When you understand why you are doing what you are doing, or what truly matters to you, it provides a powerful source of motivation and meaning. Facing difficult circumstances becomes more manageable when you can connect your struggles to a larger goal or a deeply held belief. This internal compass helps you stay oriented and determined, even when external conditions are chaotic. It provides the why that fuels your perseverance, reminding you that your efforts are aligned with something greater than the immediate discomfort. Embracing imperfection is a liberating step towards building genuine resilience. Life rarely offers perfectly clear paths or ideal solutions, and often we must navigate situations with incomplete information and make the best decisions we can at the moment. The pressure to always be perfect or to have all the answers can be paralyzing, especially for those prone to overthinking. By accepting that it's okay to make mistakes, to not know everything, and to simply do your best, you release a significant burden. This allows you to act with courage and adaptability rather than being held captive by the fear of falling short, fostering a more forgiving and resilient approach to life. Ultimately, building resilience is not a one-time fix or a destination you arrive at. It's a continuous, evolving journey. Life will always present new challenges, and your capacity to navigate them will deepen and grow with each experience. Think of it as a muscle that gets stronger with consistent exercise, requiring ongoing attention and practice. There will be days when you feel incredibly strong and others when you might feel overwhelmed, and both are perfectly normal. The key is to keep applying these strategies, keep learning, and keep trusting in your innate ability to adapt. This commitment to ongoing growth is what truly defines emotional freedom. By intentionally cultivating resilience, you equip yourself with the most powerful tool for navigating the complexities of life. You transform from someone who is tossed about by every wave into a skilled sailor, capable of steering your ship through rough waters. This journey leads to a profound sense of inner peace, knowing that while you can't control every external event, you can absolutely control your response and your capacity to bounce back. Imagine a life where challenges don't define you, where you face adversity with courage and come out stronger on the other side. This is the ultimate reward of building resilience, leading to a truly empowered and emotionally free existence. Liberation from the tyranny of negative thoughts. Have you ever felt like your own mind was a relentless chatterbox, constantly replaying worries, criticisms, or fears? It's a common experience, this feeling of being held captive by an endless loop of negative thoughts that seem to dictate your mood, your decisions, and even your sense of self. For many of us, this internal monologue isn't just background noise. It's a powerful force that can drain our energy, steal our joy, and convince us that we are somehow less capable or deserving than we truly are. This persistent mental hum often feels like an inescapable burden, shaping our perceptions of the world and our place within it, making it incredibly difficult to find genuine peace. It's as if an invisible thread ties us to every past mistake and future uncertainty, pulling us further into a spiral of apprehension and self-doubt, leaving us feeling utterly exhausted and powerless. This isn't merely a fleeting bad mood, it's what we call the tyranny of negative thoughts, a state where your inner critic becomes the undisputed ruler of your emotional landscape. Imagine living under a constant oppressive regime, where every move is scrutinized every intention questioned, and every effort met with skepticism or defeat. Your mind, which should be a sanctuary, transforms into a battleground, filled with self incriminating whispers and anxious projections about what might go wrong. This internal oppression doesn't just affect your mental state, it seeps into your physical well being, manifesting as tension, fatigue, and a general sense of unease that follows you throughout your day. It's a heavy weight, pressing down on your spirit, making even the simplest tasks feel monumental and joy seem just out of reach, perpetuating a cycle of discomfort. The impact of this tyranny extends far beyond your immediate feelings, subtly eroding your confidence and shaping how you interact with the world around you. Perhaps you find yourself hesitating to pursue new opportunities, fearing failure before you even begin. Or maybe you shy away from social gatherings, convinced that others will judge you harshly. This constant barrage of negativity can sabotage your relationships, stifle your creativity, and prevent you from experiencing the fullness of life. It creates a protective shell, isolating you from genuine connection and authentic expression, all while promising safety, but delivering only stagnation. Over time, this quiet internal struggle becomes a defining characteristic, making it challenging to remember a time when your thoughts didn't hold such immense power over you, creating a pervasive sense of limitation. But what if we told you that this oppressive reign doesn't have to be your permanent reality? What if the voice in your head, while loud and persistent, isn't actually you? This fundamental distinction is the cornerstone of true emotional freedom. Recognizing that you are not your thoughts, nor are you defined by the emotions they trigger. You possess an inner observer, a part of you that can witness these thoughts without becoming entangled in their drama, like watching clouds drift across the sky. This powerful realization offers the first glimmer of hope, suggesting that there's a space within you that remains untouched by the mental chaos, a quiet sanctuary waiting to be rediscovered. It implies a profound shift, moving you from being a prisoner within your own mind to becoming an aware, empowered witness. The journey to liberation isn't about eradicating every single negative thought, which would be an impossible and, frankly, unnecessary task. Instead, it's about fundamentally changing your relationship with them, transforming from a passive victim to an active participant in your internal experience. Imagine no longer feeling compelled to argue with every critical thought or chase after every anxious what if. This newfound freedom means you can observe these mental events, assess without judgment, allowing them to pass through your awareness without taking root and causing distress. It's about building a mental muscle that enables you to acknowledge negativity without letting it consume you, creating distance between you and the incessant mental chatter. This shift allows you to reclaim your attention and energy, directing them towards what truly matters. This changed relationship cultivates a profound sense of inner spaciousness, where thoughts, both positive and negative, can arise and dissipate without controlling your emotional state. You begin to experience a quiet confidence, knowing that you have the capacity to navigate life's inevitable challenges without being overwhelmed by your internal reactions. Instead of being swept away by a wave of anxiety, you learn to surf it, understanding that every wave eventually breaks, leaving calm in its wake. This doesn't mean you become emotionless. Rather, you become more discerning, choosing which thoughts and feelings deserve your attention and which can simply be observed and released. It's a powerful act of self-reclamation, asserting your authority over your own mental landscape and cultivating a deeper sense of self-trust. The first, and arguably most crucial step towards this liberation is cultivating awareness. You cannot change what you do not acknowledge, and you cannot detach from what you don't first see clearly. This means paying attention to the incessant stream of thoughts, identifying the patterns, and recognizing the triggers that send your mind spiraling into negativity. It's like turning on a light in a dimly lit room. Suddenly, you can see the furniture, the dust, and the pathways that were previously obscured. This practice of mindful observation is not about judgment, but simply about noticing, about becoming intimately familiar with the inner workings of your own mind. This initial act of conscious attention is incredibly empowering, as it transforms you from a passenger to the pilot of your inner journey. As you develop this awareness, you'll begin to notice the subtle ways your thoughts impact your body and emotions, creating a more holistic understanding of your internal world. You might observe how a specific worry tightens your shoulders, or how a critical self talk phrase leaves you feeling deflated. This intimate knowledge of your own mental and emotional landscape is invaluable, as it provides the data points necessary to interrupt old, unhelpful patterns. Instead of automatically reacting to every negative thought, you gain a precious moment of pause, a tiny window of opportunity to choose a different response. This newfound clarity allows you to trace the origins of your discomfort, making the seemingly overwhelming feel manageable and understandable, paving the way for intentional change. This conscious choice is where the true power of liberation lies. When you can observe a negative thought without immediately believing it or reacting to it, you reclaim your agency. You realize that you have the power to decide whether to engage with that thought, to challenge it, or simply to let it pass. This isn't about ignoring reality or pretending everything is fine. It's about discerning which thoughts serve you and which merely perpetuate suffering. It's like having a remote control for your inner channel, allowing you to change the station when the programming becomes unhelpful or distressing. This shift from automatic reaction to deliberate response is the essence of emotional freedom, giving you back control over your inner experience. Embracing this journey towards liberation is not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice, much like tending a garden. There will be days when the weeds of negativity seem to grow rampant, and others when the blossoms of peace are abundant. The key is to approach this process with patience, compassion, and a gentle persistence, understanding that every small step forward contributes to a large transformation. Each time you choose awareness over reaction, each time you create space between yourself and a challenging thought, you strengthen your capacity for emotional resilience. This sustained effort builds a foundation of inner strength, allowing you to face life's complexities with greater calm and unwavering resolve, knowing that true freedom is cultivated from within. Imagine a life where you are no longer at the mercy of your internal dialogue, where criticisms lose their sting and anxieties no longer paralyze you. This is the promise of emotional freedom, a profound liberation from the tyranny of negative thoughts. It's a life where you can experience the full spectrum of human emotions without being consumed by them, where challenges become opportunities for growth rather than sources of overwhelming stress. This liberation allows you to connect more deeply with yourself and others, fostering genuine joy and a sense of profound well-being that radiates from within. It's about stepping into your authentic power, finally able to breathe freely and live fully, unburdened by the relentless demands of an unchecked mind. This inner freedom doesn't just benefit you, it creates a positive ripple effect, enhancing every aspect of your existence, from your personal relationships to your professional endeavors. When your mind is no longer cluttered by incessant worry, you gain clarity, focus, and a renewed sense of purpose, enabling you to engage with the world more authentically. You become more present, more compassionate, and more capable of navigating life's complexities with grace and resilience. This liberation truly sets the stage for cultivating inner peace, fostering more fulfilling relationships, and ultimately living a life that is rich with meaning and genuine contentment, laying the groundwork for all the good that is yet to come. Cultivating inner peace and contentment. After navigating the initial steps towards liberating ourselves from the tyranny of negative thoughts, our journey naturally leads us to a deeper, more profound state, cultivating inner peace and contentment. This isn't some mystical, unattainable ideal reserved for saints or hermits. It's a very real, practical state of being that anyone can learn to foster. Think of it as finding a quiet, sturdy anchor within yourself, a place where the constant churning of worries and anxieties can finally begin to settle. It means discovering how to feel calm and settled, even when the world outside feels chaotic and demanding. This inner sanctuary becomes your refuge, a consistent source of strength and tranquility you can tap into at any moment, regardless of external circumstances. It's about building a resilient emotional core that doesn't easily get swayed by every fleeting thought or sudden challenge. Cultivating this peace is a gentle, ongoing process, much like tending a garden, requiring consistent care and attention. For many of us, life often feels like an endless pursuit of more success, more possessions, more approval. This relentless chase can leave us feeling perpetually restless, as if true satisfaction is always just beyond our grasp. Our minds, accustomed to overthinking and anticipating problems, rarely grant us a moment's reprieve, keeping us trapped in a cycle of stress and dissatisfaction. We might mistake fleeting moments of pleasure for genuine contentment, only to find ourselves back on the emotional treadmill shortly after. This constant state of striving, fueled by the belief that happiness lies in external achievements, prevents us from recognizing the richness and sufficiency of our present experience. It's a common human pattern, one that leaves us feeling drained and perpetually unfulfilled, constantly searching for something that we might already possess within. Cultivating inner peace doesn't mean you'll never face problems again, nor does it imply a passive acceptance of injustice. Instead, it's about developing the capacity to respond to life's inevitable challenges with a calm and centered mind, rather than being swept away by emotional reactivity. Imagine standing firm amidst a strong wind, feeling its force but not being knocked off your feet. That's the essence of this inner stability. It shifts your focus from trying to control external events, which are often beyond your power, to mastering your internal landscape, which is entirely within your influence. This profound change in perspective allows you to navigate difficulties with greater clarity and resilience, transforming potential crises into opportunities for growth. It's about creating a space between stimulus and response, a vital pause where you can choose how you want to show up in the world. The foundation for this inner tranquility often begins with the simple yet powerful practice of presence. It's not about elaborate meditation retreats or complicated spiritual exercises. It's about bringing your attention fully to the here and now, to whatever you are doing or experiencing. Our minds constantly pull us into the past, replaying old hurts or thrust us into the future, conjuring up anxieties and what ifs. Presence gently guides us back to the present moment, the only place where life truly unfolds. By consciously observing your immediate surroundings, your breath, or the sensations in your body, you interrupt the endless mental chatter that often fuels emotional distress. This practice acts like a gentle reset button for your mind, allowing you to step out of the swirling vortex of thoughts and connect with the tangible reality of the present. When we practice presence, we begin to notice the subtle beauty and richness of everyday life that often goes unnoticed amidst our hurried pace. The warmth of a cup of coffee, the sound of birds outside your window, the feeling of sunlight on your skin, these small sensory details become anchors, grounding us in the present. This simple act of paying attention helps to quiet the incessant mental noise, reducing the grip of overthinking and anxiety. Instead of being lost in hypothetical scenarios or past regrets, your mind becomes engaged with what is actually happening right now. It's a powerful way to reclaim your mental energy from unproductive worrying and redirect it towards a more mindful engagement with your current experience. This shift allows you to truly live each moment, rather than letting life pass you by while you're lost in thought. To begin, try a simple exercise. Choose one routine activity each day, perhaps washing dishes, walking to your car, or brushing your teeth. Instead of letting your mind wander, consciously bring your full attention to the task. Notice the temperature of the water, the scent of the soap, the texture of the sponge, or the rhythm of your breath as you walk. Pay attention to every detail, every sensation, as if you were experiencing it for the very first time. There's no need to judge your thoughts if they stray. Simply acknowledge them and gently guide your focus back to the present moment. This isn't about perfection, but about consistent, gentle effort. Over time, these small moments of conscious presence will accumulate, building your capacity to remain centered and calm throughout your day, even during more demanding situations. From this cultivated presence, genuine contentment begins to bloom. Contentment isn't the same as fleeting happiness, which often depends on external circumstances or achievements. True contentment is a deep, abiding sense of satisfaction with what is, right now, regardless of whether everything is perfect. It's about appreciating the sufficiency of the present moment, understanding that you have everything you truly need within yourself and in your immediate surroundings. This feeling isn't contingent on acquiring more, achieving more, or being more. It stems from a profound acceptance and appreciation of your current reality. It allows you to find peace in simplicity and to recognize the inherent value in your existing life, rather than constantly chasing an elusive future ideal. This shift liberates you from the endless pursuit of external validation and transient pleasures. Contentment also frees us from the constant trap of comparison, a pervasive habit in our modern world that often steals our joy. When we are truly content, we are less likely to measure our worth or our happiness against others, perceived successes or possessions. We understand that our journey is unique and our inner peace doesn't depend on what anyone else has or does. This mental liberation allows us to celebrate our own progress and appreciate our unique path without the sting of envy or inadequacy. It cultivates a deep sense of self-acceptance, recognizing that you are enough just as you are. This internal validation is far more powerful and sustainable than any external praise, providing a stable foundation for your emotional well-being and fostering genuine self-love. Embarking on this path might feel challenging at first, especially if your mind is accustomed to constant activity and external stimulation. You might experience moments of impatience, feeling like nothing is changing, or that these practices are too simple to make a real difference. It's crucial to approach this journey with kindness and persistence, understanding that cultivating inner peace is a gradual process, not an overnight transformation. Just as a seed takes time to grow into a strong plant, your inner landscape requires consistent nurturing and patience. Don't be discouraged by setbacks or days when your mind feels particularly busy. Simply acknowledge them and gently recommit to your practice. Every moment of conscious presence, no matter how brief, contributes to building a more peaceful and contented inner world. As you consistently engage in practices that foster presence and acceptance, you'll notice a subtle yet profound shift in your overall outlook. The things that once bothered you intensely might start to lose their sharp edges, becoming less impactful on your emotional state. You'll find yourself reacting with greater calm in situations that previously triggered stress or anxiety, and recovering more quickly from emotional upsets. This isn't about becoming indifferent. It's about developing a stronger, more resilient emotional core that can weather life's storms without being capsized. This newfound stability allows you to approach challenges with a clearer head and make decisions that align more closely with your deepest values, rather than being driven by fear or impulse. Part of cultivating this inner peace involves extending compassion to yourself, especially during moments of struggle. When your mind races or old anxieties resurface, instead of criticizing yourself, offer kindness and understanding. Recognize that these are simply old patterns, and with gentle awareness, they will gradually loosen their grip. Treat your inner self with the same patience and empathy you would offer a dear friend who is learning something new. This self-compassion is a vital ingredient in building lasting contentment, as it heals the internal critic and fosters a sense of inner safety and acceptance. It teaches you that your worth is not tied to your ability to always be calm or perfect, but to your willingness to show up for yourself with an open heart. This cultivated inner peace and contentment doesn't just reside within you, it naturally radiates outwards, influencing every aspect of your life. Your interactions with others become more genuine and less fraught with tension as you bring a calmer, more present energy to your relationships. You'll find yourself making decisions from a place of clarity and wisdom, rather than urgency or fear, leading to more fulfilling outcomes. Even the mundane tasks of daily life can take on a new sense of meaning and purpose when approached with a mindful, contented spirit. Life begins to feel less like a series of obstacles to overcome and more like an unfolding journey to be savored, making every moment a potential source of quiet joy and profound appreciation. Ultimately, cultivating inner peace and contentment is a lifelong journey, not a final destination you arrive at and then forget about. There will be days when it feels easier and days when it feels more challenging. But the continuous practice is what strengthens your emotional resilience. Each time you choose presence over distraction, acceptance over resistance, and kindness over self criticism, you reinforce the pathways to a more tranquil inner world. This consistent effort builds a robust foundation for emotional freedom, allowing you to live a life that is not merely free from distress, but rich with profound satisfaction and genuine well being. It is the steady, quiet work that transforms your relationship with yourself and the world. Embracing this journey means committing to a new way of being, one where your inner state is your most cherished possession and your greatest source of power. It's about recognizing that true freedom isn't found in controlling every external variable, but in mastering your internal responses and finding peace within yourself. By diligently tending to your inner garden, you will discover a wellspring of calm and contentment that flows freely, no matter what storms may rage outside. This is the profound promise of emotional freedom, a life lived from a place of deep peace, where you are the master of your own inner world, truly unbothered by what once held you captive. The impact of emotional freedom on relationships. Emotional freedom isn't just a gift you give yourself. It's a profound transformation that ripples outward, deeply impacting every relationship in your life. When your inner world finds a sense of calm and stability, that peace naturally extends to how you interact with friends, family, and romantic partners. Imagine approaching conversations, disagreements, or even moments of intimacy without the heavy baggage of past hurts or the gnawing fear of future uncertainties. This fundamental shift allows for a purer, more present engagement with others, fundamentally changing the dynamics of your connections for the better. It's about building stronger bridges of understanding and empathy rather than erecting walls of defensiveness or anxiety with the people who matter most. When you're no longer constantly battling your own internal struggles, you suddenly have a wealth of energy and genuine attention to offer to those around you. This personal liberation truly becomes a powerful gift, not just for your own well being, but for the health and vitality of every single relationship you nurture. One of the most immediate and noticeable impacts of emotional freedom is a significant reduction in your reactivity. Consider those familiar scenarios where a small, seemingly innocent comment from a loved one might have typically sent you spiraling into defensiveness, frustration, or even anger. With emotional freedom, you gain the invaluable space to pause, take a breath, and consciously choose your response, rather than simply reacting on autopilot. This newfound ability to manage your emotional impulses means fewer explosive arguments and significantly more opportunities for calm, constructive dialogue. You become far less prone to taking things personally, developing a deeper understanding that others' actions often stem from their own struggles, not necessarily a direct attack on you. This crucial shift dramatically lowers the emotional temperature in your relationships, making them feel inherently safer, more stable, and more nurturing for everyone involved. Improved communication naturally blossoms when you cultivate emotional freedom. When you're no longer constantly on edge, consumed by anxiety, or guarding your own emotional vulnerabilities, you can express yourself with far greater clarity, honesty, and authenticity. You find the strength to articulate your needs, feelings, and personal boundaries without being paralyzed by the fear of judgment or potential rejection. Because your fundamental sense of self-worth is no longer precariously dependent on another person's approval. This open, uninhibited channel of communication means that misunderstandings are far less likely to fester and grow, allowing issues to be addressed head-on before they have a chance to escalate into larger problems. Instead of hinting or silently expecting others to magically read your mind, you learn to speak your truth kindly but firmly, fostering a deeper, more genuine understanding. Such directness, born from a place of inner peace, builds an unshakable foundation of trust that strengthens every single bond you share. Emotional freedom also profoundly deepens your innate capacity for empathy and understanding. When your own emotional landscape is well managed and you're not overwhelmed by internal noise, you possess significantly more mental and emotional bandwidth to truly listen to and comprehend others. You can genuinely step into their shoes and see the world from their perspective without immediately projecting your own fears, insecurities, or past experiences onto their situation. This means you're able to offer genuine support, comfort, and validation, rather than dismissive remarks or unsolicited advice that might be born from your own unresolved anxieties. Being able to truly see and feel another person's experience without being consumed by it yourself is an incredibly powerful gift. It fosters a profound sense of connection, making others feel truly seen, valued, and deeply heard by you, which is the cornerstone of all meaningful relationships. Setting healthy, vital boundaries becomes not only entirely possible, but also a natural, empowering expression of self respect. For countless individuals, the lingering fear of disappointing others, causing conflict, or appearing selfish makes boundary setting an incredibly daunting and often avoided task, leading to feelings of deep resentment and emotional burnout. However, when you are truly emotionally free, your sense of self is robust and secure enough to assert your needs and limits without succumbing to debilitating guilt. You grasp the crucial understanding that protecting your energy, time, and overall well being is not a selfish act. It is absolutely essential for showing up as your most authentic and capable self in all your relationships. This newfound clarity allows you to communicate your boundaries with both kindness and unwavering conviction, gently teaching others how to treat you while meticulously maintaining mutual respect and understanding. It's about honoring yourself first and foremost, so you can genuinely and generously honor others too. With these profound internal shifts, you'll inevitably find that conflicts, when they naturally arise, are handled with significantly more grace, wisdom, and effectiveness. Instead of spiraling into unproductive blame games or retreating into defensive withdrawal, you can approach disagreements as invaluable opportunities for mutual growth, deeper understanding, and strengthening your bond. Emotional freedom equips you with the crucial ability to detach from the immediate sting of an argument and instead focus intently on finding collaborative solutions that genuinely work for everyone involved. You become far less likely to hold on to grudges or allow minor issues to snowball into major relationship-threatening rifts, precisely because you possess the refined tools to process your emotions constructively and move forward with clarity. This creates a much more resilient, harmonious, and enduring dynamic, where challenges are faced together as a team, rather than allowing them to tear you apart. It transforms conflict from a potentially destructive force into a powerful, constructive catalyst for connection. Authenticity truly flourishes when you are emotionally free and grounded in your own being. You no longer feel the draining need to wear masks, put on a facade, or pretend to be someone you're not, just to gain acceptance or meticulously avoid criticism. This genuine, uninhibited self-expression allows others to truly get to know the real, unfiltered you, fostering connections that are built on unwavering truth, deep understanding, and mutual respect. Imagine the immense relief and liberation of simply being yourself, embracing your quirks and imperfections, and being loved and accepted for exactly who you are. This profound vulnerability, born from a place of deep self-acceptance, is incredibly powerful in building authentic intimacy and unwavering trust within any relationship. It naturally invites others to be equally authentic in return, creating a sacred space where everyone feels safe and encouraged to be their true, unvarnished selves, which is where the most profound and lasting bonds are forged. Your capacity to be an incredibly reliable, present, and genuinely supportive friend, partner, or family member also expands exponentially. When you're no longer constantly battling your own inner demons, navigating emotional turmoil, or consumed by self-doubt, you suddenly have significantly more emotional energy and genuine presence to offer to those you deeply care about. You naturally become a steady anchor, a safe harbor where others can reliably turn during their own difficult times, without you feeling drained, overwhelmed, or resentful yourself. This doesn't imply becoming a passive doormat. It means you can offer support from a place of inherent strength, clarity, and genuine empathy, rather than out of obligation, fear, or codependency. Being emotionally free empowers you to give generously of yourself without losing yourself in the process, thereby profoundly enriching the lives of everyone around you. Your inner peace becomes an enduring source of profound strength for your entire network of relationships. Emotional freedom also empowers you to courageously break free from deeply ingrained, unhealthy relationship patterns that might have silently plagued you for years, often without you even realizing it. Perhaps you've repeatedly found yourself in relationships where you felt consistently unheard, undervalued, or constantly attracted partners who were emotionally unavailable or consistently brought drama. By diligently understanding and skillfully managing your own emotional triggers, core beliefs, and fundamental needs, you gain the invaluable insight and inner strength to clearly identify these recurring patterns and consciously choose a drastically different, healthier path forward. You stop repeating the same detrimental mistakes, not because you're simply trying harder, but because your entire inner emotional landscape has fundamentally transformed. This profound internal shift allows you to consciously build new, healthier, and more fulfilling dynamics based on mutual respect, genuine connection, and authentic love, actively creating the relationships you truly deserve and desire. Consequently, as you cultivate emotional freedom, you naturally begin to attract more positive, uplifting, and genuinely supportive relationships into your life. When you consistently exude a calm presence, quiet confidence, and authentic self acceptance, you inherently draw in people who resonate deeply with that positive energy and inner peace. The days of desperately chasing external validation, clinging anxiously to unhealthy connections, or tolerating disrespect begin to mercifully fade, replaced by an intuitive understanding of who truly aligns with your well being and growth. This isn't about actively seeking out living a more fulfilling life. Having journeyed through the intricacies of emotional liberation, from understanding the tyranny of negative thoughts to cultivating inner peace and transforming our relationships, we now stand at the precipice of something truly profound, living a more fulfilling life. This isn't just about feeling less bothered, it's about actively shaping a life rich with purpose, joy, and genuine connection. Imagine waking up each day with a sense of clarity, knowing that while challenges may arise, your emotional state is largely within your control. This final step in our journey isn't just a destination, but a continuous path of growth and discovery, where every emotion, every experience can be a building block for something extraordinary. It's about moving beyond mere existence to a vibrant, engaged way of being in the world, one where you are the author of your own story. Embracing emotional freedom allows you to truly step into your power, making choices that resonate deeply with your authentic self. This shift changes everything, from how you approach your daily tasks to your biggest life dreams. When you free yourself from the constant internal chatter and the heavy weight of unchecked emotions, a vast amount of mental and emotional energy becomes available to you. This newfound energy isn't just for coping, it's for creating, for exploring, and for truly living. Instead of being drained by anxiety or frustration, you can channel that vitality into pursuing your passions, learning new skills, or investing more deeply in the people you care about. Think of it like clearing out a cluttered room. Suddenly, there's space for what truly matters, for beauty and for functionality. This emotional spaciousness allows you to see opportunities you might have missed before, to hear your own inner wisdom more clearly, and to act with greater intention. It's a powerful transformation that redefines your relationship with life itself, turning every moment into a chance for meaningful engagement. A fulfilling life is often defined by a strong sense of purpose, and emotional freedom is the compass that helps you navigate toward it. When your mind isn't clouded by worries or past regrets, your true values and aspirations become strikingly clear. You begin to understand what truly motivates you, what brings you genuine satisfaction, and what kind of impact you want to make on the world. This clarity isn't something you have to search for endlessly. It emerges naturally as you quiet the emotional noise. It allows you to align your daily actions with your deepest beliefs, creating a powerful synergy that propels you forward. Discovering and living your purpose isn't about grand gestures. It's about making conscious choices, big and small, that reflect who you are and what you stand for. This alignment brings a profound sense of peace and rightness to your existence. With a clear sense of purpose, the path to a fulfilling life becomes less daunting and far more exciting. Emotional freedom empowers you to pursue your goals with courage rather than being held back by fear of failure or judgment. You learn to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth, understanding that setbacks are simply part of the journey, not roadblocks. This doesn't mean you won't still feel nervous or uncertain at times, but it means those feelings won't paralyze you. Instead, you'll have the tools to acknowledge them, process them, and then move forward anyway, guided by your inner strength. Imagine tackling a new project, starting a difficult conversation, or stepping out of your comfort zone, all with a newfound sense of self assurance. This ability to act despite apprehension is a hallmark of truly living, not just existing. Beyond purpose and courage, emotional freedom also unlocks a deeper capacity for joy. This isn't about being happy all the time, which is an unrealistic expectation, but about experiencing authentic joy more frequently and profoundly. When you're not constantly battling negative emotions, you become more attuned to the simple pleasures of life: a beautiful sunset, a shared laugh with a friend, the taste of a delicious meal. These moments, often okayed in a state of emotional turmoil, become vibrant and deeply appreciated. You learn to savor them, allowing their warmth to truly settle within you. This isn't superficial happiness. It's a rich, enduring sense of contentment that comes from being present and open to life's offerings. It's a quiet knowing that even amidst life's complexities, moments of pure delight are always accessible. Resilience is another cornerstone of a fulfilling life, and emotional freedom is its bedrock. Life will inevitably throw curveballs, bring disappointments, and present difficult situations. The difference, once you've cultivated emotional freedom, is how you respond to these challenges. Instead of being knocked down and staying down, you develop the ability to bounce back, to learn from adversity, and to adapt with grace. This isn't about suppressing pain, it's about acknowledging it, processing it, and then finding your way forward without letting it define you. Your emotional toolkit allows you to navigate the storms with greater stability, knowing that you possess the inner resources to weather them. This strength isn't just for your own benefit, it makes you a beacon of stability for those around you, demonstrating the power of inner fortitude. Living authentically is perhaps one of the most liberating aspects of emotional freedom. When you are no longer driven by the need to please others, to conform to external expectations, or to hide parts of yourself out of fear, you can truly be who you are. This means speaking your truth, pursuing your genuine interests, and forming relationships based on honesty and mutual respect. Shedding the masks we often wear can feel vulnerable at first, but it ultimately leads to deeper, more meaningful connections and a profound sense of self-acceptance. Imagine the relief of simply being yourself, flaws and all, and finding that you are not only accepted, but celebrated. This authenticity radiates outward, attracting people and experiences that genuinely align with your true nature, fostering a life that feels genuinely yours. The ripple effect of your emotional freedom extends far beyond your personal life, touching your community and even the world. When you operate from a place of inner peace and fulfillment, you become a more compassionate, understanding, and positive force. Your ability to listen without judgment, to offer support without resentment, and to contribute constructively becomes amplified. You might find yourself more inclined to volunteer, to advocate for causes you believe in, or simply to be a more patient and kind presence in your daily interactions. This quiet influence can inspire others to embark on their own journeys of emotional growth, creating a powerful collective shift. Your personal transformation contributes to a more harmonious and empathetic world, proving that inner work truly has outward benefits. A truly fulfilling life often involves stepping beyond our comfort zones, embracing new experiences, and continually growing. Emotional freedom provides the courage needed to take these leaps of faith. When you're not shackled by anxiety about the unknown or fear of failure, you're more willing to explore new hobbies, travel to unfamiliar places, or pursue ambitious career goals. This willingness to push boundaries is where true personal expansion happens, leading to a richer, more diverse tapestry of life experiences. Imagine the joy of discovering hidden talents, forging unexpected friendships, or achieving feats you once thought impossible. all because you dared to venture beyond the familiar. It is in these moments of brave exploration that we often find our greatest sense of self discovery and accomplishment, adding vibrant color to our life's canvas. It's important to remember that living a more fulfilling life is not a final destination you arrive at and then simply stay. It is a continuous journey, a dynamic process of learning, adapting, and growing. There will be moments of triumph and moments of struggle, but with emotional freedom as your guide, you'll be equipped to navigate them all with greater wisdom and grace. Each new experience, each emotional challenge, becomes an opportunity to deepen your understanding of yourself and refine your approach to life. This ongoing evolution ensures that your life remains vibrant, engaging, and perpetually meaningful, always offering new horizons to explore. Embrace the ebb and flow, knowing that every step, every breath, contributes to the rich tapestry of your evolving existence, making your story uniquely and beautifully yours. To sustain this fulfilling path, integrate simple yet powerful practices into your daily life. Mindfulness, for instance, keeps you grounded in the present, preventing your mind from drifting into past regrets or future anxieties. Practicing gratitude cultivates an appreciation for what you have, shifting your focus from scarcity to abundance. Conscious choices, from how you spend your time to what you consume, become deliberate acts aligned with your core values. These aren't burdensome tasks. They are gentle reminders to stay connected to your inner self and the principles of emotional freedom. By weaving these practices into your routine, you reinforce the positive neural pathways that support resilience and joy. They become the quiet anchors that steady you, even when the external world feels chaotic, ensuring your inner sanctuary remains intact. Ultimately, the power to live a more fulfilling life resides within you, now more than ever. You've been given the tools, the insights, and the understanding to reclaim control over your inner world. The journey of emotional freedom is an ongoing commitment, a daily practice of awareness and intentionality. Remember that every small choice you make, every moment you choose to respond consciously rather than react impulsively, builds upon itself. You are not a passive recipient of your emotions. You are an active participant in shaping your emotional landscape and, by extension, your entire life experience. Embrace this profound agency, knowing that your capacity for peace, joy, and fulfillment is boundless. This is your moment to truly step into the life you were meant to live, one of authentic happiness and deep satisfaction. The lasting impact of this journey towards emotional freedom is immeasurable, extending far beyond your own immediate happiness. It shapes the legacy you leave behind, influencing the lives of your loved ones, your community, and even future generations. When you live a life guided by emotional intelligence and inner peace, you model a powerful way of being for others. You demonstrate that it is possible to navigate life's complexities with grace, to find joy amidst challenges, and to build genuine connections based on empathy and understanding. This isn't just about feeling good in the moment. It's about crafting a life that truly matters, a life that resonates with purpose and leaves a positive imprint on the world. Your journey becomes a testament to the transformative power of self-awareness and conscious living, inspiring others to seek their own liberation. So as you close this chapter, know that this is just the beginning of your most authentic and fulfilling life. The principles and practices you've explored are not merely theoretical concepts. They are living tools waiting for your consistent application. Continue to practice self-compassion, remain curious about your inner workings, and always choose courage over comfort. The path ahead is yours to create, filled with endless possibilities and profound discoveries. Embrace the adventure, trust in your newfound emotional resilience, and step forward with confidence, knowing that you are capable of living a life that truly lights you up. This is your invitation to not just survive, but to truly thrive, experiencing the deep satisfaction of a life well lived, a life that truly didn't let things bother you anymore. Handling disappointment constructively. Life, with all its beautiful complexities, inevitably brings moments of disappointment. It's that familiar sting when things don't go as planned, when hopes are dashed, or when reality falls short of our carefully constructed expectations. This feeling can range from a mild letdown to a profound sense of sadness or frustration. often leaving us feeling unsettled and deflated. We've all been there, whether it's a missed opportunity, a project that didn't pan out, or a personal goal that slipped just out of reach. Understanding that disappointment is a universal part of the human experience is the first step toward navigating it with greater ease, rather than letting it overwhelm our emotional landscape. When disappointment strikes, our immediate reaction can often be a powerful surge of negative emotions. We might feel a knot in our stomach, a heaviness in our chest, or a wave of irritation that washes over us. For many, this initial sting can quickly spiral into self-blame, rumination, or even a sense of hopelessness. It's easy to get caught in the trap of replaying the situation over and over, wondering what we could have done differently, or fixating on the unfairness of it all. This natural, albeit uncomfortable, emotional response is a signal, but it doesn't have to be a sentence to prolonged suffering. It's an opportunity to choose a different path. Learning to handle disappointment constructively is not about ignoring these painful feelings or pretending they don't exist. Instead, it's about developing the inner strength to process them in a way that fuels growth and resilience, rather than allowing them to fester. Without constructive strategies, disappointment can easily lead to bitterness, a reluctance to try again, or a pervasive sense of inadequacy that erodes our self-confidence over time. By consciously choosing how we respond, we transform these challenging moments into stepping stones, building a stronger foundation for our emotional well-being and future endeavors. This approach helps us reclaim control over our inner world, preventing external events from dictating our happiness. The very first step in handling any challenging emotion, including disappointment, is to simply acknowledge it. Resist the urge to push it away, minimize its impact, or distract yourself from the discomfort. Instead, take a moment to pause and truly feel what's happening within you. Where do you feel it in your body? What thoughts are running through your mind? Validating your feelings, telling yourself it's okay to feel disappointed right now, is a powerful act of self-compassion. This isn't about wallowing, but about giving your emotions the space they need to be recognized, which is essential before you can begin to process and move through them effectively. Once you've acknowledged the feeling, try to pinpoint the specific source of your disappointment. What exactly didn't go your way? Was it a specific outcome, someone's actions, or perhaps an unmet expectation you held? Clarity around the cause can prevent your mind from broadly blaming everything or getting stuck in vague negativity. For instance, if you're disappointed about a job interview, identify whether it's the rejection itself, the feeling of not being good enough, or the loss of a potential opportunity. Understanding this core trigger allows you to address the specific issue rather than simply grappling with a generalized sense of unhappiness, making the path forward much clearer. A crucial aspect of constructive handling involves separating the disappointing event from your inherent self-worth. It's easy to internalize setbacks and believe they reflect negatively on who you are as a person. However, a missed promotion, a failed project, or a friendship that didn't last does not define your value or capabilities. These are isolated events, not judgments of your character. Remind yourself that everyone experiences disappointment, and these moments are part of the journey, not a final verdict on your potential. By consciously decoupling the outcome from your identity, you protect your self-esteem and maintain a healthy perspective, ensuring one setback doesn't shatter your entire sense of self. One of the most transformative tools at your disposal is the power of perspective shift. Instead of viewing disappointment as a definitive failure, try to reframe it as a learning opportunity or simply a redirection. Imagine a path you thought you were on suddenly blocked. Instead of dwelling on the obstruction, consider that it might be guiding you toward an even better, albeit different, route. This isn't about toxic positivity, but about consciously choosing to look for the silver lining or the lesson hidden within the challenge. This cognitive shift can dramatically alter your emotional experience, transforming a seemingly negative event into a valuable moment for growth and deeper understanding. After allowing yourself to feel the disappointment and identifying its source, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? Every setback, no matter how painful, carries potential insights that can inform your future decisions and actions. Perhaps you realize you need to refine your approach, develop a new skill, or communicate more clearly. Maybe the lesson is about setting more realistic expectations or understanding your own limitations. By actively seeking out these lessons, you transform a potentially debilitating experience into a powerful catalyst for personal development. This proactive inquiry empowers you, shifting your focus from what went wrong to how you can improve and adapt moving forward. Once you've processed the past and identified potential lessons, turn your attention to what is currently within your sphere of influence. Many aspects of life, especially the outcomes of our efforts, are beyond our direct control. However, our reactions, our next steps, and our attitude are always within our power to choose. Focus your energy on those elements you can impact, such as adjusting your strategy, seeking new information, or simply taking care of your emotional well-being. This shift in focus from what was lost to what can still be done helps to restore a sense of agency and prevents you from feeling helpless in the face of adversity, empowering you to move forward. Sometimes disappointment stems not from a failure of circumstance, but from holding on to unrealistic expectations. It's worth taking an honest look at your initial hopes. Were they truly achievable, or were they perhaps based on an idealized vision? Adjusting your expectations doesn't mean lowering your standards or giving up on your dreams. It means aligning them more closely with reality and understanding that life rarely follows a perfectly straight line. This process involves a healthy balance of ambition and pragmatism, allowing you to pursue your goals with passion while remaining flexible and adaptable when unforeseen obstacles arise. By recalibrating your expectations, you build a greater capacity for acceptance and reduce the likelihood of future disappointments. Constructively handling disappointment isn't about instantly bouncing back with a smile. It's about taking deliberate, often small steps forward. Once you've acknowledged your feelings, learned from the situation, and focused on what you can control, it's time to translate that understanding into action. This might mean revising your goals, seeking new opportunities, or simply engaging in activities that bring you a sense of accomplishment and joy. Even minor positive actions can build momentum, helping to shift your mindset from dwelling on the past to actively shaping your future. These incremental movements reinforce your ability to overcome challenges and rebuild your confidence. Throughout this process, remember to extend yourself the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend. Empassion is a vital ingredient in navigating disappointment effectively. Instead of harsh self-criticism or judgment, speak to yourself with gentle encouragement and empathy. Acknowledge that you're going through a tough time and that it's natural to feel hurt or frustrated. This inner dialogue of support acts as a buffer against the negative impacts of disappointment, allowing you to heal and regain your emotional footing without compounding the pain with unnecessary self-reproach. Cultivating this gentle inner voice is a cornerstone of lasting emotional freedom. Each time you navigate disappointment constructively, you're not just getting through a tough moment, you're actively building your emotional resilience. These experiences, when handled with intention and self-awareness, become invaluable training grounds for life's inevitable challenges. You learn that you possess the inner resources to face setbacks, adapt to change, and emerge stronger on the other side. This accumulation of positive coping experiences reinforces your belief in your own ability to handle whatever comes your way, leading to a profound sense of inner peace and a liberation from the tyranny of negative thoughts and feelings. It's a powerful transformation that truly empowers you. Ultimately, moving on from disappointment doesn't mean forgetting it ever happened or erasing the pain entirely. Instead, it involves integrating the experience into the fabric of your life story, understanding its lessons, and releasing the emotional burden it once held. It's about accepting what occurred, making peace with it, and then consciously choosing to direct your energy toward new possibilities and future aspirations. By doing so, you honor your past experiences while simultaneously opening yourself up to a more resilient, peaceful, and empowered future, fully equipped to embrace whatever journey lies ahead. Navigating rejection with grace. Rejection is one of those universal human experiences that can hit us with an unexpected force, leaving us feeling vulnerable confused, and sometimes deeply wounded. Whether it's a job application that didn't pan out, a relationship that ended abruptly, a creative project turned down, or even a simple invitation declined, the sting of being unwanted or deemed not enough can be incredibly sharp. This feeling isn't a sign of weakness. It's a natural, deeply ingrained response tied to our need for belonging and validation. And understanding this initial reaction is the first step toward managing it effectively. It's crucial to acknowledge that everyone, no matter how confident or successful they appear, has faced and will continue to face rejection in various forms throughout their lives. The real challenge, and where our growth truly lies, isn't in avoiding these moments, but in learning how to navigate them with a sense of dignity and self possession. The immediate aftermath of rejection often feels like a punch to the gut, triggering a cascade of difficult emotions that can range from profound sadness and disappointment to intense anger or deep seated self doubt. Our minds might race, replaying scenarios, dissecting every word, or questioning our worth, leading us down a rabbit hole of negative self talk. This internal dialogue can be particularly loud for those of us who tend to overthink or are highly sensitive, making the experience feel even more overwhelming and isolating. It's during these raw moments that our emotional resilience is truly tested, and how we choose to respond, even in the smallest ways, can significantly impact our ability to bounce back and maintain our inner peace. Recognizing these immediate emotional triggers allows us to pause and choose a more constructive path rather than reacting impulsively. One of the most insidious traps we fall into after experiencing rejection is the tendency to personalize it, immediately assuming the no is a direct reflection of our inherent flaws or inadequacies. We tell ourselves stories like, I wasn't good enough, they didn't like me because of X, or I'm just not cut out for this, turning an external event into an internal indictment. This automatic personalization can be incredibly damaging, chipping away at our self esteem and reinforcing negative core beliefs that may not even be true. It's vital to challenge this immediate jump to self blame, as it rarely provides an accurate picture of the situation and often prevents us from seeing the broader context. Learning to separate the outcome from our self worth is a foundational skill in navigating life's inevitable disappointments with grace. Gracefully handling rejection begins with a conscious effort to separate your identity and inherent worth from the specific outcome of a particular situation. Your value as a human being, your talents, your kindness, and your potential are not contingent upon someone else's approval or a specific door opening. When a job offer doesn't come through, it doesn't mean you are an unworthy professional. It means that particular role wasn't the right fit at that time. If a relationship ends, it doesn't diminish your capacity for love or your desirability. It simply means that connection wasn't meant to last. This distinction is powerful because it shifts the focus from I am rejected to my application's idea/offer was rejected, creating a healthy boundary between who you are and what happened. It's also incredibly important to remember that many rejections stem from factors entirely outside of your control, having absolutely nothing to do with your personal capabilities or worth. Consider a company that hires internally, despite your perfect qualifications, or a publishing house that already has a similar book on their roster. Perhaps a relationship didn't work out because of differing life paths or unresolved issues on the other person's side, rather than anything you specifically did wrong. Sometimes the timing simply isn't right, or the resources available don't align with what you're offering, making the decision less about you and more about the circumstances of the other party. Recognizing these external influences can help depersonalize the experience, allowing you to view the situation with a more objective and less self-critical lens. Once you've acknowledged the initial sting and started to depersonalize the event, the next crucial step is to allow yourself to genuinely feel and process the emotions that arise, rather than suppressing them or letting them fester. Give yourself permission to be sad, angry, frustrated, or disappointed for a defined period, perhaps a few hours or a day, without judgment. This isn't about wallowing, but about healthy emotional release. You might find it helpful to express these feelings through journaling, talking to a trusted friend, or engaging in a physical activity that helps you release tension. The key is to experience these emotions without letting them consume you or dictate your long term narrative, understanding that they are temporary visitors, not permanent residents. During these vulnerable moments, practicing radical self compassion becomes absolutely essential. Treating yourself with the same warmth, understanding, and kindness you would offer a cherished friend facing a similar setback. Instead of berating yourself with harsh criticism or dwelling on perceived failures, speak to yourself with gentle encouragement and reassurance. Remind yourself that you did your best, that rejection is a part of life, and that it doesn't diminish your inherent value or future potential. This act of self nurturing helps to counteract the negative self talk that often accompanies rejection, fostering a sense of inner safety and resilience that allows you to heal and move forward more effectively. While not every rejection provides clear reasons, some can offer invaluable feedback if you approach them with a curious and open mind, rather than a defensive one. If possible and appropriate, seek constructive criticism, not to dwell on perceived flaws, but to identify areas for genuine improvement. For instance, if you're rejected from a job, you might politely ask for feedback on your interview performance or resume. However, it's equally important to discern when feedback is genuinely helpful versus when it's vague, unhelpful, or even unkind. Don't chase explanations that aren't offered, and always filter feedback through your own discernment, taking what serves your growth and gently letting go of what doesn't resonate or feels overly critical. A powerful mindset shift involves reframing rejection not as a closed door to your dreams, but often as a redirection toward a path that might be even better suited for you. Sometimes, what we initially perceive as a setback is actually the universe gently guiding us away from something that wasn't truly aligned with our highest good or long term happiness. That job you didn't get might have led to a toxic work environment, or that relationship that ended might have prevented you from finding a more fulfilling connection. Embracing this perspective requires a degree of trust and optimism, but it empowers you to view obstacles as opportunities for new beginnings and discoveries, rather than definitive endings. After allowing yourself to process the emotions and extract any valuable lessons, the next step is to actively rebuild and re-engage with life, refusing to let rejection paralyze your progress. This might involve updating your resume with new skills, refining your approach to dating, or brainstorming alternative strategies for your creative endeavors. It's also incredibly important to reconnect with activities and people that bring you joy and reaffirm your self-worth, reminding you of your strengths and passions outside of the specific area where you faced rejection. Taking intentional steps forward, no matter how small, helps to restore a sense of agency and momentum, reminding you that your journey continues beyond this particular setback. Each time you navigate rejection with conscious awareness and self-compassion, you are actively strengthening your inner core and building a more robust sense of emotional resilience. These experiences, though painful, become opportunities to prove to yourself that you can withstand adversity, learn from it, and emerge even stronger. Over time, the sting of rejection may not disappear entirely, but your ability to recover quickly and maintain your self-belief will undoubtedly grow. Think of it as emotional muscle memory. The more you practice responding constructively, the more natural and less daunting it becomes, preparing you for future challenges with a calm and centered approach. It's essential to maintain a long-term view, understanding that life is an ongoing series of attempts, experiments, and learning opportunities, where setbacks are an inevitable and even necessary part of the journey. Very few successful endeavors happen without encountering multiple no's along the way. In fact, many celebrated figures attribute their success to their ability to persist despite numerous rejections. This perspective helps to normalize the experience, stripping it of its power to define your entire trajectory. Embrace the understanding that every no brings you closer to a yes, and that true resilience isn't about avoiding failure, but about how gracefully and determinedly you pick yourself up after each fall. Ultimately, cultivating grace in the face of rejection isn't about pretending it doesn't hurt or suppressing your genuine feelings. It's about choosing your response and maintaining your dignity and self respect through the discomfort. It means acknowledging the pain, learning what you can, and then consciously deciding to move forward with a sense of inner strength and hope, rather than allowing the experience to diminish your spirit. This kind of grace allows you to navigate life's inevitable disappointments with composure, keeping your emotional freedom intact and your belief in your own capabilities unwavering, ready for whatever new opportunities lie ahead. Developing healthy coping strategies. Life, as we all know, is a winding road full of unexpected twists and turns. Sometimes these turns bring joy, and other times they throw challenges our way that can feel overwhelming. When those tough moments hit, our natural instinct might be to shy away from the discomfort, to push feelings down, or to simply wish they would disappear. However, true emotional freedom isn't about avoiding difficult emotions entirely. It's about learning effective, healthy ways to navigate them when they arise. Developing robust coping strategies is like building a sturdy bridge over troubled waters, allowing you to cross safely rather than being swept away. Many of us, without realizing it, fall into unhelpful coping patterns simply because they offer immediate, though fleeting, relief. This might look like endless scrolling on your phone, overeating, procrastinating important tasks, or even withdrawing from friends and family. While these actions might dull the edge of discomfort for a moment, they rarely address the root cause of our distress and can often leave us feeling worse in the long run. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward replacing them with more constructive and genuinely helpful approaches that truly serve your well-being. One of the most powerful and accessible coping strategies is mindfulness, which simply means paying attention to the present moment without judgment. It's not about emptying your mind or achieving some perfect state of calm. It's about noticing your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations as they happen. When you practice mindfulness, you create a little space between yourself and your reactions, allowing you to observe what's going on inside without getting completely swept up in it. This simple act of awareness can significantly reduce the intensity of overwhelming emotions, giving you a sense of grounded control. To try a basic mindfulness exercise, find a quiet spot and sit comfortably, perhaps closing your eyes or softening your gaze. Gently bring your attention to your breath, noticing the rise and fall of your chest or the sensation of air entering and leaving your nostrils. Don't try to change your breath, just observe it. If your mind wanders, which it absolutely will, just gently guide your attention back to your breath without frustration. Even a few minutes of this practice can help calm your nervous system, reduce stress, and bring a much-needed moment of peace into a busy or anxious day. Physical activity is another incredible tool for managing emotional distress, and it doesn't mean you need to become a marathon runner. Even a brisk walk around the block, a session of gentle stretching, or dancing to your favorite music can make a huge difference. When you move your body, you release endorphins, which are natural mood boosters, and you also give your mind a healthy distraction from anxious thoughts. It's a fantastic way to discharge pent-up energy, reduce physical tension, and shift your focus from internal rumination to the present moment of movement. Sometimes words alone aren't enough to process what we're feeling, and that's where creative expression comes in. Engaging in activities like drawing, painting, playing a musical instrument, or even just doodling can provide an outlet for emotions that feel too complex to articulate. The beauty of creative expression is that there's no right or wrong way to do it. It's purely about expressing what's inside you. This process can be incredibly cathartic, allowing you to externalize your feelings and gain a new perspective on them, often leading to unexpected insights and a sense of relief. Journaling stands out as a particularly effective form of creative expression for emotional processing. Simply writing down your thoughts, feelings, and experiences without censoring or editing can be incredibly clarifying. It's like having a conversation with yourself on paper, allowing you to untangle complex emotions, identify recurring patterns in your thinking, and even brainstorm solutions to problems. Your journal becomes a safe, private space where you can be completely honest, helping you understand your inner world better and fostering a deeper connection with yourself. Connecting with nature offers a unique form of solace and perspective that can be profoundly healing when you're feeling overwhelmed. Stepping outside, whether it's for a walk in a park, sitting by a lake, or simply tending to a few plants on your windowsill, can help to ground you. The natural world has a way of reminding us of something bigger than ourselves, often making our immediate worries seem a little less daunting. Observing the simple beauty of a tree, listening to birdsong, or feeling the sun on your skin can be a powerful antidote to stress and anxiety. Our thoughts play a massive role in how we experience our emotions, and learning to reframe negative thinking patterns is a vital coping strategy. This doesn't mean pretending everything is perfect, but rather actively challenging unhelpful thoughts and looking for alternative perspectives. For example, instead of thinking, I always mess everything up, you might reframe it to, this didn't go as planned, but I can learn from it. By consciously shifting your internal dialogue, you can lessen the emotional impact of challenging situations and cultivate a more resilient mindset. When faced with a difficult situation, it's easy to get stuck in a cycle of worry and rumination, feeling paralyzed by the problem. A healthier coping mechanism involves adopting a proactive, problem solving approach. This means breaking down the overwhelming issue into smaller, more manageable steps. Instead of dwelling on the entire mountain, focus on taking just one step at a time. This method not only makes the problem seem less daunting, but also gives you a sense of agency and control, replacing helplessness with purposeful action. Establishing and maintaining healthy boundaries is another crucial coping strategy that protects your emotional energy and prevents burnout. Boundaries are simply limits you set in your relationships and daily life to ensure your well-being. This could mean saying no to extra commitments when you're already stretched thin, limiting time with people who consistently drain you, or carving out personal time for self-care. Clear boundaries communicate your needs to others and, more importantly, to yourself, creating a protective shield around your emotional space. In moments of distress, it's common to be incredibly hard on ourselves, adding self-criticism to an already difficult situation. Developing self-compassion, however, is a profoundly healing coping strategy. This means treating yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and patience you would offer a dear friend who is struggling. Instead of judging your feelings or shortcomings, acknowledge them with warmth and acceptance. Practicing self-compassion reduces feelings of shame and isolation, fostering inner strength and resilience during challenging times. The truth is, there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to coping strategies. What works for one person might not resonate with another. The goal is to experiment with different techniques and build a personal toolkit of strategies that you can draw upon when you need them most. Think of it like having a diverse set of tools in a toolbox. You wouldn't use a hammer for every job. And similarly, different emotional challenges might call for different coping mechanisms. Explore, adapt, and find what genuinely brings you comfort and clarity. Remember that developing these healthy coping strategies is a journey, not a destination, and it requires consistent practice. You won't master them overnight. Got? And there will be days when you feel like you're taking two steps back. That's perfectly normal and part of the human experience. The key is to keep showing up for yourself, to keep trying, and to remember that every small effort you make to manage your emotions constructively is a step towards greater emotional freedom and a more peaceful inner world. By actively cultivating a repertoire of healthy coping strategies, you empower yourself to respond to life's inevitable disappointments and rejections with greater resilience and grace. You move away from being a passive recipient of your emotions and step into the role of an active participant in your own well-being. This shift in perspective and practice is what truly allows you to reclaim control over your inner world, fostering a profound sense of peace and leading to a life where difficult moments bother you less and you feel more capable of navigating anything that comes your way. Seeking support when needed. Even with the most robust personal toolkit for managing emotions, there are moments in life when facing challenges alone feels insurmountable. You might have diligently practiced constructive coping strategies and navigated disappointments with grace. yet a deep sense of overwhelm persists, leaving you feeling adrift. This is precisely when reaching out for support becomes not just an option, but a vital step towards truly reclaiming control over your inner world and fostering lasting emotional well being. It's a powerful act of self awareness and self care, acknowledging that human connection and external perspectives are invaluable resources in our journey toward emotional freedom. Recognizing this need doesn't diminish your strength. In fact, it highlights a profound understanding of your own limits and a commitment to your healing process. Embracing support means opening yourself up to new possibilities and shared burdens, rather than carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Many of us are conditioned to believe that asking for help is a sign of weakness, a failure to cope independently. We might fear judgment, worry about burdening others, or simply feel ashamed that we aren't handling things as perfectly as we think we should be. These internal narratives, often rooted in past experiences or societal expectations, can create a powerful barrier to seeking the very assistance we desperately need. They whisper doubts and amplify feelings of isolation, making it incredibly difficult to voice our struggles. Overcoming this ingrained resistance requires a conscious shift in perspective, understanding that vulnerability is a cornerstone of genuine human connection and personal growth. It's about dismantling the myth that true strength lies in solitary suffering and embracing the truth that resilience is often forged in community. Let's reframe this perception entirely. Seeking support is, in essence, an act of profound courage. It takes immense bravery to admit you don't have all the answers, to expose your vulnerabilities, and to trust another person with your emotional landscape. This isn't about giving up your agency. It's about strategically enlisting allies who can help you navigate treacherous emotional terrain, offering fresh perspectives and practical solutions you might not see on your own. When you reach out, you're not just looking for a quick fix. You're investing in your long-term emotional resilience, building a network that can sustain you through life's inevitable ups and downs. This proactive approach is a fundamental pillar of achieving the emotional freedom you seek, allowing you to move beyond simply coping to truly thriving. Support can manifest in many forms, and often the first place we look is within our existing relationships. Confiding in a trusted friend, a supportive family member, or a compassionate partner can provide immense relief and validation. These individuals who know and care about you deeply can offer a listening ear, a different viewpoint, or simply a comforting presence that reminds you you're not alone. The key is to choose wisely, selecting people who can genuinely listen without judgment, offer empathy, and respect your feelings without trying to fix everything. Sharing your burdens with someone who truly understands can lighten your load significantly, fostering a sense of connection that is crucial for emotional well-being. Beyond your personal circle, professional support offers a structured and objective avenue for growth. Therapists, counselors, and life coaches are trained experts equipped with specific tools and techniques to help you understand your emotional patterns, identify triggers, and develop more effective coping mechanisms. Unlike friends or family, these professionals provide a confidential space free from personal biases, focusing solely on your well-being and progress. They can guide you through complex emotions, offer evidence-based strategies, and illuminate blind spots that might be hindering your emotional freedom. Engaging with a professional is not a sign of failure, but rather a proactive investment in your mental and emotional health, much like seeing a doctor for a physical ailment. Unfortunately, a lingering stigma often surrounds mental health support, making many hesitant to consider professional help. This outdated notion suggests that needing therapy implies a fundamental flaw or an inability to manage one's own life, which couldn't be further from the truth. In reality, seeking therapy demonstrates an incredible commitment to self-improvement and a desire for a richer, more fulfilling life. It's about gaining clarity, developing resilience, and learning advanced emotional navigation skills that empower you to face any challenge. Breaking free from this societal stigma is crucial for your personal journey, allowing you to access valuable resources without unnecessary shame or guilt. When you decide to confide in a loved one, a Approaching the conversation with clarity and honesty can make a significant difference. Instead of waiting for them to notice your struggles, initiate the discussion by expressing your feelings openly and directly. You might start by saying, "I've been feeling particularly overwhelmed lately, and I could really use someone to talk to." Or, "I'm going through a tough time, and I wanted to share what's on my mind with you." Be specific about what kind of support you need, whether it's just a listening ear, some practical advice, or simply their company. Remember, people often want to help but might not know how, so guiding them can make the process smoother for everyone involved. If you're considering professional help, finding the right fit is paramount. Start by researching therapists or counselors in your area, looking for individuals with experience in areas relevant to your struggles, such as anxiety, stress management, or emotional regulation. Websites, referrals from trusted friends, or your primary care physician can be excellent starting points. Don't hesitate to schedule initial consultations with a few different professionals. This interview process allows you to assess their approach, personality, and whether you feel a comfortable connection. Trust your gut feeling, as a strong therapeutic relationship is a key predictor of successful outcomes. Another powerful avenue for support comes from joining support groups. These gatherings, whether in person or online, bring together individuals who are navigating similar challenges. The shared experience can be incredibly validating, helping you realize you're not alone in your struggles and reducing feelings of isolation. Hearing how others cope, sharing your own story, and offering encouragement to peers can foster a unique sense of community and understanding. Support groups provide a safe space to explore emotions, gain new perspectives, and learn practical strategies from people who truly get it, often at little to no cost. Ultimately, cultivating a robust support system is not a one-time event, but an ongoing process, a vital aspect of building lasting emotional resilience. It means actively nurturing relationships, knowing when to lean on others, and being willing to offer support in return. This network acts as a safety net, catching you when you stumble and helping you regain your footing. With a strong foundation of both personal and, if needed, professional support, you equip yourself with the collective wisdom and strength to navigate life's complexities with greater calm and composure. This continuous engagement with your support system reinforces your journey towards genuine emotional freedom, empowering you to face whatever comes next with renewed confidence. Embracing the concept of seeking support when needed is a testament to your commitment to personal growth and emotional well-being. It's a deliberate choice to move away from isolated struggle towards empowered connection, understanding that true strength often lies in interdependence. Whether it's a heartfelt conversation with a friend, the guidance of a skilled professional, or the camaraderie of a support group, these external resources are not crutches, but rather powerful tools that enhance your ability to manage your inner world. By actively building and utilizing your support network, you are not just coping with life, you are consciously designing a life filled with greater peace, resilience, and authentic emotional freedom. Building a personal toolkit for emotional well-being. Having journeyed through understanding disappointment, navigating rejection, and developing initial coping strategies, we now arrive at a crucial point: assembling your very own personal toolkit for emotional well-being. Think of this toolkit not as a rigid set of rules, but as a dynamic collection of practical strategies and insights, carefully chosen and honed by you to help manage the inevitable ups and downs of life. It's about moving beyond simply reacting to your emotions, and instead proactively equipping yourself with the means to respond thoughtfully and effectively. This isn't about eradicating feelings, which is an impossible and unhealthy goal, but rather about gaining a profound sense of control over how you engage with them, transforming potential emotional pitfalls into opportunities for growth. This toolkit becomes your personal resource, always available, always adaptable, ready to support you in cultivating a more peaceful and resilient inner world. What makes this toolkit so powerful is its deeply personal nature. There's no one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to emotional management. Your unique experiences, sensitivities, and strengths mean that your toolkit will look different from anyone else's, and that's precisely how it should be. The journey of building it is one of self discovery, inviting you to experiment with various techniques, observe their impact, and decide what truly resonates and works best for you. This process encourages a profound introspection where you become the expert on your own emotional landscape, learning to discern which tools effectively soothe, strengthen, or redirect your inner experiences. Embrace this personalization, as it guarantees that every item in your kit is a genuine asset, tailored specifically to your needs and designed to foster your individual path to emotional freedom. A foundational piece in any emotional toolkit is the practice of mindfulness and cultivating present moment awareness. This isn't about emptying your mind, but rather about gently bringing your attention to the here and now, observing your thoughts and feelings without judgment, like clouds passing in the sky. By practicing mindfulness, you create a vital space between an event and your reaction, allowing you to choose your response instead of being swept away by automatic emotional surges. Simple breathing exercises, a quick body scan, or even just mindfully engaging your senses during a mundane activity can anchor you, breaking the cycle of overthinking and reducing the grip of anxiety. This tool offers an immediate escape from rumination, grounding you in the present and offering a moment of calm amidst internal turbulence, acting as a powerful antidote to feeling overwhelmed. Another indispensable tool involves engaging in cognitive restructuring, which means actively challenging and reshaping unhelpful thought patterns that often fuel negative emotions. Our thoughts are incredibly influential, shaping our perceptions and dictating our feelings, and often we accept them as absolute truths without question. This tool empowers you to become a detective of your own mind, identifying common cognitive distortions like catastrophizing or all or nothing thinking, and then logically reframing them. By learning to question the evidence for your negative thoughts, considering alternative perspectives, or simply acknowledging that a thought is just a thought, you can significantly reduce its emotional impact. This practice doesn't deny reality, but rather helps you interpret it in a more balanced and constructive way, fostering a sense of agency over your mental narratives and leading to a calmer emotional state. Equally vital is including strategies for healthy emotional expression and processing, recognizing that bottling up feelings is a recipe for internal pressure. Emotions are meant to be felt and moved through, not suppressed, as unexpressed feelings can fester, leading to increased stress, anxiety, or even physical symptoms. Journaling offers a private, powerful outlet to explore your thoughts and feelings without judgment, helping you gain clarity and perspective on complex emotional states. Talking to a trusted friend, family member, or therapist provides external validation and support, reminding you that you're not alone in your experiences. Learning to articulate your emotions, even just to yourself, allows for a healthy release and prevents emotional buildup, ensuring that your inner world remains clear and navigable rather than cluttered and overwhelming. Your physical well-being also forms a critical, often overlooked component of your emotional toolkit, as the mind and body are inextricably linked. Consistent quality sleep is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity, directly impacting your mood regulation, cognitive function, and emotional resilience. Nourishing your body with balanced nutrition provides the essential fuel for optimal brain function, influencing everything from energy levels to emotional stability. Regular physical activity, whether it's a brisk walk, yoga, or a vigorous workout, releases endorphins, reduces stress hormones, and acts as a powerful mood enhancer, offering a natural and effective way to process tension. Prioritizing these foundational elements ensures that your body is a strong, supportive ally in your quest for emotional balance, rather than an additional source of stress or depletion. Moreover, setting clear boundaries and actively practicing self-care are non-negotiable tools for maintaining emotional well-being. Boundaries are not about pushing people away. They are about protecting your energy, time, and emotional space, preventing burnout and resentment from accumulating. Learning to say no to demands that overextend you or establishing clear expectations in relationships empowers you to honor your own needs and limits. Self-care, on the other hand, involves intentionally engaging in activities that replenish your spirit, whether that's reading a book, spending time in nature, pursuing a hobby, or simply enjoying a quiet cup of tea. These deliberate acts of kindness towards yourself are not selfish. They are essential for refilling your emotional reserves, ensuring you have the capacity to navigate life's challenges without feeling constantly drained or overwhelmed. Building connections and fostering a supportive community are also powerful additions to your emotional toolkit, reminding us that we are inherently social beings. Humans thrive on connection, and sharing our experiences with others can provide immense comfort, perspective, and a sense of belonging, especially during difficult times. Surrounding yourself with individuals who uplift, understand, and respect you acts as a buffer against stress and loneliness, offering a safe space to process emotions and receive empathy. This doesn't necessarily mean having a huge circle of friends, but rather cultivating a few genuine, meaningful relationships where you feel seen and heard. Reaching out, engaging in shared activities, or even joining a support group can significantly enhance your emotional resilience, reminding you that you are part of a larger, caring network. Finally, integrating a sense of purpose and meaning into your life serves as an anchor in your emotional toolkit, providing direction and resilience. When you have a clear understanding of what truly matters to you, and you engage in activities aligned with your core values, daily frustrations and setbacks tend to lose some of their power. This purpose doesn't have to be grand. It could be contributing to your community, mastering a craft, raising a family, or advocating for a cause you believe in. Having a why helps you persevere through challenges, offering a broader perspective that transcends immediate emotional discomfort. It imbues your life with a deeper sense of fulfillment, fostering a quiet strength that helps you weather emotional storms and find joy even amidst difficulties. It's crucial to understand that your personal toolkit for emotional well-being is not a static entity. It's a living, evolving collection that will shift and adapt as you grow and as life presents new challenges. What works brilliantly today might need tweaking tomorrow, or a new situation might call for a completely different approach. Regularly review your toolkit, perhaps once a month or whenever you feel a significant shift in your emotional landscape, to assess which tools are serving you well and which might need to be refined or replaced. This dynamic approach acknowledges that emotional well-being is a continuous journey, not a fixed destination, and encourages a flexible mindset, allowing you to continuously optimize your resources for enduring resilience and peace. Like any skill worth mastering, the effective use of your emotional toolkit demands consistent practice and dedication. You wouldn't expect to become proficient at a musical instrument or a new language after just a few attempts, and the same principle applies to managing your emotions. Some days, applying these tools will feel effortless, almost second nature, while on others, it might feel like an uphill battle, requiring conscious effort and determination. Remember that progress isn't always linear, and setbacks are a natural part of any learning process. They offer valuable insights into what needs more attention or a different approach. The key is to keep showing up for yourself, even on the tough days, understanding that each attempt, each moment of mindful engagement strengthens your emotional muscles and builds lasting resilience. To make this process less overwhelming and more sustainable, resist the urge to implement every single tool all at once. Instead, start small, perhaps by selecting just one or two strategies that feel most accessible or most needed in your current situation. Maybe you begin with 5 minutes of mindful breathing each morning, or commit to journaling for 10 minutes before bed. Once those practices start to feel integrated and beneficial, then you can gradually introduce another tool, slowly expanding your repertoire. Celebrating these small victories along the way is incredibly important, as it reinforces positive habits and builds confidence in your ability to manage your inner world. This gentle, incremental approach ensures at building your toolkit feels empowering and achievable, rather than a daunting task. Ultimately, the goal of building this robust personal toolkit is to achieve genuine emotional freedom, a liberation from the tyranny of automatic negative thoughts and overwhelming feelings. This doesn't mean you'll never feel sadness, anger, or fear again. These are inherent parts of the human experience, and to deny them would be to deny a part of yourself. Instead, emotional freedom means you gain the power of choice, the ability to observe these emotions without being consumed by them, to understand their messages, and to respond in ways that align with your values and well being. It's about cultivating an inner sanctuary where you can navigate life's inevitable storms with greater calm, clarity, and an unwavering sense of your own strength, transforming your relationship with your inner world profoundly. As you embark on this journey of constructing and refining your emotional toolkit, remember to extend immense self compassion to yourself every step of the way. There will be days when you forget your tools, days when you feel overwhelmed despite your best efforts, and days when old patterns resurface with surprising intensity. These moments are not failures. They are simply opportunities for gentle redirection and further learning. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend, acknowledging that building lasting emotional well being is a complex, deeply personal process that unfolds over time. Perfection is an illusion. Consistent, compassionate effort is the true path to lasting change and profound inner peace. This toolkit, once assembled and regularly utilized, becomes a powerful testament to your inherent capacity for growth, healing, and self mastery. It represents your commitment to living a life where you are the architect of your emotional landscape, rather than a passive observer. You possess an incredible inner strength, and every tool you add, every strategy you practice, reinforces that power, empowering you to navigate challenges with grace and cultivate a profound sense of well being. Embrace this ongoing process with an open heart and a curious mind, knowing that you are actively creating a more resilient, peaceful, and emotionally free future for yourself. The path to a more resilient self. Have you ever felt caught in a relentless cycle of thoughts where worries seem to snowball and even small challenges feel like insurmountable mountains? It's a common experience, this feeling of being constantly on edge, as if your emotional responses are dictating your entire life, rather than you being in control. Perhaps you're an overthinker, someone whose mind races even when you desperately crave quiet. Or maybe you find yourself reacting intensely to situations that others seem to shrug off. These moments can leave you exhausted, wondering if there's ever a way to truly break free from the grip of anxiety, stress, or persistent irritation. You're not alone in feeling this way. Many people navigate their days feeling overwhelmed by their inner world. But what if there was a path, a genuine way to not only manage these feelings, but to truly transform your relationship with them? This journey isn't about ignoring your emotions or pretending they don't exist. It's about understanding them, mastering them, and ultimately finding a profound sense of inner peace. It's about building something stronger within yourself, something that allows you to face life's inevitable ups and downs with a newfound calm. This something stronger we speak of is resilience, the incredible human capacity to bounce back from adversity, adapt to change, and grow stronger through challenging experiences. It's often misunderstood as simply enduring hardship, but true resilience goes much deeper than just toughing things out. Instead, it involves a dynamic process of learning, adjusting, and developing new ways to cope when life throws its inevitable curveballs. Think of it not as an armor that shields you from all pain, but as a flexible internal system that helps you bend without breaking, no matter the pressure. A resilient person isn't someone who never feels fear or sadness. Rather, it's someone who acknowledges these feelings, processes them, and then finds their footing again. They understand that negative emotions are part of the human experience, but they refuse to let those emotions define their entire existence or dictate their every move. This inner strength isn't something you're either born with or not. It's a skill, a muscle that can be consciously developed and strengthened over time. Every single person possesses the capacity for greater resilience, and this book is designed to help you unlock yours. Embarking on the path to a more resilient self is a significant step, a commitment to your own well-being that will yield profound results. It's not a quick fix or a magic pill that instantly eradicates all your worries, but a gradual, empowering journey of self-discovery and transformation. There will be moments of insight and progress, and there might also be times when you feel challenged or even revert to old patterns. The key is to approach this process with patience and self-compassion, understanding that growth is rarely a straight line. Each step you take, no matter how small, contributes to building a stronger foundation for your emotional freedom. This journey is about equipping yourself with practical tools and a deeper understanding of your own emotional landscape. You'll learn to identify your triggers, understand the messages your emotions are sending, and choose how you respond rather than simply reacting. Imagine navigating daily life with a greater sense of calm, knowing you have the inner resources to handle whatever comes your way without feeling completely derailed. The ultimate destination of this path is genuine emotional freedom, a state where you are no longer enslaved by your thoughts or feelings. This doesn't mean you'll be emotionless, far from it. Instead, it means you'll experience the full spectrum of human emotions without being overwhelmed or controlled by them. You'll develop the ability to observe your internal experiences with a sense of detachment, allowing emotions to flow through you without sticking or causing lasting distress. This liberation creates space for more positive emotions to flourish, fostering joy, contentment, and a deeper connection with yourself and others. When you achieve this level of mastery, your relationships improve because you can communicate your needs and feelings more clearly and calmly. Your decision making becomes sharper, unclouded by fear or anxiety, leading to choices that truly align with your values and goals. This inner shift affects every area of your life, from your career to your personal pursuits, imbuing everything with a sense of purpose and peace. It's about living a life where your inner world supports your outer aspirations, rather than constantly holding you back. In the pages that follow, we will explore specific strategies and techniques designed to guide you along this transformative path. We'll begin by delving into the art of cultivating lasting peace, understanding how to quiet the incessant chatter of the mind and find moments of stillness amidst the chaos. This initial groundwork is crucial, as it provides the fertile ground upon which true emotional mastery can be built. From there, we will move into practical methods for empowering yourself through emotional mastery, giving you concrete tools to understand and reshape your reactions. You'll learn how to identify the root causes of your emotional struggles and implement targeted actions to shift your perspective and response. Finally, we will discuss how to sustain your progress, ensuring that the changes you make are not fleeting, but become deeply ingrained habits for a lifetime of resilience. Each section builds upon the last, creating a comprehensive framework for building a truly resilient self. Prepare to embark on a journey that promises not just temporary relief, but a fundamental shift in how you experience and navigate your emotional world. This journey requires a willingness to look inward, to acknowledge your patterns, and to commit to making small, consistent changes. It asks for your active participation, for you to engage with the exercises and truly reflect on your experiences. Remember, the power to change, to choose a different response, and to cultivate a more peaceful inner landscape already resides within you. Our role is simply to illuminate that power and provide you with the map to navigate your way. You are not broken. You are simply learning new ways to operate, new ways to interact with the world and with yourself. Every moment is an opportunity to practice, to refine your skills, and to step a little further onto this path of self-mastery. Don't underestimate the profound impact that even minor adjustments to your emotional habits can have on your overall well-being. By choosing to read this book, you've already taken the crucial first step toward a life where what once bothered you no longer holds the same power. Many people spend years trying to avoid uncomfortable feelings, believing that if they just push them away, those emotions will eventually disappear. However, as you may have discovered, this strategy often backfires, leading to suppressed emotions that resurface with even greater intensity or manifest as physical symptoms. The path to resilience isn't about avoidance, it's about intelligent engagement, learning to face what bothers you in a way that disarms its power. It's about developing the courage to sit with discomfort, knowing that you possess the tools to process it constructively, rather than letting it overwhelm you. This shift in approach is revolutionary, transforming moments of potential breakdown into opportunities for profound personal growth. You'll begin to see challenging situations not as threats to your peace, but as valuable teachers, offering lessons that strengthen your inner core. This perspective allows you to move through life with a sense of proactive agency, no longer a passive recipient of your emotional states. It's about building a solid emotional foundation that can withstand the storms, leaving you standing firm and intact on the other side. As you cultivate a more resilient self, you'll notice a beautiful ripple effect extending beyond your own inner world. The newfound calm and clarity you experience will naturally influence your interactions with family, friends, and colleagues. You'll find yourself responding to conflicts with more patience, communicating your needs with greater authenticity, and offering empathy more freely. Stressful work environments might still present challenges, but your ability to remain composed will shift how you navigate them, potentially inspiring others around you. This isn't about becoming a perfect, unflappable individual, but about becoming a more grounded and present human being. Your personal transformation becomes a quiet testament to the power of emotional mastery, demonstrating that a more peaceful way of living is truly attainable. Imagine the positive impact on your children, if you have them, as they witness your ability to handle life's difficulties with grace and strength. Ultimately, building your own resilience contributes to a more resilient collective, one person, one calm response at a time. Perhaps you've tried other approaches before, only to find yourself back where you started, feeling a sense of defeat or skepticism. It's natural to feel that way, especially when you've invested time and energy without seeing lasting results. However, this book offers a structured and compassionate framework built on principles that empower you to not just cope, but to truly thrive. We understand that real change takes effort, and it's why we focused on actionable strategies that you can integrate into your daily life, step by careful step. Don't let past disappointments prevent you from embracing this opportunity to finally achieve the emotional freedom you deserve. Every journey begins with a single step, and the commitment you're making now to explore these pages is that crucial first stride. Trust in your own capacity for growth, and allow yourself the space to learn and evolve without judgment. This isn't just another self-help book. It's an invitation to rewrite your emotional narrative and build a future where you are truly in command. As you turn these pages, approach them with an open mind and a willingness to experiment with new ways of thinking and feeling. Remember that progress, not perfection, is the goal. Celebrate every small victory and learn from every challenge. This journey is personal, unique to you, and tailored by your own experiences and responses. You are embarking on an exciting adventure of self-discovery, one that promises to unlock hidden strengths and capacities you may not even realize you possess. The tools and insights shared here are designed to be your companions, guiding lights on your path toward greater inner peace and unwavering resilience. Take a deep breath, release any preconceived notions, and prepare to discover what it truly feels like when the things that once bothered you simply lose their power. Your resilient self is waiting to emerge, ready to navigate life with grace, strength, and an enduring sense of calm. Let's begin this transformative journey together, building a foundation for a life lived with emotional freedom, cultivating lasting peace. Many of us spend our lives chasing a fleeting sense of happiness, hoping that if we just achieve the next goal, find the right partner, or secure a certain amount of wealth, we will finally discover peace. Yet, time and again, we find that even when these external desires are met, a deeper, more profound sense of calm often remains just out of reach. True, lasting peace isn't merely the absence of problems or a constant state of euphoria. It's a deep, unwavering inner stillness that can exist even amidst life's inevitable storms. It's about cultivating a sanctuary within yourself, a place where the external chaos can't penetrate your fundamental sense of well-being. This isn't a passive surrender, but an active, deliberate choice to nurture an internal environment of calm, regardless of what the world throws your way. It's a quiet strength, a resilient spirit that allows you to navigate challenges without being completely consumed by them. This profound state is what we truly yearn for when we say we want to be free from what bothers us. It's the ultimate goal of our journey together, a foundation upon which all emotional freedom is built. So, why does this lasting peace often feel so elusive for so many of us? The answer often lies in the relentless activity of our own minds, which constantly process, judge, and react to everything around us. Our thoughts can become a noisy internal monologue, replaying past events, worrying about future possibilities, and critiquing our present circumstances. This chronic overthinking, often fueled by anxiety and a natural human tendency to seek control, creates an almost constant state of internal agitation. We become so entangled in this mental chatter that we mistake it for reality, allowing it to dictate our moods and emotional responses. This continuous mental churn prevents us from settling into a deeper, more grounded state of being, keeping us perpetually on edge and searching for an external fix to an internal problem. Breaking free from this cycle requires a deliberate shift in how we relate to our thoughts and feelings, recognizing them as transient rather than absolute truths. A common misconception is that peace will arrive once all our problems are solved, or when our external world perfectly aligns with our desires. We might tell ourselves, I'll be peaceful when I get that promotion, or once this difficult situation passes, then I can finally relax. This belief, while understandable, sets us up for a perpetual chase, because life is inherently unpredictable and challenges are an undeniable part of the human experience. Relying on external circumstances for inner peace is like building a house on shifting sand. It's precarious and ultimately unsustainable. The job might change, the relationship might evolve, or new difficulties will inevitably arise, proving that true tranquility cannot be contingent on external conditions. Instead, genuine peace must originate from within, a wellspring that flows regardless of the external landscape, providing stability when everything else feels uncertain. The true path to cultivating lasting peace, therefore, begins with a profound shift in focus, turning our attention inward rather than endlessly seeking solutions outside ourselves. This isn't about ignoring external problems. It's about recognizing that our emotional reactions to those problems are largely within our own influence. The core principle of emotional freedom, and indeed of this entire guide, hinges on this fundamental understanding. We begin to understand that an event itself rarely causes our suffering. Instead, it is our interpretation of that event, our thoughts and feelings about it, that truly dictates our inner experience. By consciously choosing to observe and manage these internal responses, we start to reclaim our power and slowly dismantle the mental structures that have kept us from peace. This internal pivot is the first, most crucial step on our journey toward a more resilient and serene self. One of the most powerful tools for fostering this inner peace is the practice of acceptance. This doesn't mean resigning ourselves to undesirable situations or condoning harmful behaviors. Rather, it means acknowledging and embracing the reality of the present moment, exactly as it is, without resistance. When we constantly fight against what is, we expend enormous amounts of energy, creating internal friction and escalating our distress. Acceptance, on the other hand, allows us to release this struggle, freeing up mental and emotional resources that can then be directed towards constructive action. It's a calm recognition that some things are simply beyond our immediate control, and that resisting them only prolongs our suffering. By accepting the current reality, even if it's uncomfortable, we create space for clarity and begin to respond from a place of wisdom instead of reactive turmoil. This profound shift is not about giving up, but about choosing a more effective and peaceful way to engage with life. Closely linked to acceptance is the practice of presence, often known as mindfulness, which acts as a powerful antidote to the mind's tendency to wander into past regrets or future anxieties. When we intentionally bring our awareness to the present moment, focusing on our breath, our senses, or the simple actions we are performing, we gently pull ourselves away from the endless stream of thoughts. This practice doesn't aim to stop thinking altogether, which is an impossible feat, but rather to observe our thoughts without judgment and without getting entangled in them. By regularly anchoring ourselves in the now, even for just a few minutes each day, we create small pockets of stillness within our minds. These moments of presence gradually train our brains to be less reactive and more attuned to the quiet calm that always lies beneath the surface of our busy minds. It's a fundamental exercise in retraining our attention and nurturing a more peaceful inner landscape. Another significant step in cultivating lasting peace involves learning to detach ourselves from the outcomes of our efforts. In a goal oriented society, we are often taught to tie our self worth and happiness directly to achieving specific results. While ambition and effort are valuable, becoming emotionally chained to a particular outcome can lead to immense anxiety, disappointment, and a sense of failure when things don't go exactly as planned. True peace emerges when we learn to put in our best effort, work diligently towards our goals, and then release our grip on the specific results. This doesn't mean we stop caring or trying. It means we understand that many factors are beyond our control, and our inner peace shouldn't be held hostage by external variables. By focusing on the process and our intentions rather than solely on the end result, we free ourselves from a significant source of stress and cultivate a more resilient and adaptable spirit. A critical aspect of this journey is recognizing the difference between what we can control and what we cannot. Many of us spend valuable energy worrying about things entirely outside our sphere of influence: the weather, other people's opinions, global events, or past mistakes that cannot be undone. This futile struggle creates a pervasive sense of powerlessness and fuels our anxieties. Lasting peace blossoms when we consciously choose to redirect our energy towards the things we can control: our attitudes, our efforts, our choices, and crucially, our emotional responses. Understanding this distinction empowers us to let go of the burden of the uncontrollable, allowing us to focus our attention on constructive actions and internal shifts. This intentional release of control over external factors is not a sign of weakness, but a profound act of wisdom and self-preservation, leading to a much calmer and more effective way of living. When we cultivate this inner peace, we aren't creating a fragile state that can be easily shattered by the next challenge. Quite the opposite, we are building profound emotional resilience. This means that when setbacks inevitably occur, or when life presents difficult situations, our inner core remains stable and unbroken. Instead of being completely overwhelmed and spiraling into distress, we possess the internal resources to meet these challenges with a sense of calm and perspective. This resilience allows us to bounce back more quickly, to learn from our experiences without being defined by them, and to maintain our equilibrium evenly when the external world feels turbulent. Lasting peace is not about avoiding pain, but about developing the strength to move through it without losing our fundamental sense of self and well-being. It is a powerful shield and a steady anchor in an ever-changing world. It is crucial to understand that cultivating lasting peace is not a one-time achievement or a destination you suddenly arrive at and then never leave. Instead, it is a continuous, evolving practice, a journey that requires consistent effort and self-compassion. Just like tending a garden, it requires regular weeding of negative thought patterns and nurturing of positive ones. There will be days when you feel more peaceful than others, and moments when old habits of overthinking or reactivity resurface. The key is not to judge these moments harshly, but to gently guide yourself back to your practices, recognizing that each effort, no matter how small, contributes to your overall growth. This ongoing commitment to your inner well-being is what truly sustains the peace you are building, making it deeper and more integrated into your everyday life. The profound impact of cultivating lasting peace extends far beyond our individual inner worlds. It radiates outward, transforming our relationships and enhancing our overall quality of life. When we are internally calm and grounded, we are less reactive to others, more patient, and better able to communicate with clarity and empathy. Our interactions become more genuine and less clouded by our own anxieties or insecurities. Furthermore, this inner tranquility reduces stress, which positively affects our physical health, energy levels, and even our creativity. By achieving emotional freedom and a deep sense of peace, we not only liberate ourselves from suffering, but also become a more positive and stable presence for those around us. It is a gift we give ourselves, and in doing so, we invariably enrich the lives of others, fostering deeper connections and a more harmonious existence. As we embark on this transformative journey, remember that the path to lasting peace is unique for everyone, yet it is accessible to all who are willing to do the inner work. This section has laid the groundwork, introducing the fundamental mindsets and perspectives necessary to begin. In the chapters that follow, we will dive into more specific, actionable strategies and proven techniques that Pern Studio has developed to help you actively manage your emotional responses and navigate life's inevitable challenges with grace. Prepare yourself to explore practical coping mechanisms, learn to transform negative emotions, and ultimately equip yourself with the tools to build a life of genuine emotional freedom and profound well-being. The foundation is set. Now, let's build together towards a future where what bothers you holds less and less power. Empowerment through emotional mastery. Moving beyond simply cultivating peace, true emotional mastery means taking an active role in shaping your inner world. It's about recognizing that your feelings, while powerful, don't have to dictate your every move. This isn't about suppressing what you feel. Instead, it's about understanding the message behind each emotion and choosing your response deliberately. When you master your emotions, you gain a profound sense of personal power, realizing you are the architect of your emotional landscape, not merely a passive observer. This shift from reaction to conscious choice is where genuine empowerment truly begins. You start to see yourself not as a victim of circumstances, but as a resilient individual capable of navigating any storm. It's a liberation that transforms how you interact with the world around you, allowing you to move forward with greater confidence and purpose. This newfound control over your internal state becomes a cornerstone for a life lived on your own terms, free from the tyranny of automatic emotional responses. Emotional mastery isn't a missed iCal concept. It's a practical skill built on awareness and intentionality. It means understanding that while you can't always control what happens to you, you absolutely can control your internal reaction to it. This distinction is crucial, as it shifts the focus from external circumstances to your inner capacity for resilience. Imagine a strong current. You can either be swept away by it or learn to swim with purpose, even against it. Mastering your emotions is akin to learning to swim with skill, allowing you to navigate life's currents without losing your footing. It's about harnessing your emotional energy, directing it towards positive outcomes rather than letting it overwhelm you. This ability to steer your emotional ship, rather than being tossed by the waves, is the very definition of empowerment. The benefits of achieving this mastery extend far beyond simply feeling better in the moment. When you become adept at managing your emotional responses, you experience reduced stress and anxiety, leading to a calmer, more focused mind. Your decision-making improves dramatically because you're no longer reacting impulsively from a place of fear or anger. Instead, you can approach challenges with clarity and a sense of measured thought, considering all options before acting. This increased mental agility allows you to solve problems more effectively and adapt to change with greater ease. Ultimately, emotional mastery equips you with an inner compass, guiding you through life's complexities with a steadfastness that few achieve, fostering a deep sense of self-reliance. The journey begins with developing emotional intelligence, which is essentially the ability to identify and understand your own emotions, as well as those of others. Many of us grow up with a limited emotional vocabulary, often lumping complex feelings into broad categories like bad or stressed. Taking the time to pinpoint the specific emotion you're experiencing, whether it's frustration, disappointment, apprehension, or wariness, is the foundational step. Giving a precise name to your feeling helps to demystify it, making it less overwhelming and more manageable. This simple act of accurate labeling creates a tiny but powerful distance between you and the emotion, opening up space for conscious choice rather than automatic reaction. It's like turning on a light in a dimly lit room, allowing you to see things more clearly. Once you can name your emotions, the next crucial step is to observe them without judgment. Think of yourself as a scientist studying a phenomenon rather than a judge presiding over a trial. Emotions are simply data, messengers providing information about your inner state or your environment. They are neither inherently good nor bad. They just are. When you stop labeling emotions as negative and instead view them as signals, their power to control you diminishes significantly. This practice of detached observation allows you to gather insights from your feelings without getting entangled in their drama. It's about acknowledging their presence, understanding their message, and then deciding how you want to respond, rather than letting them dictate your actions. A powerful practical technique in emotional mastery is creating a deliberate pause between an emotional trigger and your response. In moments of stress or intense feeling, our immediate inclination is often to react automatically, driven by ingrained patterns. However, by consciously inserting even a few seconds of space, you gain an invaluable window of opportunity. This brief pause allows your prefrontal cortex, the rational part of your brain, to catch up with your limbic system, the emotional center. During this pause, you can ask yourself, what am I truly feeling right now? And what is the most constructive way for me to respond in this situation? This small but significant habit transforms you from a reactor to a responder, giving you back control over your act, ions, and words. Another transformative aspect of emotional mastery involves reframing seemingly negative emotions into constructive forces. Consider anger, for instance. Instead of letting it consume you, you can recognize it as a signal that a boundary has been crossed or an injustice has occurred, prompting you to assert yourself respectfully. Fear, rather than paralyzing you, can be reframed as a heightened sense of awareness, prompting careful planning and preparation. Even sadness, when understood, can be a call for self-compassion or an indication that something important has been lost, guiding you toward healing. By shifting your perspective, you convert emotional energy that might otherwise be destructive into valuable insights and motivators for positive change. True empowerment through emotional mastery lies in the ability to transform emotional energy into productive action. Instead of allowing frustration to lead to outbursts, channel that energy into problem solving or finding alternative solutions. If you feel overwhelmed, use that feeling as a cue to break down tasks into smaller, more manageable steps or to seek support. This isn't about denying your feelings, but rather about consciously redirecting the energy they generate. When you learn to harness this internal power, you move from being a passenger to the driver of your own life, capable of using every emotion as fuel for growth and progress. It's a dynamic process of alchemy, turning raw emotional experience into refined strength. Remember, the path to emotional mastery is a journey, not a singular destination, and self-compassion is your most vital companion. There will inevitably be moments when you falter, when emotions feel overwhelming, or when you react in ways you later regret. These moments are not failures. They are opportunities for learning and growth. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend. Acknowledge the difficulty, learn from the experience, and then gently guide yourself back to your chosen path. This compassionate approach prevents self-criticism from becoming another emotional trap, allowing you to sustain your efforts with greater ease and resilience. Consistency and practice are the bedrock upon which emotional mastery is built. Just like any skill, whether it's playing an instrument or learning a new language, developing control over your emotional responses requires regular effort. Start with small, manageable steps, perhaps pausing for 5 breaths before responding to an irritating comment, or spending a few minutes each day identifying your current emotional state. Over time, these consistent practices will build emotional muscle memory, making conscious emotional regulation more natural and automatic. Embrace the process, celebrate your small victories, and understand that every moment of intentional awareness contributes to your growing sense of empowerment. This deep understanding of your own emotional landscape profoundly impacts your relationships with others. When you master your emotions, you become a more empathetic listener, better able to understand the feelings beneath another person's words or actions. You also become a clearer communicator, articulating your needs and boundaries without being hijacked by intense feelings. This leads to healthier, more authentic connections as you navigate disagreements with greater calm and compassion. Your emotional resilience becomes a source of stability, not just for yourself, but for those around you, fostering an environment of trust and mutual respect. Ultimately, empowerment through emotional mastery means reclaiming your inner freedom. It's about breaking free from the cycles of overthinking, anxiety, and reactive behaviors that once held you captive. You learn to ride the waves of life's challenges with grace, knowing that while the external world may be unpredictable, your internal world can remain a sanctuary of peace, decontrol. This isn't about becoming emotionless, but about becoming emotionally intelligent and strategically responsive. It's the profound realization that your happiness and well being are not at the mercy of circumstances, but are firmly within your own command, allowing you to live a life truly aligned with your deepest values and aspirations. Sustaining your progress. You've journeyed through these pages, equipping yourself with powerful tools and fresh perspectives to navigate the often turbulent waters of your inner world. Reaching a place of greater emotional freedom isn't a finish line you cross once and for all. Rather, it's an ongoing journey, much like tending a vibrant garden. You've planted the seeds of self awareness and cultivated new habits, but to ensure they flourish, consistent care and attention are absolutely essential. Think of this phase not as the end of a struggle, but as the beginning of a truly empowered way of living. Your commitment to these practices is what transforms fleeting moments of peace into a lasting sense of calm and resilience. This isn't about perfection, but about a sustained, gentle effort to maintain the beautiful inner landscape you've worked so hard to create. Embracing this continuous process is key to enjoying the fruits of your labor for years to come. Recognizing this ongoing nature is the very first step toward truly sustaining your progress. Just like physical fitness requires regular exercise, emotional resilience thrives on consistent practice, woven seamlessly into the fabric of your daily life. The techniques you've learned, mindfulness, reframing thoughts, setting boundaries, are not meant to be one-off remedies, but rather daily rituals that fortify your inner strength. Dedicate a few moments each day to check in with your emotions, practice deep breathing, or mindfully observe your surroundings. Even 5 to 10 minutes of focused attention can make a significant difference in how you respond to stress and maintain your emotional equilibrium throughout the day. These small, consistent efforts compound over time, building a robust foundation that can withstand life's inevitable challenges. Making these practices non-negotiable parts of your routine ensures that the seeds of emotional freedom continue to grow stronger with each passing day. Consistency truly is the quiet engine of lasting change, transforming fleeting insights into ingrained wisdom. There will undoubtedly be days when old patterns try to creep back in, or unexpected stressors catch you completely off guard, threatening to pull you back into familiar cycles of worry or frustration. It's crucial to understand that setbacks are not failures, but rather natural parts of any growth process, offering invaluable opportunities for deeper learning and refinement. When you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or reacting in ways you thought you'd moved past, pause and observe without judgment. Instead of chastising yourself, ask, what can I learn from this moment? Or, which tool from my emotional toolkit can I apply here? This compassionate self-inquiry transforms potential discouragement into a chance to reinforce your new coping mechanisms. Remember, the goal isn't to eliminate negative emotions entirely, but to navigate them with greater awareness and resilience, allowing them to pass through without taking root. Your response to these moments is where your true power lies, solidifying your commitment to emotional mastery. Cultivating a deep, ongoing self-awareness becomes your most reliable compass on this path, guiding you through the subtle shifts in your emotional landscape. This means regularly tuning into your internal world, noticing the first whispers of stress, anxiety, or irritation before they escalate into a full-blown storm. Pay attention to how your body feels, the quality of your thoughts, and the nuances of your reactions throughout the day. Are there specific situations, people, or even times of day that tend to trigger certain emotional responses? By observing these patterns with curiosity, you gain invaluable insight into your unique emotional triggers and learn to proactively apply your tools. This isn't about constant vigilance, but a gentle, consistent check-in that empowers you to respond consciously rather than react impulsively. Your ability to observe yourself without judgment is a superpower, allowing you to continually adjust your course and maintain your inner peace. Your emotional landscape, much like life itself, is constantly evolving, which means the strategies that worked perfectly yesterday might need slight adjustments today. As you grow and change, so too will your challenges and your capacity to meet them. Don't be afraid to experiment with the techniques you've learned, adapting them to fit new circumstances or refining them to better suit your evolving needs. Perhaps a 5-minute mindfulness practice now feels too short, and you're ready for 10, or maybe a specific thought reframing technique resonates more deeply than another. Periodically review your emotional toolkit, perhaps revisiting certain sections of this book as a refresher, to ensure your practices remain fresh, relevant, and effective. This flexibility and willingness to adapt demonstrate a true mastery of your inner world, ensuring your emotional freedom remains dynamic and responsive to whatever life brings. Embrace the idea that your journey is one of continuous discovery and gentle refinement. Remember, you don't have to navigate this journey entirely on your own. Building a supportive network is an incredibly powerful component of sustaining your progress. Share your experiences, your insights, and even your challenges with trusted friends, family members, or a mentor who understands and respects your commitment to personal growth. Sometimes, simply articulating what you're feeling or working through can bring immense clarity and relief. Furthermore, consider seeking professional guidance if you encounter particularly stubborn patterns or overwhelming emotions that feel beyond your current capacity to manage. A therapist or coach can offer tailored strategies and objective perspectives, providing invaluable support when you need it most. Reaching out for help is not a sign of weakness, but a profound act of self-care and a testament to your dedication to long-term well-being. Your community, however small, can be a wellspring of encouragement and strength. As you continue your journey, take time to pause and truly appreciate your progress, no matter how incremental it may seem. It's incredibly easy to focus solely on what still needs work or the moments when you stumbled, overlooking the vast distance you've already covered. Make a conscious effort to acknowledge your small victories, a moment where you paused instead of reacting, a challenging conversation you navigated with calm, or a wave of anxiety that passed more quickly than before. Celebrating these achievements, even the seemingly minor ones, reinforces the positive changes you're making and strengthens your motivation to keep going. This positive reinforcement helps to hardwire new neural pathways, solidifying your new habits and fostering a deeper sense of self-efficacy. Acknowledging your own strength and resilience is a crucial act of self-love, fueling your continued journey toward emotional mastery. Allow yourself to truly feel proud of how far you've come. Patience will be one of your most valuable allies in sustaining your emotional freedom, alongside a deep well of self-compassion. Understand that emotional growth is rarely a linear path. There will be periods of rapid progress, plateaus, and even moments that feel like steps backward. During these times, it's vital to treat yourself with the same kindness, understanding, and encouragement you would offer a dear friend. Avoid the trap of self-judgment, which only serves to undermine your efforts and perpetuate negative cycles. Remind yourself that you are human, and imperfection is an inherent part of the human experience. Embrace the process with a gentle heart, knowing that every moment, every challenge is an opportunity for deeper learning and greater resilience. Cultivating patience with yourself allows the profound changes you're working towards to truly take root and blossom over time. Your inner peace is a garden that requires gentle, consistent nurturing, not harsh criticism. Eventually, the practices you've diligently cultivated will begin to feel less like separate tasks and more like an integrated part of your natural being. This is the hallmark of true emotional mastery, when responding with calm, clarity, and compassion becomes your default, rather than a conscious effort. You might find yourself naturally taking a deep breath before reacting, or automatically reframing a challenging thought without even having to consciously think about the technique. These moments signify that your neural pathways have been rewired and your new emotional habits are firmly established. The tools become extensions of yourself, flowing effortlessly in response to life's demands. This integration doesn't mean you stop practicing, but rather that your practice deepens and becomes more intuitive, enriching every aspect of your existence. This beautiful transformation is the ultimate reward for your sustained commitment and conscious effort. Envisioning the long-term benefits of sustained emotional freedom can serve as a powerful motivator, reminding you why this ongoing effort is so profoundly worthwhile. Imagine a life where you navigate stressful situations with composure, where disagreements with loved ones lead to understanding rather than resentment, and where your inner critic has been transformed into a gentle guide. This isn't a fantasy. It's the tangible outcome of consistently applying the principles outlined in this book. Sustained emotional freedom allows you to engage more fully with life, to pursue your passions with clarity, and to build deeper, more authentic connections with others. It frees up mental and emotional energy that was once consumed by worry and overthinking, redirecting it toward creativity, joy, and purpose. This profound sense of well-being becomes the bedrock upon which you build a truly meaningful and fulfilling existence. Hold this vision close, allowing it to inspire your continued dedication. Regular mindful reflection is another cornerstone of maintaining your emotional equilibrium and ensuring your strategies remain finely tuned. Set aside dedicated time each week, perhaps in a journal or during a quiet walk, to review your emotional experiences. Consider what went well, what felt challenging, and what new insights you've gained about yourself and your reactions. Ask yourself if there are any patterns emerging that you hadn't noticed before, or if certain tools are becoming more effective than others in specific situations. This intentional self-assessment allows you to continuously learn from your experiences, making subtle adjustments to your approach as needed. It transforms passive living into an active, conscious journey of growth and self-discovery. Mindful reflection ensures that your journey toward emotional freedom remains dynamic, responsive, and deeply personal, always moving you forward with greater wisdom and clarity. As you experience more consistent periods of calm and clarity, it's natural to feel a sense of relief, perhaps even a temptation to ease up on your practices. However, avoiding complacency is crucial for truly sustaining your progress over the long haul. Just as a garden needs continuous care to prevent weeds from taking over, your emotional well-being requires ongoing attention to prevent old patterns from creeping back in. Consider your emotional health much like your physical health. Consistent maintenance is far more effective than trying to fix things only when they break down. Stay engaged with your practices, even on days when you feel perfectly balanced, understanding that these are the times when you are fortifying your inner resilience for future challenges. This proactive approach ensures that your hard-won emotional freedom remains robust and resilient, acting as a powerful shield against life's inevitable ups and downs. Your consistent effort is your most reliable insurance policy for lasting peace. Remember that emotional mastery is not a fixed destination, but a dynamic, lifelong process of becoming, filled with continuous learning and evolving self-awareness. You are constantly growing, changing, and adapting, and your emotional landscape will reflect that beautiful fluidity. Embrace the journey with an open heart and a curious mind, understanding that each new experience, whether joyful or challenging, offers another opportunity to deepen your understanding of yourself and refine your emotional tools. The true essence of emotional freedom lies not in never feeling difficult emotions, but in your unwavering capacity to meet them with grace, wisdom, and self-compassion. Trust in the resilience you've cultivated, the insights you've gained, and the profound inner strength that resides within you. The path ahead is yours to create, moment by mindful moment, leading you to an ever-expanding sense of peace, purpose, and genuine empowerment. You possess everything you need to thrive, now and always. Recap: your roadmap to emotional freedom. As we reach this point in our journey together, take a moment to look back at where you started. Perhaps you felt consistently weighed down by an endless loop of worries, or maybe your emotions seemed to have a mind of their own, pulling you in directions you didn't want to go. You might have felt trapped, searching for a way to quiet the constant noise in your head and find some inner peace. This feeling of being overwhelmed, of reacting rather than responding, is a common experience, but it doesn't have to define your life. Remember that initial desire for change, that quiet hope that things could be different, because that very hope was the first step on your path. This book wasn't just a collection of words. It was designed as a practical roadmap, a guide to help you navigate the often turbulent waters of your inner world. We've explored together how your thoughts aren't always facts, and how your emotional reactions, while powerful, don't have to control your every move. Think of the strategies and insights we've uncovered as tools in a newly acquired toolkit, each one carefully chosen to empower you. These aren't abstract theories. They are actionable techniques meant to be integrated into the fabric of your daily existence, transforming how you experience life moment by moment. One of the most foundational steps we took was learning to truly understand our emotional triggers. We peeled back the layers to discover what truly sets off those familiar feelings of anxiety, frustration, or sadness. By identifying these root causes, we gained the incredible power to anticipate and prepare, rather than being blindsided by intense reactions. This awareness isn't about blaming ourselves for having emotions. It's about recognizing the patterns and understanding the signals our bodies and minds send us. It's about bringing light to the hidden corners of our emotional landscape, making them less intimidating and more manageable. We also delve deep into the practice of challenging those persistent negative thought patterns that often hold us captive. You learn to question the automatic stories your mind tells you, asking whether they are truly helpful or just habitual. By reframing situations and consciously choosing alternative perspectives, you started to dismantle the self imposed prisons of overthinking and worry. This isn't about ignoring reality, it's about seeing it more clearly without the distorting lens of ingrained negativity. It's a powerful shift, moving from being a passive recipient of your thoughts to becoming an active participant in shaping your own mental narrative. Mindfulness emerged as another cornerstone of your emotional freedom. We practiced bringing our attention to the present moment, observing thoughts and feelings without judgment, allowing them to pass like clouds in the sky. This simple yet profound practice teaches us to create a vital space between an event and our reaction to it, a space where choice resides. Instead of being swept away by emotional tides, you learn to anchor yourself in the here and now, cultivating a calm center even amidst external chaos. This newfound ability to observe without immediate engagement is truly liberating, offering a sense of peace that was once elusive. Beyond just managing negative emotions, we explored the transformative power of redirecting that energy. Remember how we discussed turning feelings like anger into a catalyst for positive change, or how fear, when understood, can evolve into courage? This wasn't about suppressing what you felt, but rather about understanding its underlying message and channeling its intensity into constructive action. It's about recognizing that every emotion, even the uncomfortable ones, carries valuable information and potential. By learning to harness these energies, you gain the ability to foster kindness, resilience, and proactive solutions in your life. Throughout our exploration, you've equipped yourself with a versatile array of practical coping mechanisms. These aren't just quick fixes. They are sustainable strategies designed to help you navigate life's inevitable disappointments, rejections, and stresses with grace and strength. Whether it's a specific breathing technique, a journaling practice, or a method for setting healthy boundaries, each tool is a testament to your growing ability to care for your own emotional well-being. These mechanisms serve as your personal safety net, ensuring that even when life throws curveballs, you have the resources to catch them and move forward. The ultimate aim of this journey has been to help you achieve genuine emotional freedom, a liberation from the tyranny of negative thoughts and feelings. This freedom isn't about never feeling anything unpleasant again. It's about having the agency to choose how you respond, regardless of what life presents. It's about recognizing that you are not your emotions and you are not your thoughts. You are the conscious observer, the one who holds the power to direct your inner world, cultivating a sense of calm and control that radiates into every aspect of your existence. This recap isn't just a summary. It's a reminder that this path to emotional freedom is an ongoing practice, not a one time destination. You've laid a solid foundation, built strong walls, and now you have the blueprint for your own resilient inner sanctuary. There will be days when old patterns try to resurface, moments when you feel challenged, and that's perfectly normal. Growth is rarely a straight line, but rather a continuous process of learning, applying, and refining. Your commitment to yourself, even in these challenging moments, is what truly solidifies your progress. Consider this book your personal, evolving roadmap. It's not a static document, but a living guide that you can revisit whenever you need a reminder or a new perspective. The techniques you've learned are always available to you, ready to be applied in any situation, big or small. You now possess the knowledge and the practical skills to navigate your emotional landscape with far greater confidence and clarity. This roadmap empowers you to make conscious choices about your emotional well being, steering yourself towards greater peace and fulfillment. Embrace the understanding that setbacks are not failures, but simply opportunities to practice the very tools you've acquired. If you find yourself slipping back into old habits, don't judge yourself harshly. Instead, gently redirect your attention to the strategies we've discussed. This compassionate approach to your own growth is crucial for sustained progress. Every time you consciously choose to apply a technique, you reinforce the neural pathways for emotional resilience, making it easier the next time around. It's a continuous cycle of learning, applying, and strengthening your inner resolve. Carrying these insights forward will profoundly impact not just your individual peace, but also your relationships and your overall sense of purpose. When you are more grounded and emotionally free, you can connect with others more authentically, respond to challenges with greater wisdom, and pursue your passions with unburdened enthusiasm. This journey isn't just about managing stress, it's about unlocking a richer, more vibrant life, one where you are truly present and engaged. Imagine the possibilities that open up when emotional overwhelm no longer holds you back. So, as you step forward, remember the powerful transformation you've already initiated within yourself. You have actively chosen to reclaim your inner world, to master your emotional responses, and to cultivate lasting peace. This is a profound act of self-care and self-empowerment. The journey ahead will undoubtedly present new lessons, but you are now equipped with an incredible set of tools and a clear roadmap to guide you through them. Trust in your ability to navigate whatever comes your way, knowing you have the resources within. You are capable of far more emotional freedom than you might have once believed. Hold on to that truth. Continue to practice, continue to explore, and continue to be kind to yourself every step of the way. The question, what if it didn't bother you, is no longer just a hypothetical. It's a tangible reality that you have the power to create day by day, moment by moment. Your journey to emotional freedom has truly just begun, and it promises a life filled with greater calm, courage, and genuine contentment. Embracing your newfound emotional agency. You have journeyed through these pages, absorbing strategies and insights, and now you stand at a truly significant point, the moment of embracing your newfound emotional agency. This isn't just about understanding concepts anymore. It's about actively stepping into a role where you are the director of your inner world, rather than a passenger. Think back to how you might have felt before, perhaps overwhelmed by a relentless tide of thoughts or swept away by intense emotions that seem to control your every reaction. That feeling of being at the mercy of your internal landscape is precisely what we've worked to transform, and the tools you've gathered are designed to give you the steering wheel. This shift from passive recipient to active agent is a profound one, marking a true turning point in your quest for peace and self-mastery. It signifies a liberation from old patterns, offering a fresh perspective on every challenge and every quiet moment alike. You've earned this pivotal moment, and recognizing it is the first step toward living it fully. Emotional agency, at its heart, means recognizing that while you can't always control what happens to you, you absolutely can control your response to it. It's the powerful realization that your feelings, though potent, do not have to dictate your actions or define your peace. This isn't about suppressing what you feel or pretending difficult emotions don't exist. Quite the opposite. It's about acknowledging those feelings, giving them space without judgment, and then consciously choosing how you want to move forward. This choice is where your power lies, a power that has perhaps been dormant, waiting for you to claim it. Imagine a sculptor with a block of clay. They don't deny the clay's existence, but they decide its form. You are now that sculptor, shaping your emotional experience with intention and care, rather than letting external forces mold you. This profound shift in perspective empowers you to navigate life's complexities with greater calm and clarity. This newfound agency means you are no longer a victim of your own reactions or the circumstances around you. Instead, you become a proactive participant in your emotional life. When an unexpected stressor arises or an old trigger resurfaces, you now have a repertoire of techniques to draw upon. You can pause, breathe, observe, and consciously choose a response that serves your well-being, rather than falling back into habitual, unhelpful patterns. This isn't a magical cure that eradicates all difficult emotions, but rather a robust toolkit that equips you to handle them differently. You gain the ability to step back from the immediate intensity, giving yourself the space needed to respond thoughtfully instead of merely reacting impulsively. This deliberate approach fundamentally changes your relationship with yourself and the world. It's about building a bridge from automatic responses to intentional choices. Taking ownership of your inner world might sound like a heavy responsibility, but it is, in fact, the greatest gift you can give yourself. It frees you from the exhausting cycle of blame and helplessness, replacing it with a sense of control and self-reliance. When you understand that your emotional responses are largely within your influence, you stop waiting for external conditions to change before you can find peace. Instead, you cultivate peace from within, regardless of what's happening outside. This isn't about ignoring problems or adopting a naive optimism. It's about developing an internal resilience that allows you to face reality head-on, knowing you have the capacity to navigate its emotional demands. This self-empowerment fosters a profound sense of inner strength, making you less susceptible to life's inevitable ups and downs. It's a declaration of independence for your spirit. Embracing this agency also means recognizing that practice is not just helpful, but essential. Like learning any new skill, whether it's playing an instrument or mastering a sport, becoming adept at emotional management requires consistent effort. There will be days when it feels effortless, and days when you might stumble, feeling like you've taken a step backward. These moments are not failures. They are invaluable learning opportunities, chances to refine your techniques and deepen your understanding. Approach each day with curiosity and a willingness to engage with your internal experiences, knowing that every conscious choice you make builds greater emotional muscle. This journey is not about perfection, but about persistent, compassionate progress, gradually strengthening your capacity for calm and resilience. Each small effort contributes to a significant cumulative change, reinforcing the path toward lasting emotional freedom. Celebrate your small victories along the way, no matter how insignificant they might seem. Did you manage to pause before reacting to an irritating comment? Did you notice a wave of anxiety beginning to form and apply a breathing technique to gently diffuse it? Did you choose to reframe a negative thought instead of letting it spiral? These moments, often overlooked, are powerful indicators of your progress and the tangible results of your newfound agency. Acknowledging these successes reinforces the positive changes you're making and motivates you to continue. Each tiny triumph is a brick in the foundation of your emotional resilience, building a stronger, more peaceful inner sanctuary. Don't let these quiet victories pass unnoticed. They are proof that your efforts are yielding real, meaningful change and that you are indeed gaining mastery over your emotional landscape. These are the moments that prove your agency is real. It's also crucial to remember that setbacks are a natural and expected part of any growth journey. There will be times when old habits creep back in, when you react impulsively, or when a wave of emotion feels overwhelming despite your best efforts. When these moments occur, resist the urge to fall into self-criticism or judgment. Instead, view them as valuable feedback. What can you learn from this experience? What might you do differently next time? Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a dear friend who is learning something new. This compassionate approach to your own struggles is a cornerstone of emotional freedom, preventing you from getting stuck in cycles of guilt or shame. Every misstep is an opportunity for deeper insight and refinement, not a reason to abandon your progress. It's simply part of the human experience, and how you respond to these moments defines your resilience. With emotional agency, your internal compass becomes clearer, allowing you to align your actions with your deepest values. When you are no longer tossed about by every emotional gust, you gain the clarity to make choices that genuinely reflect who you want to be and what truly matters to you. This alignment brings a profound sense of integrity and authenticity to your life. You'll find yourself making decisions not out of fear or obligation, but from a place of genuine self-awareness and purpose. This consistency between your inner values and outer actions builds self-trust and strengthens your sense of identity, anchoring you in a way that external circumstances cannot shake. It's about living a life that feels truly yours, guided by your own internal wisdom, rather than the whims of passing emotions or external pressures. This is the essence of living with true intention. This profound shift also ripples outward, positively impacting your relationships with others. When you have greater control over your own emotional responses, you are less likely to react defensively, project your anxieties onto loved ones, or engage in unhelpful conflicts. Instead, you can approach interactions with more patience, empathy, and understanding. You become a calmer, more present listener, capable of responding thoughtfully rather than impulsively. This allows for deeper, more meaningful connections, fostering an environment of mutual respect and emotional safety. By taking responsibility for your own emotional state, you free others from the burden of managing it for you, creating space for authentic connection. This transformation in your internal world inevitably leads to a more harmonious and fulfilling external reality, enriching every bond you share. It's a gift not just to yourself, but to everyone around you. Embracing your emotional agency is ultimately about building a profound and lasting resilience. It means cultivating an inner strength that allows you to navigate life's inevitable disappointments, rejections, and challenges with greater equanimity. You learn that while pain is a part of life, suffering is often optional, a product of how we choose to engage with our pain. This resilience isn't about becoming invulnerable, it's about developing the capacity to bend without breaking, to recover quickly, and to learn from adversity. You become more adaptable, more capable of finding solutions, and less prone to being derailed by setbacks. This inner fortitude is a lifelong asset, empowering you to face whatever comes your way with a quiet confidence and an unwavering spirit. It's the ultimate safeguard against the unpredictable nature of existence, built brick by brick through conscious effort. This is the bedrock of enduring peace. Moving beyond a reactive state into a proactive, intentional way of living is perhaps the most liberating aspect of emotional agency. You are no longer waiting for external events to dictate your mood or energy. Instead, you are actively shaping your internal experience. This doesn't mean you'll always be happy or that you'll never feel negative emotions again. It means that when those emotions arise, you have the tools to acknowledge them, understand their message, and choose how to respond in a way that aligns with your highest self. This intentionality extends to every aspect of your life, from how you start your day to how you navigate challenging conversations. It allows you to design a life that truly reflects your values and aspirations, rather than one that feels dictated by circumstance. This deliberate approach creates a sense of purpose and direction, making every moment more meaningful. Remember, this journey of emotional freedom is not a destination you arrive at and then simply stop. It is a continuous process of growth, discovery, and refinement. Each day offers new opportunities to practice your emotional agency, to deepen your self-awareness, and to strengthen your capacity for peace. The world will always present new challenges, new triggers, and new reasons to test your resilience. But now you are equipped. You have the knowledge and the tools to meet these moments, not with dread, but with a quiet confidence, knowing you have the power to choose your response. This ongoing commitment to your emotional well-being is an act of profound self-love, a continuous investment in your inner peace and personal growth. Embrace this journey with an open heart and a curious mind, ready to learn and evolve every step of the way. The profound personal power that comes from mastering your emotional responses is truly transformative. It's the power to reclaim your narrative, to rewrite old scripts, and to step into a future where you are the author of your own emotional experience. This isn't about becoming emotionless or stoic. It's about becoming emotionally intelligent, fluid, and resilient. You are no longer bound by the chains of automatic reactions or the fear of intense feelings. Instead, you possess the wisdom to navigate your inner landscape with grace and skill, fostering a deep sense of inner peace that radiates outwards. This is the essence of true freedom, a liberation that empowers you to live a life rich with purpose, connection, and genuine well-being. This power is not given. It is cultivated, earned through conscious effort and unwavering dedication to your own growth. It is now yours to wield. As you stand on the precipice of this new way of being, recognize the incredible strength you have cultivated within yourself. You have actively engaged in the work of self-discovery and transformation, and the rewards are now yours to experience. This newfound emotional agency is not just a concept, it's a living, breathing part of who you are becoming, shaping your daily experiences and interactions. It sets the stage for even deeper growth, for a life lived with greater intention, joy, and profound peace. Carry this understanding forward, knowing that you possess the inherent capacity to navigate whatever life presents with courage and composure. The journey continues, but now you walk it with a powerful sense of control and an unshakable belief in your own ability to thrive. This is your moment to truly shine, guided by your own inner light. Continuing your growth journey. As you embark on the next phase of your journey, it's vital to recognize that emotional freedom isn't a destination you arrive at and then simply stop. Instead, think of it as a muscle you continually train, or a garden you consistently tend. Life will undoubtedly present new challenges, unexpected twists, and moments that test your newfound resilience. This is not a sign of failure, but simply the natural ebb and flow of existence. Your commitment now shifts from learning the foundational tools to consistently applying and refining them in the face of life's ongoing demands. Every day offers a fresh opportunity to practice, to choose your response, and to strengthen the emotional pathways you've been building. Remember, the goal is not to eliminate all discomfort, but to navigate it with grace and purpose. Inevitably, there will be moments when old patterns resurface, when a situation triggers a familiar wave of anxiety, or when you find yourself overthinking a problem you thought you had mastered. These aren't setbacks in the traditional sense. Rather, they are invaluable feedback points on your growth journey. Instead of succumbing to self-criticism, approach these instances with curiosity and compassion. Ask yourself what you can learn from this experience. What underlying belief might still need addressing, or which tool you might have overlooked. Every time you consciously choose to re-engage with your strategies after a slip, you reinforce your capacity for resilience, proving to yourself that you possess the inner strength to course correct and move forward. The true power of this journey lies in consistent, gentle practice. Much like the steady drip of water eventually carves stone, you don't need grand, dramatic efforts every single day. Rather, it's the small, deliberate choices that accumulate into profound change. Whether it's a few minutes of mindful breathing, a conscious pause before reacting, or a moment to reframe a negative thought, these consistent actions build momentum. Each time you choose awareness over reaction, you're strengthening your emotional intelligence and reinforcing the neural pathways for peace. Remember that even the smallest step forward, taken regularly, will carry you further than occasional giant leaps. Your growth journey also involves a continuous deepening of self-awareness. What you've learned so far has given you a powerful lens through which to view your internal landscape, but there's always more to discover within yourself. As you become more attuned, you'll start to notice subtle nuances in your emotional responses, perhaps even uncovering the root causes of long-held patterns. This might involve journaling, regular reflection, or simply paying closer attention to your thoughts without judgment. This ongoing exploration allows for a more precise application of your emotional tools, leading to an even greater sense of mastery over your inner world and a profound understanding of who you truly are. While this book has provided you with a robust foundation, consider this an invitation to expand your emotional toolkit even further. The world of personal growth is vast and rich, offering countless resources to support your continued development. Perhaps you'll explore different mindfulness practices, delve deeper into cognitive behavioral techniques, or discover new perspectives through other authors and teachers. Be open to experimenting, finding what resonates most powerfully with your unique internal landscape. Your journey of emotional freedom is deeply personal, and the more diverse your strategies, the more adaptable and resilient you will become in the face of life's ever-changing demands. A cornerstone of sustained emotional growth is the unwavering practice of self-compassion. There will be days when you feel like you're not making progress, or when you falter in your attempts to manage a difficult emotion. In these moments, it's crucial to extend the same kindness and understanding to yourself that you would offer a cherished friend. Harsh self-criticism only serves to deepen the very emotional struggles you're trying to overcome. Instead, acknowledge your humanity, recognize that growth is imperfect, and gently guide yourself back to your chosen path. Self-compassion creates a safe, nurturing space within you, allowing for genuine healing and continued forward momentum. As you continue to cultivate emotional freedom within yourself, you'll begin to notice a beautiful ripple effect extending outward into your relationships. When you respond with calm instead of reactivity, when you communicate with clarity rather than emotional overwhelm, your interactions transform. You'll find yourself building stronger, more authentic connections, able to navigate disagreements with greater understanding and empathy. Your newfound peace becomes a quiet gift to those around you, fostering an environment of greater trust and mutual respect. This journey isn't just about your personal well-being. It's about elevating the quality of your entire relational world. It's incredibly easy to focus solely on the challenges that remain or the areas where you still want to improve. But don't forget the immense importance of celebrating your milestones, no matter how small. Take a moment to acknowledge every instance where you chose a different response, where you felt a flicker of peace in a previously turbulent situation, or where you simply paused before reacting. These aren't insignificant victories. They are powerful affirmations of your progress and a testament to your dedication. Regularly recognizing these achievements fuels your motivation, reinforces your efforts, and reminds you of how far you've truly come on this transformative path. Life, by its very nature, is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape. New circumstances, different people, and unforeseen events will always arise, presenting fresh opportunities to apply and adapt your emotional tools. The principles you've learned aren't rigid rules, but rather flexible frameworks designed to help you navigate any situation. Your ongoing growth journey means consistently adapting these strategies to fit the unique contours of your current reality. This adaptability is the hallmark of true emotional mastery, allowing you to remain centered and grounded, regardless of the external shifts that life inevitably brings your way. Embrace this flexibility as a key component of your evolving wisdom. While this book empowers you with many tools, remember that some parts of your growth journey may benefit from external support. There's immense strength, not weakness, in recognizing when a challenge feels too overwhelming to face alone. Whether it's confiding in a trusted friend or family member, seeking guidance from a therapist or coach, or joining a supportive community, reaching out is a powerful act of self-care. These external perspectives can offer new insights, reinforce your practices, and provide a sense of shared humanity. Building a robust support network is an integral part of your holistic well-being and a testament to your commitment to continuous growth. Ultimately, continuing your growth journey is about living with greater intention and purpose. As you shed the burden of overwhelming emotions, you free up immense mental and emotional energy that can be redirected toward what truly matters to you. This newfound clarity allows you to make conscious choices aligned with your deepest values, rather than being swept away by reactive impulses. You begin to shape your life with deliberate action, pursuing passions, nurturing relationships, and contributing to the world in ways that truly resonate. Emotional freedom isn't just about feeling better, it's about living a life that feels authentic, meaningful, and deeply fulfilling. Embrace the joy of continuous discovery that this journey offers. Every day is an opportunity to learn something new about yourself, to refine your understanding of your inner world, and to deepen your capacity for peace and resilience. This isn't a race to a finish line, but an exciting exploration of your own boundless potential. Allow yourself to be captivated by the unfolding mystery of who you are becoming, and celebrate the incredible human capacity for change, adaptation, and profound personal evolution. Your ongoing growth is a testament to your strength, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to a life lived with genuine emotional freedom. A final word of encouragement. As we reach the end of this journey together, take a moment to truly acknowledge how far you've come. You picked up this book because something bothered you, perhaps deeply, and you sought a way to change that. Now you stand equipped with practical tools and a deeper understanding of your inner world, ready to face life's ups and downs with a renewed sense of calm and competence. This isn't just about reading words on a page, it's about the courage you've shown in looking inward and actively working to reshape your emotional landscape. Remember that profound shift, the one where you realized you don't have to be a passenger to your feelings, but rather the pilot of your emotional experience. This realization alone is a monumental step, a testament to your inherent strength and desire for peace. You've actively engaged in a process of self-discovery and transformation, and that deserves real recognition and quiet appreciation. You've truly begun to build a life where what bothers you holds less power. The path to emotional freedom isn't a straight line, and there will be days when old patterns try to creep back in, when a familiar trigger feels overwhelmingly strong. This is perfectly normal and a natural part of growth. It doesn't mean you failed or that your efforts were in vain. Think of it like learning any new skill, whether it's playing an instrument or riding a bike. You wouldn't expect perfection on your first try, or even your 50th. There will be wobbles, missed notes, and moments of frustration. The key is to approach these setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities for further practice and deeper understanding. Each time you notice an old reaction, it's a chance to apply the strategies you've learned, to choose a different response, and to reinforce or new habits. Be patient and kind to yourself through this ongoing process, for true mastery comes from consistent effort, not from an absence of challenges. Self-compassion will be your most powerful ally on this continuing journey. When you find yourself struggling, instead of resorting to harsh self-criticism, offer yourself the same understanding and kindness you would a dear friend. Remind yourself that you are human and that experiencing difficult emotions is a universal part of life. This gentle self-talk creates a safe internal space where you can observe your emotions without judgment, allowing them to pass through you more easily. Practice validating your feelings, acknowledging their presence without letting them define you or dictate your actions. This isn't about letting yourself off the hook, but about creating an environment of support that fosters resilience rather than resistance. A compassionate inner voice is a powerful antidote to anxiety and self-doubt, paving the way for more peaceful internal interactions. It's about being your own best advocate, especially when things feel tough. Remember that the tools and techniques shared throughout this book are living practices, not one-time fixes. They gain their power through consistent application, becoming stronger and more intuitive with each use. Just like you wouldn't expect to maintain physical fitness without regular exercise, you can't expect emotional resilience to flourish without ongoing mental and emotional workouts. Schedule moments for reflection, mindfulness, and applying your chosen strategies, even on days when everything feels calm. These small, consistent efforts build a robust foundation that will serve you well when unexpected storms arise. Think of it as building your emotional muscle. The more you engage it, the stronger and more flexible it becomes. This commitment to ongoing practice is the bedrock of lasting emotional freedom, slowly but surely transforming your reactions over time. Celebrate every small victory along the way, no matter how insignificant it might seem. Did you notice an anxious thought and choose not to ruminate on it for hours? Did you feel a surge of anger but manage to pause before reacting impulsively? Did you respond to a challenging situation with a calm breath instead of immediate tension? These are not minor achievements. They are profound indicators of your progress and the growing strength of your emotional agency. Each moment you choose a conscious response over an automatic reaction is a win worth acknowledging. These small shifts accumulate, creating a powerful ripple effect that gradually reshapes your entire emotional experience. Taking time to notice and appreciate these moments reinforces your new neural pathways and motivates you to continue your efforts. Your journey is filled with these quiet triumphs, so make sure to give them the attention they deserve. Trust the process, even when the results aren't immediately apparent. Emotional transformation is often subtle, unfolding gradually rather than in dramatic leaps. There might be days when you feel like you're taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, or even moments when you question if anything is truly changing. During these times, lean into the belief that your consistent effort is creating real, lasting change beneath the surface. Just as a seed needs time and consistent care to sprout and grow into a mighty tree, your emotional resilience is developing with each mindful choice you make. The seeds of freedom you've planted are taking root, even if you can't see the full bloom just yet. Maintain your practices, stay curious about your inner world, and have faith that your dedication is leading you towards a more peaceful and empowered existence. This unwavering trust is a powerful force in itself. You already possess an incredible inner strength, a wellspring of resilience that has carried you through every challenge you've ever faced. This okay, hasn't given you anything new. It has simply helped you uncover and polish the powerful resources that were always within you. Recognize that inherent capacity for growth, for healing, and for choosing how you respond to life. This isn't about becoming someone else, but about becoming more authentically you, unburdened by the weight of unmanaged emotions. Tap into that deep reservoir of courage and wisdom, knowing that you are capable of navigating whatever comes your way. The power to choose your emotional response, to cultivate inner peace, resides within you, waiting to be fully embraced and utilized. You are far more capable and resilient than you might give yourself credit for, and it's time to truly believe that. Remember that true emotional freedom isn't about never feeling negative emotions again. It's about changing your relationship with them. It's about recognizing that fear, anger, sadness, and anxiety are natural parts of the human experience, but they don't have to control your life. Instead, you've learned to observe them, understand their messages, and then consciously decide how to move forward. This shift from being a reactor to a responder is profound, granting you agency over your inner world. You are learning to surf the waves of emotion rather than being pulled under by them. This nuanced understanding allows you to extract wisdom from every feeling, transforming potential distress into valuable insight and guiding you towards more conscious choices. It's about finding peace not in the absence of feelings, but in your ability to navigate them with grace. Your newfound emotional agency will naturally extend beyond your personal experience, positively impacting your relationships and interactions with the world. When you are less reactive and more grounded, you bring a calmer, more present version of yourself to every connection. This allows for deeper understanding, more authentic communication, and stronger bonds with those around you. Imagine how much richer your conversations will become when you're not constantly battling inner turmoil. Your ability to manage your own emotional state creates a ripple effect, fostering a more peaceful and positive environment for everyone in your life. By cultivating your own emotional freedom, you are not only liberating yourself, but also contributing to the well-being of your community. Your journey impacts more than just you. It touches everyone you connect with. Continue to be a student of your own emotional landscape. The journey of self-discovery is lifelong, filled with endless opportunities for learning and growth. Stay curious about your reactions, notice new triggers, and remain open to refining the strategies you've learned. There will always be new layers to uncover, new insights to gain, and new ways to deepen your emotional intelligence. Think of this book not as an endpoint, but as a robust foundation upon which you can continue to build and expand your understanding. Engage with new ideas, explore different mindfulness practices, and keep seeking knowledge that resonates with your personal growth. This commitment to ongoing learning ensures that your emotional freedom will continue to evolve and strengthen, adapting to every new phase of your life. Never stop exploring the vast, rich territory of your inner self. As you move forward, carry the knowledge that you possess the inherent ability to cultivate lasting peace and resilience. You have taken significant steps towards mastering your emotional responses, transforming negative forces into opportunities for growth and kindness. This isn't a destination to be reached and then forgotten, but a continuous practice, a way of living that honors your inner well-being. Embrace the ongoing journey with courage, compassion, and unwavering belief in your capacity for profound change. You are building a life where you are not just surviving, but truly thriving, unburdened by the things that once held you back. CK. This is your path to genuine emotional freedom, a journey you are uniquely equipped to walk with grace and strength. The future is yours to shape, one conscious breath and one mindful choice at a time. So, take a deep breath and remember the core message. What if it didn't bother you? You now have the power to make that what if a reality, to choose your response, and to reclaim your inner peace. This isn't just a hopeful thought. It's a practical, achievable state of being that you are actively building with every conscious choice. The quiet strength you've cultivated will serve as your compass, guiding you through life's inevitable challenges with greater calm and clarity. You have the tools, the understanding, and the innate capacity to live a life truly aligned with your deepest values, free from the tyranny of unmanaged emotions. Go forth with confidence, knowing that you are the architect of your emotional world. Your journey towards lasting freedom has truly begun, and it is a beautiful, empowering path.